Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League. The Atlanta FaZe and the Toronto Ultra.
But admittedly, you know, you're 2-12 against Atlanta in the respawn.
Linux is going to be there. Good tags are in, but the man is not to be deterred. Oh my god, he gets another one out of it. That's 6 now in a row. Unbelievable! That's the streaks. That is Simp. Holy Atlanta FaZe, what a round of control.
This Minnesota Røkkr team us on a bubble over the London Royal Ravens.
They have to try and get the bodies together to try and tell this at one time. Gizmo guns him through the doorway. The Ravens lock down Berlin.
Boston Breach facing off against the Major III champions, the Seattle Surge.
Keep these players out of the hill. Awesome. Good work.
And Mack can get a two-piece out of this one. And Mack, well, no one we had there from Simp. Tuscan Tyrant comes to play, and he certainly turns heads.
Looking for the entries, but he is nearly by himself.
And that is a stunning victory as their campaign to champs continues.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another beautiful day of the Call of Duty League. We got London Royal Ravens and also the Florida Mutineers.
The entire team storming through.
Yeah, look at him go. Gizmo somehow finds 2. Making the spree continue. That's a 3 now.
As soon as he gets the kill on a different guy, he knows last man standing in the back and guns him down. Maybe with some decent timing to get around back. So there's number 4. Or maybe can World Star. Maybe can World Star and find an opening.
Catches 1-2 nasty. What a play it was. Incredibly dominant. Hard point from the London Royal Ravens.
It's going to be OpTic Texas facing off against Paris Legion.
Because statistically, this is one of OpTic's strongest maps. Whenever they win the rotation 9 of 9.
Then he'll take down the rookie as well.
They put pressure on towards me. Look at Jimbo in the spot.
Illy for another. Make it 4. Paris start to scramble. Illy erupts.
OpTic Texas are able to get their first win of stage 4 underneath their belt.
We got the New York Subliners are facing off against Seattle Surge.
It's a big and nice teamwork there from Sib. It's Kismet at range with a 40 from up high, straight to the point.
But the teammate might slow him down unless the flank shuts it down. Seattle Surge on offense. Name a better duo.
And it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down and win it for the boys? The New York Subliners. The run continues.
We have the Atlanta FaZe facing off against the Major II champions, Los Angeles Guerrillas.
So hold on to hard points. Could this be another one as Hook begins to erupt? Simp has got to know that Hook is here. It's Simp who clutches out the 1v2.
Put some pressure on, though. If you're Atlanta FaZe towards that top plat, but Hook back into the play.
Oh! And Neptune is going hunting for somebody that exists toward the top, quite literally trying to do something in regards to the standings. And Neptune, now it's his time for a highlight. And LAG are going to come away with the upset.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, you came to the right spot. We got the Los Angeles Guerrillas, the Major II champions, going off against the Boston Breach.
Only thing that can make the difference. Finds a second. Nero's going to go for the double chow. No
way.
Wins it. And Methodz gets another one. And it's Spark versus Spark. 1v1 versus 1. Nero versus Spark. They know where each other must be as well.
Just comes up through again with the side of LAG. Nero's left all on his own. He did it on his own in the previous game, and he may well be doing it here as well.
Nobody else in this lobby. What goes to work? Boston Breach bury the LA Guerrillas.
Paris Legion and the Los Angeles Thieves.
We saw the records for Thieves historically good on this map. Chipping away for as long as possible. If you're the Thieves, Octane slides and dives. LAT take back that 7 seed.
We have OpTic Texas with Illy, of course, but who are they facing off against? The New York Subliners.
You can see already Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece as they start gunning here against OpTic, and Kismet finds 1, finds the second. Crimsix is going to be on the god tank. Nobody's checking the bomb, and Scump eventually checks it. They don't know where they are. Jumping in, Illy gets another one. The back-to-back is working for OpTic. They're now trying to find them. Paulehx is getting by Illy. Back and forth, and it has to be Crim to chow. And Scump wins the gunfight. 1, 2 for Crim. Finds Scump. Eventually does get the first one, but he is still alone. The kills for his teammates have not come through.
He's doing a great job of doing so as well. And here comes Kismet. Dashy trades that one out. The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
That's it. This week is over with. Today's been a beautiful Sunday. A fast one as well. We're going to shut down this desk. I want to thank you all for tuning in because guess what? The Call of Duty League is nothing without you, okay? You guys are amazing. And we'll catch you next week for the last online qualifier for the CDL Major IV. We'll catch you there.
Here we go.
Wait. This is chaotic. Wait.
Finds the second the damage is done.
He finds the first one, finds the second as well. This is what he...
Oh no! It's glorious, it's beautiful.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Absolutely beaming right now. And he is finding all the kills. 5 in a row to walk away with the whole 4.
That is sensational stuff.
Oh my! What? And that will be it. No, it's disgraceful again.
Let's get into the cool and juicy league. Let's go.
Hello, and welcome to the Call of Duty League, where we have just this weekend left before we hit the Major IV event, and I can't wait. And then right after that, we got champs, of course, right? But welcome back to the Call of Duty League desk. My name is Velly. I'm running the ship as a host. We have Nameless, and we have Ali back. Ali, welcome back. God, we missed you, and you missed some big games. My question to you is, how'd you feel about that LAG Atlanta FaZe game?
I tell you what, I don't think anybody really knew that was going on, except for aBeZy. Shout out to you in your predictions, but we're gonna break that down later today.
All right, I'm so happy to have you back. Good energy, right? Nameless, man, you feeling good today? You got a good workout in, everything?
I feel absolutely fantastic. Rode the bike for a little bit. Today is going to be a great day. Had to get the energy flowing. I mean, we have some teams that are on the bubble trying to get a victory. Later on today, that Minnesota game, it's going to be huge.
Right, and speaking about the bubble, let's go ahead and take a look at the points right now to see how things have unfolded this year. Of course, Atlanta FaZe dominant, 280 on top. But what's important is that yellow line, because I'm Ali. You're gonna want to lock in your spot to champs, and LAG, they're sitting in the 8th spot with 135.
The yellow line is super important, but so is that little graphic C next to OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe, because they have clinched playoffs, and that's what the rest of these teams are gonna be looking to do heading into Major IV. Seattle Surge and London Royal Ravens, the two to really talk about, because I believe Seattle Surge is 1 game off closing that out. London Royal Ravens is only 2 away. So big matches coming up today for both those teams.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen at home, you want to see magic? I'm gonna give it to you right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bubble teams and what's lighting up on your screen. Nameless, these are all the teams that are in must-win mode from now until the end of Major IV.
Yeah, and that is when it gets interesting. It's those teams right there on the right side, because you look at that and you see like Thieves, probably winners bracket, New York Subliners, probably winners bracket, and then you get into scary territory when you're looking at teams like LAG, Minnesota Røkkr, Florida Mutineers. They could all be in the LB, which means you lose once and you're out. So like for Minnesota Røkkr, they have to win these next couple of games to put themselves in a better spot.
Right, and also when it comes to the schedule as well, you gotta see Minnesota Røkkr in 9th place, because when it comes to the schedule, Minnesota Røkkr will be playing today, and it's gonna be the last game of the day. It's gonna be a hard one, and looking at teams like them and what's been happening this stage has been very rough. 1 and 2, and when you're sitting on the bubble, Ali, that just can't happen. Like, this is desperation mode now.
Not at all, especially when a team like NYSL is right behind you, and they are 4-0 in this stage alone, heading into Major IV as well. I mean, I'm scared for like Minnesota Røkkr, and they're tied with Florida Mutineers, who also are trying to force their way into that bubble. If you don't win today, things are gonna get very scary.
You know what is even more terrifying about this? For the bubble teams that are potentially in losers bracket, I'm talking Minnesota Røkkr, Ultra, Guerrillas, you might see teams like Toronto Ultra, Seattle Surge, OpTic Texas early in that losers bracket run. So like, if you have the opportunity, like Røkkr, to win your next 2 games and go 3-2 and make it in, you have to put everything out there and make that happen. I can't stress it enough that your champs run could literally end if you do not win these games this week.
You got that right. Let's take a look at today's schedule. Things are so hot right now. And also, we got bounty matches throughout the rest of the weekend. We'll catch on to that tomorrow. But we're going to kick things off with Atlanta FaZe versus the London Royal Ravens. We got Florida Mutineers and Paris Legion. Last but not least, Seattle Surge versus the Minnesota Røkkr. But to preview some of the games, Ali, like we were talking about, Seattle Surge will be facing off against the Minnesota Røkkr in a must-win match for many, right? But when it comes to Seattle, this team flying high, they got a loss last week, but overall, I am still loving them. They're on top of the power rankings to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, the biggest question was, after their win in Stage 3, are they going to get complacent? Well, their first match, they weren't. They won that in a dominant fashion, and we were like, all right, Seattle Surge is hitting their stride. Well, now they're starting to struggle. They got a loss versus the Boston Breach. I mean, even though Boston Breach is looking better with their roster change, I mean, this is the Major III champions. This is the Seattle Surge that we thought would overtake the rest of these teams heading into Stage 4. And Pred's still been number 2 overall in KD standings with a 1.2, so he hasn't slowed down. That's the MVP at all whatsoever. So now it's just about this team being consistent, right? Like, you can't really pinpoint. It's just a couple of clutch moments. Like Ant was telling me earlier in the green room that, like, it's just some situations that aren't going their way. So CDL Surge, although a big win today, they are still in a good spot heading forward.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it. We're trying to figure out, like, why is CDL Surge struggling so hard after their win there at Major 3? And it literally comes down to some small plays. Like, if you remember all the times they've clutched up, they could have lost that first series that they had against Atlanta FaZe. They could have lost that series that they had against New York at the Major. They were clutching up more often than not. And sometimes in Vanguard, the ball's going to fall on the other side of the court. But for these guys, they definitely have another gear that they can get to. Mack in this stage hasn't been the same as he was. He was the guy bailing them out in a lot of those spots, getting the big two pieces. So looking at him and Simp to both kind of duo step it up. But like you said, Pred, he's been going crazy and he's been consistent. And you could see this is, you know, the matchup that people are going to be looking at. It's going to be Havok versus Pred. Now, granted, a lot different play styles. Havok likes to flank around, make plays around the back. Pred is a little bit more involved, getting information for the squad, but it'll be a good matchup nonetheless, and I'm excited for it.
I like this matchup right here, though, because both of these guys are disruptors for their team, right? But also, it's not going to be just about them when it comes to Minnesota as well. Ali, going into the Major after their undefeated run online for that qualifier, Minnesota weren't able to deliver like we thought they would, right? But even coming back to the online scene, this team is still lacking. They're not the same team we saw not too long ago.
Coming off hot on stage 3 qualifiers, I mean, going 5-0 online, obviously heading into this, my money was put right back onto the Minnesota Røkkr, but they have seriously been struggling. I believe the last time we saw them was against the Florida Mutineers. They lost in a 3-0 fashion, and that's a Florida team that is also seriously struggling in stage 4 qualifiers. So I'm really worried for this Røkkr team, not only for the sense of their play style, as we thought they finally hit their stride, but also because they are also in that bubble right now. They are at 120 points. They're out of top 8, and if they don't get a win today, we're looking at a team like New York that with one win can tie up with them. A team that is looking to start in the winner's bracket heading into stage 4. So for Minnesota Røkkr, things are not looking good.
And I would like to say that the pressure on them to go against one of the best teams in the game right now, and where they actually sit, Nameless, 9th place, down 15 points against LAG. 15 might not be a lot, but man, right now in this race, that's significant.
Yeah, but like they still have 2 games left, right? So they still have opportunity. They can beat Seattle, they can beat Paris, go 3-2, and make it into the WB. You could see it on their schedule right here. Like they had that win versus OpTic, which was impressive, and then they lose to the Florida Mutineers in sort of a trap game. And then they played the hottest team that we have right now in the CDL in the London Royal Ravens, right? I still do think it's panic time for Minnesota Røkkr. I was taking a look at their search and destroy. They've been like the best search and destroy team throughout the year, but in this stage, it has fallen off. I mean, we're talking about they have the number 12 plant win percentage, number 10 4v3 win percentage, only above LA Thieves and Paris, who have both been terrible at that game mode throughout this season. So there's a lot of improvement that needs to be made there. And you can see this is a team that has only been good during the online portion as well. And it was really only Major 3 qualifying stage. So would you bet on them to make a run at the Major, especially if they're coming from loser's bracket? I don't think so. So they need these points right now here in the online portion.
From 5-0 to 1-2, we're looking at Minnesota Røkkr to at least try to make the winner's side of the bracket, right? But when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, we always expect them to go at least to the championship game, right, Nameless? But the question is, man, what is going on with Atlanta FaZe? We have one more Major, 3 regular play days, and we have champs. And this team has not been able to win, but they're going against the London Royal Ravens. And if they're unable to beat them, Nameless, man, this Atlanta team heading into Brooklyn, I'm going to be honest, I don't know about them.
Yeah, man, listen, this is going to be a tough game for the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, this is really like one of those games where it's like, okay, are London the real deal? Like, can they win a championship? It seems like everybody has to go through FaZe in order to prove that. And for the London Royal Ravens, I mean, they've been great everywhere. We're talking search and destroy. They've been great there, 3-0. Overall team KD of 1.2. Their break percentage is number 1 overall in the league. They're number 1 in points after the break. Like, they've just been fantastic. Players like Zero have really stepped it up since bringing Gizmo back into the squad. And, you know, the more impressive thing is that everybody is playing well. And despite, like, Gizmo not even having the record-breaking statistical performances like he did early on in the season, they're still winning games. And they've been the most impressive hardpoint team at 6-0. So I love this roster. And you can see right here in the highlights, the match that they put on against the Mutineers, clinical, both hardpoints. Yeah. Clinical. They won every rotation throughout that. It felt like they were breaking them instantly when they needed to. It was just unbelievable.
Shout out to Zero.
I mean, they're back to being the number 1 break team in the game, right? 48% break percentage just in stage 4 alone. And I gotta give my flowers to Trey, man. He has been lights out, number 1 overall right now in stage 4 with a 1.28 KD. Let me talk about it, a 1.52 in hard points. So he is getting straight mixy. But I think the do-or-die player for me when it comes to this team has to be Nasty. We have seen him absolutely been taking over this stage, and I'm just really hoping that that consistency follows through towards the Major.
Well, the story is always about, this year at least, Atlanta FaZe facing off against against these hot teams that are rising up to the top, right? But the question is, Atlanta FaZe has been at the top for long enough, and Nameless, I'm going to be honest, man, I'm waiting for this team to dominate. They're looking consistent, but they're not bodying people the way they were used to seeing it. But heading into New York, my question to you is, man, what is your honest opinion about this team? Where do you rank them?
I still rank them as the top dog, top two. I think that they are going to make it to the finals here. I think this is the scariest time for the rest of the CDL because they have been unbelievable when it comes to search and destroy. We've been waiting all season for them to fix that game mode, and during this stage, they're undefeated in that game mode 1, and everybody's playing great. I mean, they're going back to their disrespectful play style. They play super aggressive early in the game to set up plays later in the game. This is exactly what you need out of Atlanta FaZe. I favor them in every series if that's going to be their strongest mode. They will figure out their respawn, right? That was their goal throughout this stage, and they have done that.
Yeah, that's confidence right there in every series. And by the way, let's take a look and see who Atlanta FaZe is going to be playing to close out their year before we head over to Major IV and also Champs. You see 2 wins in the L to LAG, which is kind of weird, right? But Ali, they're going against London today, and then Seattle Surge next. If this is not a test for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, I don't know what is.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the loss versus LAG, I'm sure we're gonna have the layout here in a second, but for me, it was the hard points, right? Because Atlanta FaZe, like, even though they kept it kind of close, for LAG to come out on top there when they've been struggling, it's really worrying if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan. For me, the respawn has just not been there. In stage 3, they had a 32% break percentage. In stage 4, they dropped over 20 points to 11% break percentage. So Atlanta FaZe is just not able to run and gun in respawn anymore. Other teams are catching up, as well as their hold percentage dropped down by 11 points as well. 70% now in stage 4 when it was 81% in stage 3. So yes, their S&D is looking disgusting, but there's 2 hard points in a series and they lost to a team like LAG. So heading into Major 4 for Atlanta FaZe, they gotta clean it up.
And even though they lost to LAG, the panic button has not been slapped just yet, Nameless, for the simple fact is, we know that Atlanta FaZe can turn up at just about any time. There's respawn woes, but this team, they know exactly how to win. And behind players like Arcitys, especially Cellium on that roster, man, I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, you know, for Arcitys, he had a tough one versus LAG. It's just going to happen. But for these guys, I mean, they've clinched, you know, probably the first seed realistically going into Champs. Like, a couple more games for that. And, you know, for them, they're not really worried about starting in losers bracket. So this is all practice. Like, when we talk about teams that are really just practicing to get that chip, this is the team that's doing it the most right now. And Search and Destroy certainly is where they needed it, and they've gotten it.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, you know what you need to get? You know what they need to get, Ali? They need to get those tickets to Champs, right?
Yeah, do you know where we're going?
Ali, do the voice you're doing in the commercial.
We are running it back to Cali. Make sure you get your tickets heading into Champs. We all on the desk are going to be there. It's hot. Bring your sunscreen, but I don't want to miss you guys there.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, August 4th through 7th, you don't want to miss it at all. It's going to be the biggest event of the year. And by the way, all of this race to get all these points and to win these games and this desperation mode to just get as many points as possible at this stage is all about this last event.
I can't wait for Champs, man. It's going to be crazy in there. It's always the loudest event. It's the most fun event. It's the last one of the year. You can have the worst year ever. You turn up at Champs. That's all that matters. So if you guys have the opportunity, the means to get there, make sure you show up. It's going to be a good time.
You know what matters even more right now? It's all about getting to the first game of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, we're heading over to a break. But on the other side, check this out. Atlanta FaZe versus London Royal Ravens. On paper, you guys might have an idea of who's going to win, but I have an idea that it might be something a little spicy. We'll catch you guys on the other side to kick off the finale of what? These play-ins. I'll see you guys soon.
Tell me when you had enough. You want more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call give me if you wanted me to stop. You can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I was getting in the vicinity.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major 4 yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout. We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali.
Cali, see you there.
Cellium fights 2 right off the rip. Makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The beat waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. And there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now, too. London is Afro.
And oh my god, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a beautiful day for the Call of Duty League, of course, right? My name is Veli, her name is Ali, his name is Nameless, and today we have an amazing matchup to kick off the first game of the day. Atlanta FaZe, London Royal Ravens. It's gonna be the battle of the red, and I'm seeing nothing but that. Ali, for this matchup right here, okay, so the talk is, we know how good Atlanta FaZe are, but when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, how much of a feel-good moment was it to see Gizmo come back and this team just really kick off to where they left off in stage 1?
Well, when he was initially just put right back in, it was like, all right, well, he's had the time to sit out. The team needs time to gel together once again. I mean, we're talking about way back in stage 1. It felt like the team we saw in stage 1 again. It looked like the team that was making a top 4 conversation right off the bat in this game. They got back up in their break percentage. I mean, now they're starting to learn to rotate once again. And again, Gizmo was making big plays, but he wasn't dropping, 1.3s, 1.5s. He has a 1.04 overall this stage. It's been trade 0 for me. That just looks like he's made every game look like a pub, Vel. He has had the time of his life in stage 4 qualifiers. Now 3-0 heading into Major 4. Going up against Atlanta FaZe, though, arguably their toughest matchup this stage, but this is Atlanta FaZe, who, although are disgusting at S&D right now, have now started to struggle in their respawn, where London Royal Ravens really seem to shine.
And by the way, a little throwback, a blast to the past, but not too far away for those of you that are watching currently. Trey, aka Zero, went on a Terror Major 2, and it seems like we have that version of Zero back again. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and modes to see where these teams will be fighting off when it comes to this series. And Nameless, man, I want to hear your opinion.
Yeah, looking at these maps and modes, that Gavutu should be an interesting one. London Royal Ravens haven't played it with Gizmo just yet. We know how good FaZe is on that map, so made it out great there. And then you look at the S&Ds, the Bowcage, and the Tuscan. I think that FaZe made it out great there once again. They've been great in that game mode. Their interesting map is going to be that map 3 Berlin. Now, that map 3 Berlin control, FaZe is 3-3 there, haven't had the most success, but also London Royal Ravens 1-5. So that's sort of going to be the swing map in this series. But for FaZe, I mean, I teeter towards their side. I think they have the advantage here.
Yeah, no, I think the Berlin control is probably going to be the biggest map in this series when it comes to the fact that the respawns I'm heavily favoring in the likes of London, but when it comes to Berlin, Nasty has a 0.82 on this map and mode specifically, and London has also been struggling in, but FaZe is on a 3-game losing streak, so not good for either of these teams. But again, FaZe recently lost control in a 3-1 fashion, so London, they could seem to take advantage here.
And you know what, Ali, you were really concerned about Atlanta FaZe when it came to the respawn game modes as well, but facing off against, London Royal Ravens with the maps and modes that we saw right there, I mean, who'd you give the upper hand to, if you would?
I have to give the upper hand to London Royal Ravens just because across the board, their hard point is better. Their rotation win percentage is at 40%. Their holds at 85. Their breaks at 48. Atlanta FaZe, their breaks at 11. Their holds at 70. Like, Atlanta FaZe has been struggling on the fundamentals of hard point right now is what it seems like. So they've been focusing a lot on search and destroy. But like Ant said earlier, this is arguably the scariest time for Atlanta FaZe because their S&D looks so good. The second that that respawn clicks fell. The second they get those fundamentals back in shape, that is when Atlanta FaZe starts to go undefeated.
You know what, Nameless? When I watch Atlanta FaZe, you know what it's like to me as we break down this team? It's like this team just wills it with just raw skill and power, man. But when it comes to fundamentals and going against the London Royal Ravens, what do you love about this squad?
I mean, you know, we're talking about like Atlanta FaZe and some of the stats and stuff. I mean, on the season, they were like 10th in rotation win percentage anyways. They were still great in hardpoint. And now they're, you know, they've actually gotten better at rotating. It's just really breaking hills where they haven't had too much success. This is a tough game, though, for FaZe, like Ali was saying, because London Ravens have been the best hardpoint team. They've been breaking hills at will, but they've also been good at search and destroy. So it's honestly like the truest test on both sides. Like London Royal Ravens, we're sitting here wondering, are they another championship threat? We've had a different team win every single major this season. Every single tournament, if you throw Pro-Am into the mix. So it's like, is it the London Royal Ravens time? Every team that has done it, they've went through this team first, where they get that big win, they get that added confidence. Like for Ravens, they are going to start in the winner's bracket. They win this game. That would be the confidence that they need to actually make that run. For Atlanta FaZe, I'm looking at a guy like Arcitys to bounce back. When they've had struggles throughout this season, it's been either him or aBeZy that have dropped the ball. aBeZy sometimes in the search and destroys with getting blooded and things of that nature. So he stepped it up, but I'm looking at Arcitys in the respawns especially. He had a really struggle game there versus LAG. If he can play well, this team, they'll be unstoppable.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Ali, how does Atlanta bounce back?
I mean, obviously it's not the respawn. I mean, it feels like being a dead horse at this point. As we talking about, they just need to get the fundies down. The fact that the LAG respawns were within 10 points in game 4 and like 50 points in game 1, like they were just like, even not with having their fundamentals down, they were still keeping it close. So Atlanta FaZe is terrifying across the board. Once that clicks, again, it's going to be terrifying for us, the competition. And hill setups need to be on point. London, once again, the #1 breaking team in the game once again. I mean, 48% of hills during Major IV Qualifiers, and like I said, first overall. And I'm looking at a player like Cellium. I remember we were talking about it. We're like, Cellium has maybe gone negative like 4 series this year. He had a .94 versus LAG, and it is very rare, right? So I'm looking to see a different beast out of him going into today.
I'm looking at Simp, the man on the top right of your screen. Listen, for a little man, he's very scary. And actually in S&D, where Atlanta FaZe is dominating, right? 1.17 KD right now. And the thing is, we were all talking about how great Cellium is in this game. And yeah, Cellium's dominating. He's terrifying. He haunts my nightmares. But it's Simp. Simp has been going off this stage. He's been an absolute guy. Look at Cellium. They look so innocent, but just so frightening. Isn't it funny?
That's hilarious. I mean, I'm telling you, like, if I was still competing, I would hate playing against these guys, like, standing up, screaming at me, be like, sit down, little man. But they're absolutely disgusting. Like, Simp, he's been unreal. Like, we're talking about a guy who's potentially, he could be the best player of all time when it's all said and done, right? Like, if this guy goes out and wins champs this year, he's making an argument for it. So, you know, he's really been turning up as well for this.
Easily.
We need him most.
Yep, but the turn up has really been on London's side right now. And Ali, let's talk about them and let's break it down, girl. Because this team, last time we saw them on screen, they went against the Florida Mutineers, one of my favorite teams, and they spanked them. They spanked them bad, like they forgot to take chicken out the freezer. So my question to you is, heading into this series, though, who's going to be the player?
Can you explain?
Wait, why are you spanking your chicken out of the freezer? That doesn't thaw it faster.
You guys never forgot to take the chicken out the freezer before your mom comes home?
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean,
and then you get spanked.
Beat the hell out of you. The camera guys like, yeah, I used to get whooped, man. Yeah. So, Ali, in this matchup right here, we talk about all the big names on Atlanta FaZe. My question to you is, who do you think is going to step up to the occasion? Who's going to rise up? Afro, Zero, who you got?
I mean, I think we're going to see the consistency out of Trey today. But for me, like I said earlier, I think it's on the likes of now. You got to stop. I keep thinking about, I'm not making chicken for like a week now after that, but I think it's going to be the likes of Nasty. He's been a little bit inconsistent this year, right? But heading into this stage, it has been on the back of Nasty just making clutch plays. Like he would just drop a 3-piece, he would break the hill by himself, and that would be a win from the game at the longevity of it. So I think if he can find some consistency heading into Major 4, they're already 3-0, put themselves in a better situation, maybe go up 4-0 with a win against a team like Atlanta FaZe, they could be a favorite heading into it. So for me, I think that's going to be my player to watch, but when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory.
I'm going to let you guys know right now, Zero's going to have to play the hero, baby. Yo, throughout Hardpoint, when Zero was popping off and dropping 30 bombs and, 15 deaths, that was insane. That's how you take over, and those are plays that we saw happening with Minnesota Røkkr when attachment crazy, and they went undefeated in their run. Trey, a.k.a. Zero, keep it up, baby. But also, they got to get it going in control. 0-3 during the Major IV Qualifiers and 9-0 in Hardpoint and S&D. Nameless, all they got to do is fix control, man. If they're able to do that, this is going to be one of the most well-rounded teams that we have in the league right now.
I mean, we saw a few of their controls as well. I mean, it's been like 1 or 2 situations.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just gets away from you. But yeah, that's definitely the mode where they need the most improvement. We talked to them in interviews. They're aware of what they're doing wrong and the situations where they need to play their life. Afro recently said, like, they just play a little bit too aggressive sometimes. They need to get with their teammates and slow it down, which can make a huge difference when it comes to that game mode. But yeah, I mean, nevertheless, 9-0 across the other 2 game modes, you might be able to get away with losing that one.
I really love this matchup for the simple fact that I might get to see Afro against players like aBeZy and Simp. I've always put high stock in the Afro, and I'm putting high stock into London as well as we get into pick'ems, and that's gonna be my pick to actually win this. I was going with Atlanta FaZe this morning, and I thought about it. I looked at Ali, my hot take twin here on the desk, and I said, you know what? I'm going with the Ravens to win it all. Ali, we're kicking things off on Gavutu. Who do you have winning the first map, and who do you have winning the series?
Whoa, winning the first map, actually, I'm probably going to go on the likes of Atlanta FaZe just because I think they're disgusting at Gavutu. Cell, I believe, has like a 1.49 when it comes to that map and mode alone. But I think in the entire series, I'm going to go with the London Royal Ravens. Even though Atlanta FaZe have been looking gross in the Search and Destroy, like you saw in the graphic, London's also undefeated. And Nasty has a 1.67 Search and Destroy. So there's a lot of head-to-heads in that matchup, and I think the Ravens will pull it out.
Nameless, you've always stood out as a prove it to me type of guy. You don't give just faith or whatever to other people.
Absolutely.
Are you believing in this London team to knock out FaZe in this online match?
No, I'm not believing it. I do believe London is a solid team. They've shown me enough, but I do not think they're going to come in here and beat FaZe right now. I think FaZe is going to bounce back heavily from that last series they had against LAG. A couple small situations in the hard points. Search and Destroy has still been fantastic, and they come out here and they beat London 3-1 fashion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're currently experiencing a small delay due to difficulties with the server right now, but also on the other side, we're trying to get things going as fast as possible, baby. I'm gonna send you guys over to a break. Grab a drink, a snack, grab whatever you need. Come right back. Trust me, when you do, we'll have this first game started. We'll see you guys soon on the other side to kick off this beautiful day of Call of Duty. Catch you on the other side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Go, man. It starts right here. This is the road to champs. Starts right here, bro.
You're riddling me of anticipation, eh?
What's happening? Do not disturb me. Demon time.
Demon time.
Let's get this, man.
Get this, man. This is just another day.
Another day in the
And it's a great day for it. No cap.
Round that like a SWAT team. Try it, dude.
Yeah.
Can you call me the Tuscan God? Will it?
Can I call you what?
The Tuscan God.
The Tuscan? No, why would I do that?
Joey, he can't gas us, but I will. You're the best Tuscan player in the world, baby.
See, there we go.
In sync, baby. In sync. My mom's gonna start yelling at me. We gotta get this going.
Your mom gonna yell at you?
Yeah, it's 7:30. I missed
dinner.
Missed dinner. Dinner? Yeah, she made paschetti.
Hey, yo. Yeah, you're definitely missing that, brother.
I said, Mom,
I just want to
start
play
the game.
Just want to play a game with my friends.
Like,
My dad would literally turn the internet off. My dad would literally go in and unplug the router. No, you're chilling.
No, not the router. I'm gonna have a vibey day, like.
Let's go, baby. Come on. No, you proper have to have a deep, like, thought, bro.
They're absolute meat.
Me, I'm top sirloin.
Why? You're more like a
Fat. All muscle.
What is he,
All
bro?
meat.
Like a cantaloupe.
That's a prey animal.
A grapefruit. No, that's a fruit.
Oh, I'm thinking of You gotta cut this. You're gonna make me look dumb.
Come on.
CDL, do not put that in comms chat because I will get violated.
This is the way the new gen COD kids talk about the old heads.
It's true.
I mean, will I be tweaking it?
Nah. Yeah. Not for me. I would have lost 4 there, bro. I had a bogey in my husband. So. I was getting near there.
That was a good war.
That was a good chess match.
Yo, this is who's big cheese.
I like her in the chat. It's funny to me.
He did it on his own in the previous game, and he may well be doing it here as well.
Interacted to so much harm.
Oh my God! Is gained, and Afro sticks a nade on his head. All of a sudden now it's a 3 versus 2, but Havok will find the kill on the Nasty. That's absolutely massive. 23 seconds remaining. London still work to do. Oh my God!
Oh, and Havok gets another 1 ton.
Factor 1 shot and 1 dump. We're good. Nice.
Oh my! That comes on through, and it just comes on through again for the side of LAG. Nero's left all on his own. He did it on his own in the previous game, and he may well be doing it here as well.
interacting to so much higher.
Oh my God!
Else in this lobby.
Oh,
what? Goes to work again and again.
Again, the SMG's not far behind. Johnny with one brings it to a 3v3.
Johnny just made his way all the way through bottom church. At least causes them some problems. Johnny with the 3-piece. Now forces it to illy in the 1v3 situation. Okay. Johnny, give him the ace.
All right, you beautiful people at home, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I like that shot right there, by the way, but my name is Veli, this is Ali, and also Nameless, and as we are experiencing some technical difficulties and a delay due to the servers, we're just gonna have some fun, break things down and wait for the lobbies to get ready. The players are getting ready as well, but one question to you guys as we, kick off this fill right here, let's have a little hot topic.
What's up?
Give me your top 4 right now for Major IV in New York.
How do you do? Hold on. I want to check out the points first before I make a logical decision as we look across the board.
We can look at the points while talking about it as well.
Yeah,
Production, let's go ahead and do it. We know where Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas are, by the way, on top 2, 280 and also 235, with Seattle Surge and London right behind them. But as we've been talking about it all month long, it's going to be all about the race for points. The bubble is here, baby, and people want to make champs.
I don't think it's too hard to pick this.
This is easy.
I definitely have a different opinion than what Antron was going to say, but I think I got it too. Do you want to go first? You got it.
First.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want me to order them though? Like
order them?
Nah.
No. I feel like it's hard to order them right now.
Well, New York. I'm gonna go with New York number 1.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 2, I'd go with the London Royal Ravens.
Okay.
Number 3, I'd go with Atlanta FaZe, and then number 4 is where it really gets tough. I was thinking maybe Boston Breach because their last 2 games have just been so impressive, but I'm gonna hesitate there, and I'm gonna put Seattle Surge still in number 4 because I feel like they've had a lot of close games, and I think that this is a team, they're coming off of a championship, and it's just that post-championship woes, like complacency setting in. I think they will be fine when they get into the bracket, so I am gonna put them there.
You know what? I was worried he wasn't gonna put Seattle up there.
No, wait, he just said everything I was gonna say word for word. And we finally agree on something. Let's go.
All right. So wait, in the same order as well?
Yeah.
So New York first, London Royal Ravens second, Atlanta FaZe third. Okay, yo, Eggs, how you feeling, baby? Also, we got Boston / Surge is 4th and 5th. I think that's healthy.
I might swap Atlanta and Surge. Maybe, depending on this series up and coming, I might swap those.
I would. You know what? I would swap it because Atlanta can't beat Surge. How could they be above them?
That's Kelly's one note.
No, but seriously, I'm talking about the points right now heading into the next major. The reason why I asked that fun question is because of the simple fact, and it's the obvious fact that we have, the most competitive teams that could actually win a major heading into this, so it's really fun, right? But this matchup right here is a big preview of what's to come. I actually have a whole hard feeling as a former pro player and whatnot, that if Atlanta FaZe with the tough schedule that they have to close out the year, if they're unable to beat London, and I believe they play against Seattle Surge after that, well, I mean, how are you really going to feel pulling up to Brooklyn? Are you really that confident?
I mean, I think like Atlanta FaZe's motto is kind of like, champs is the big picture for them, right? The end of the year, all of these stages for them that they've said, is just fixing things. It's just getting better, putting the pieces together, heading into champs, which is a fair angle to have. I feel like that's an angle not a lot of teams have. A lot of teams are just, very minimal, like we're focused on this matchup, we're focused on tomorrow, we're focused on this stage. Where Atlanta FaZe, they're always about champs, right? So we're just waiting for this team. It's a waiting game for them, for everything to click, or if it even will.
I feel like that's it. Oh, I'm gonna get it for this one. When people say, Atlanta's long game is they're waiting for champs. They're waiting. Well, if they don't win champs, they're waiting for next champs as well. No, we're in a world where it's win now or you just don't win at all. Talk to parents about that.
Let's also talk about it from the perspective, like if they manage to, even if they get second in this next event.
That'd be sexy.
If they get second in this next event and they win champs, that'd be the single greatest season we've ever seen in Call of Duty history. Like that.
I agree.
Most impressive seasons. Like these guys, like think about this game, guys. Like let's put this into perspective since we're on the Atlanta FaZe topic. There's been a different winner of every single event.
Yeah.
They've gotten second. They've managed to find consistency in a game where we've had no consistency in results.
That's a really good point.
So impressive. And they've managed to also remain pretty consistent throughout their other game modes and now improve upon their search and destroy. It's not like they had a stage where they were dominant at search and they were dominant at hardpoint and it flip-flopped back and forth. No. they have been the same team throughout this season. And now when they're finally starting to figure out their S&D, it's, you know, their other game modes are sort of taking a little bit of a hit. That happens with every team that we've seen. Like Seattle went through it as well when they went through their slump, and then they started to win. So I think for FaZe, it is the long game. They are trying to win that championship there at the very end. And how many teams can really focus on that without losing confidence along the way? They're one of the only teams that can really focus on that, not lose that confidence, because they know that they can, when push comes to shove, they can turn up. So they're one of the favorites for me, along with like OpTic Texas, Seattle Surge, when it comes champs time.
Oh, I really hope OpTic really turns up before the next major as well. Give us a good preview, okay? But let's bring in the casters to see how they're doing as well. Who we got? Oh, we got Bryson Tunn. Fellas, how you feeling? How do you guys feel about the conversation we've been having so far?
It's actually a very interesting one, kind of debating where these teams actually sit for. I always say benchmarking is very, very important when we talk about where these teams sit. This game, obvious reasons. If Atlanta FaZe lose this and then go up against Seattle Surge, could be, I think, one of the worst qualifiers we've ever seen them have, Ton. But obviously, that's all hypothetical.
It is all hypothetical. I think, you know, the conversation that we were just having there on the desk is, for me, this one is kind of more of a level of where London are sitting. We know they've been really solid. Even if FaZe were to lose this, there's still the potential for them to go on and obviously win the event over next weekend. But I feel as if London lose this, it kind of puts them out of the conversation for the win for me in a certain respect. I know you can how much do you put into the online result in comparison to their form on LAN, though, is another thing you can talk about. There's so many different theoreticals, Pricey, when it does come down to this matchup, but it should be a good one. No theory needed behind that. Here's the maps and modes, though. Give it a hard point for me. Specifically on this map, Pricey, not too sure on this how it's managed to slip through. As mentioned, London lost 4 of the last 5, have not played it since Gizmo came back into the team. So that's going to be an interesting one. Bakar Search and Destroy, both teams have been good on it recently. Control London have been struggling, but Tuscan end the game on maps 4 and 5 could go either way as well. Honestly, looking at this map set, I only necessarily have 2 maps more or less leaning towards one team, but other than that, I think it could be really tight.
I'll tell you something, this game actually is very interesting to me because Atlanta FaZe, everybody loves to hate Atlanta FaZe. As soon as they show any sign of weakness, it's like, they're not as good as they could be. And that loss, obviously, last week, everybody's talking about it. On the other side of it, London, a resurgence team that we haven't seen in so long, Ton. And this is a big fight for them. If they take down Atlanta FaZe now, they become one of the top teams to everybody to look at going into the major. And that's certainly good news if you're a London fan, especially during this heat wave.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is a little bit warm in the UK at the moment. We don't have the air conditioning. We're struggling to keep up with it. But yes, for London, I think a lot of people coming into this split did not know what we were going to see from this team. But since Gizmo has found his way back into the roster, they have looked lights out. But this is another challenge that is maybe just a step above the rest. Let's see how they're going to do here up against Atlanta FaZe. When it does come down to Kavutu, the records speak for themselves for FaZe. As mentioned, London losing 4 of the last 5. But when it comes to whole percentage, London slightly ahead of FaZe. FaZe very, very solid on this map. We're looking over towards P4. That's where FaZe have a lot of their success. Let's see if they can do so here up against London. It should be an absolute banger to kick off the day.
It certainly should. And into the mixer. You can already see them both heading towards P1. And it will be FaZe who get there first, but the team just posturing for positions as grenades rain down around this hill. Cellium opening up with 2, and Gizmo's going to try and hold his position, see if he can get anybody back, but it's no good.
Not able to happen there. And Zero is a man that we've talked about so many times as of recent, leading the stage in KD at the moment. Fantastic work from him, but can't have that over-reliance on him. Currently, no kills to his name and no points to London's name either, as Gizmo now pushing up through the stairs will get dealt with. My goodness me, it's a fantastic hold by Atlanta FaZe. 20 seconds to go. They could get pretty much a full hold on this one. 50 points heading over towards P2 is not the start that London would have wanted.
I managed to get 2 points here, and it's opened up boat just a little bit, but aBeZy is going to be bottom cliff, and they are hunting him down. London have got bodies into boat when they need to try and get these points back. And you can see they're looking for him. Sim absolutely guns Afro down.
Can they keep this hold, though, here, London? Well, there is an answer. Gizmo, Nasty combining well. Now they have the whole side of the map locked on down. You can see one player pushing up towards the cliff side. That's going to be Gizmo finding 2. Good work from him, cutting off the head of the snake. Atlanta FaZe struggling to get much map purchase here. Ravens have answered what was a very, very good hold over towards P1 from FaZe. 30 seconds now ticking in here for Ravens. Could very well take the lead. They got the side of the map that they want heading over towards P3. It's start over towards the second hill.
Yeah, completely changed the pace onto this one, and obviously you now see Atlanta FaZe basically just struggling all over the map. Zero opening up with 2 as well, and that's a 4 streak for him, going for that P1 control. And if you're an Atlanta player, you are looking to try and get up this map, but no control for them so far, and they are just running into the autos of London.
Good hold so far from London. Afro in the middle of the map, nicely done, and that is just completely flawless from inside London. May well have had a shaky start, and honestly, I was a little bit worried for them after seeing what happened to them on P1. But since then, it has been pretty much perfect hard point. 0 inside the point on a 5 spray. You would very much like to make that 7, help his team along. Keep an eye on aBeZy. Has slipped the net of London players. It's going to be a spawn over towards green for some more players from FaZe. So London, it's a hard hold from here.
It is, and they're trying to hold it as well, and Zero gets his 6th.
Big.
Looking for it. I saw a player there. I don't know if Zero did. Of course he did. He's got better eyes than me, but he will be taken down by Arcitys. And now the control. Atlanta FaZe have it. London going to have this back spawn, which does mean they want to push this hard and fast. They tried not only take these players out, but then rotate for this next hill straight away. And it all comes down to judging it. You can already see a London player slipping the net. It's Zero going for these rotations.
Yeah, that kill over towards Zero. Let's see if you can find something. 8 and 3. Good way to kick things up, but just to remind you, FaZe are the #1 team on this hill. They outscore opponents by 19 points on average, which is really, really quite awesome, to be fair. A 44% break rate as well on top of it. The Ravens now looking to push. They do get the majority of that scrap time. We've got a very decent lead, but FaZe could very much cut that quickly here over towards P4. No break coming here for London yet. They're being patient.
They're trying to get their way through here, and they get a couple of kills, but Cellium and aBeZy get 2 back. 2 versus 2 now. Afro going in, hoping to break this deadlock as he heads towards Dark and finds 1 kill, but already that's going to be traded back and forth. And this is why it's so difficult to dig teams out of it. Those quick reinforcements, unless you can push them all the way back, as Zero tries to play the hero play, isn't going to work out. London are just not able to get enough bodies into this hill at the moment.
But they prevented FaZe from getting a whole load of points completely uncontested. Afro in and amongst the point, finds the kill. Well played. As Gizmo will find the movement there as well. Rotation starting to come in with 20 seconds remaining on the hill. Cellium going to try and take it into his own hands. And the break comes back from FaZe. But for that rotation that they had over, they were 50 points behind when we headed over. As we head over towards P5, they're going to still be around 30 or so. So that was damage limitation for the side of London. And damage has been limited quite significantly there.
Has, and they've done a very good job there. I almost felt kind of cursed of the caster. We saw the players instantly break it, but London is set up now, and it's going to be a little bit of a stretch here for Atlanta FaZe. They have to try and get in position to take this away. Simp may be the first man on it, but he has been seen and has been shot and goes for the chow, and Zero goes down. Absolutely no fear from Simp as he tries to move in a position to help out his teammates once again. Gizmo's already managed to get 2, slowing down the push. Simp's looking for Afro, and off the top right he'll get it, but Zero shuts him down from both. Atlanta FaZe will have the spawns.
Yeah, they will have the spawns. Really nice flip coming in there from FaZe. Slowly and methodically working their way around. Cellium starting to heat up just a little bit as well. The ARs on London have really been outperforming the guys on FaZe so far. But if Arcitys and Cellium can continue to wake up here, they will find themselves well and truly back into this game. But London trying their best to get through. Afro can find 1, but that will be it. So the setup over towards P1 is now coming in. These are still going to be behind, but bear in mind some of the swings we've had on this one. The whole percentage very much coming on through. 80% of both, it's 81% for both teams on the whole percentage on this map. We've seen good examples of that so far. When the team gets there first, they momentarily are locking down the majority of time. So let's see if they can do so here. Once again, big gunfight from Gizmo as we head into the 10th or 15th second over towards P1.
And they're trying to break this one, and London are doing a great job to continue to hold against all of this pressure. Cellium going to try and hit the pinch here. This may prove great for them. Let's listen in on how FaZe are doing right now.
Low beach weak. I like it short rotate. I don't want shot anymore.
Hey, you got me top ring or top.
I don't want shot.
Let's go ahead and use Get the boat.
Oh my god. I'm going through. They shouldn't expect it.
I'm looking at the side boat. I'm looking at the
side mid boat somewhere.
I need to boat.
Yeah, you're top boat.
Yo, short, nasty.
I'm laying there side boat.
I don't see anything.
I'm point.
Mid dead. I see that. I'm on a streak. I'm finding that side, Chris.
I'm looking at cages.
Yeah, we did not.
I went top.
Okay, I got time.
I'll see top.
Top cliff, top cliff.
I'm trying.
Top cliff. What's up, mid, Afro? Afro dead mid. One top cliff for something. He's top cliff.
Nice, I have time. I don't see any middle. I don't see any. No, behind me, Arcitys.
I pinch.
We might flip back. He's top cliff.
Yeah, we might flip.
Okay, we didn't flip them.
There's two middle. Nine on me. One shot. That's one shot middle.
Good shit. Where?
He was fire rock.
No, he didn't.
Wow, and aBeZy really heating things up there, slaying London all over the map and eventually taking the lead. The pressure will now be on the London Royal Ravens. Let's find out how they are doing with a listen in.
Simp has streaks, okay? Simp has streaks.
I need a new.
Red tower. Two, go on. I'm watching. I can't see him.
In time. Oh, she's in time. We can still on the god hoodie.
Where's he in time? Where?
In the tank. Sorry.
Push back.
One more squad. Just get him now.
Nice, one more thing. I'm trying to. What's moving?
He has streak, doesn't he? Simp's beyond. Yeah, he does.
That's streak. I've been hitting inside my dyer. Honestly, my dyer. Yeah, go get some.
Simp's already beyond. I'm saying
I'm pushing time.
One shot. Sorry, made a week.
Get him a cut. Pinch me.
Yeah, he got me. Nice.
Kill. Good shot.
Go across. Simp dead. Simp one shot on you.
One shot on you.
Dead. When we cut open.
They did you. I make it up.
Push out. We can time and close mid cut.
At a time.
I'm finishing bow and I'm laying bow.
Nice.
Oh, London battling for it as well. You also heard the call come in. Simp has streaks, something they keep an eye on. And speaking of streaks, Simp is on another one. And the last chow comes in here for this. And the rotation is also going to be in for FaZe. They're in a great position, Ton.
Yeah, as soon as Simp started to heat up, FaZe have sold themselves fantastically done. Over towards P3. Hold over towards P2 is really good as well. But can the break come in here for London when they really do need it? FaZe can find the win here. 0 with 2 though to open things up. London need to get themselves inside for at least 10 seconds here, just to mess with the fact that FaZe can win it. Over towards P4. They're trying to go through the front door as best as they can. Nasty and Gizmo's still here, Bryce.
They're doing the work for it as well as Kismet puts the smack down. Gets it, but that will be a nade that takes him down as well. Afro now diving into this at the same time. London putting the pressure on as much as they can onto FaZe, hoping to find some magic at the bottom of this barrel. But it's still FaZe with the spawns, and it's still FaZe holding it for now. But enough players here from London may be able to put them in the spawn trap.
Yeah, they can do. They can be put into the blender here if London can lock down some sightlines. aBeZy and Cold, the grenade's going to try and find their way out and will do so. But as said, once again, it's the same thing. FaZe were the first ones here, but for London, it's damage limitation. How has Gizmo found that second one? Will not find a third onto Cellium. That will be 7 seconds over towards FaZe. Rotation in for London once more. They find themselves 20 points behind, make that 25. As we head over towards P5 now. Ravens can win here, but crucially, so can FaZe.
And this is the big thing, and FaZe will be sick with that hold. That was not as clean as they wanted. And now the hard job. Get all the way across the map. Find a way to break this. And at the moment, it's not working. London still have control. And they have to get past Gizmo. They have to get past Zero, who are just gunning at FaZe all over this map. Simp eventually finds one towards green. Gizmo still doing the work he needs to. Afro is going to be looking for Simp. He knows he was here. Still looking for him. Simp is on a bit of a 10. No way! Eventually, Afro does shut him down, but that hill is open.
Yeah, Simp just completely breaks the door open for his side. Just goes through completely undetected, but Ravens still close at this moment in time. The kill starting to come through for the Royal Ravens. It looks like a player just broken behind, not quite. Simp will find one. Ravens 10 away. They can't quite win it here though. So rotation over towards P1 is going to be important. But look at that from Zero. Secures the final few seconds. Ravens just need a touch.
And somehow we weren't able to get anything into it.
Oh my goodness.
And now London have to go. There was a long way to get into P1 here. They need 1 second. Simp already calling in the glide bomb. All those information will be screamed out to his teammates about everywhere London could possibly be. Can London find something in 8 seconds?
Panicking.
They have to sprint. They have to go. And they have to try and get at least a contest onto this. Into goes Afro. Afro goes in. And nobody was on the hill. Nobody was on the hill. What have we just seen? Atlanta FaZe had it, but they didn't leave enough players on. And one chow has just shot down Atlanta FaZe.
One gunfight does it. How on earth? I know FaZe what they're watching, and you can see Simp dies over towards the boat side, but that one gunfight that Afro, again, kind of has no right to win, flies through, and that does the job. I mean, look, London did all the hard work before that, and it felt like FaZe were going to secure it. 0 with that kill there, that's absolutely huge. That puts Ravens within the touching distance. This setup from FaZe, though, looks so good. aBeZy, that gunfight into Afro is massive. Simp finds another. That's beach control now as well for FaZe, with the glide bomb ready to come in. Don't hate when he calls it at all. This is a good time for me, Brycey, to be honest with you. They're close, they're thereabouts.
I thought it was
Finds
done.
the kill, gets the info as well. At that stage...
Afro. It's Afro with a
I thought it
slide
was done.
cancel. Watch it as it goes in towards him. He's the only person he has to beat one gunfight. That's it. He just has to beat aBeZy. There is nobody else in the hill. There is nobody else to block this. Arcitys was not watching the stairs. And Atlanta FaZe should have held that for 3 more seconds. They had the bodies and the position, but they left it down to a 50-50 gunfight. I think Arcitys went over when Simp got killed. Like, that is insane. One gunfight won it for them in the end. I can't deal with it. They're going to be so annoyed that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, you can't just put it on that moment. I would say that, you know, throughout the rest of the game. We talked about these rotations, and when the teams are holding these hills down, how many points they are securing here. Rotation starts coming through for both teams. They're doing very well. But London just did so well. Both times they didn't have rotation over towards P4, and we know how good FaZe are there. But it was almost a crutch for FaZe there that they had to do well there, because everywhere else London were beating them to it. FaZe, for the most part, over towards P4, locked down so much time. Both times they went over, they had rotation, and London just didn't make it comfortable for them. I think FaZe probably came out on top. Let's not get it twisted. They probably did over towards P4. But the thing is, London stopped them getting as much as they usually would do. They were in through the front door. They were making it awkward. And on occasion, they were very much finding points of their own. So they were the damage limitation time and time again when you are losing that P4 rotation come through for London. They would always have the rotation over towards P5. They would get great time there. And then from there, with the fact that they're 1 point away, yes, FaZe probably should have closed it out here. But you can't put it all just on that one moment though. There was multiple points, wasn't there? Oh yeah, I mean they still should have done it. Right. Yeah. So sorry. Bright, I can hear you. The stream cannot right now. So everything he said, stream, was completely correct. Moments, a couple of issues in the audio section here. For now, we'll get it sorted. But Gavutu, either way, is going to go over towards this side of London, 250 to 247. And it's just those final moments, though. There has been an issue, I would say, from on a couple of occasions of maps that you feel that they shouldn't be losing, and that's one of them. I would say a couple of occasions that you felt they should have been further in the lead, but full credit over towards the London Royal Ravens, 250 to 247. And for me, that's a huge win for them. I hope I've got you back.
I think you have. Yeah, I think you have. I was basically explaining the way that hill should usually work and what happens, because something we don't probably talk about is the fact that technically London were what we call staggered, right? So players weren't all in the right position for map control. Essentially, with players coming off respawn, they don't have the advantage in the trades because you cannot concentrate your team in enough time. It also meant, because there were so few seconds left, London couldn't afford to take position. They basically had to run at the hill. That should usually favor Atlanta FaZe in every single scenario. But that one kill that happened towards B, kind of B control point, and then like that shifted just enough for us to take his eye off of it. And then with one player in the hill, there was no time for Atlanta FaZe to basically like reset their battle line for that one kill that came through. Call it a mistake, call it whatever, but like that game was done in my mind.
Well, it is done. It's done and dusted now, but it will be the Ravens who take it away. Bakaj Search and Destroy coming up next, and as you can see from the offensive and defensive win and first blood percentages, both teams very similar in a certain kind of way. Those first bloods not necessarily at the highest level for both these squads, but the offensive win percentage is definitely there for the side of FaZe. Can they make it count here over towards map number 2? Honestly, looking at the grand scheme of things in this series, I had that map down as a FaZe one. I'm sure Ali mentioned it as well. Can they get it done here though on Bakaj? to tie things up. This map for me is super crucial because I know how well that FaZe can do on this map. But London have looked fantastic so far. They're 4-0 in Search and Destroy over the regular season at the moment. Can they keep up that form?
Let's find out. Obviously, a bit of a regain, but anything could happen in the rest of this series. It's slow at the moment on Bacage. Teams feeling themselves and just trying to figure out where to apply this pressure. London are going to lose first blood, though.
Arcitys position, well, Nasty and Co making sure they are making their movements over towards A, which is obviously the more typical for that side. You need to find a kill, though. That first blood, always difficult to come back against if you are the attacking team. Simp just playing close angle here. He's going to fly out, and Afro wasn't expecting it. Sends a couple of bullets back the other way, but not quite enough. This should be a FaZe round to kick things off. Dominant from the side of FaZe, and that's the kind of round that you need after you've had a bit of a shaky end towards a map that they would have definitely felt they should have won. To come in there, dominant round and round number 1 of the Search and Destroy is the best way to kick it off.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed to keep going. I'll be honest with you, I'm going to be perfectly concise with this right now. I'm still trying to replay that entire last situation in my head. I've got to get into this next game. We kind of got straight through it.
Come on, lock in.
I need a regain more than anybody else does. But yeah, still, that kind of blows this series entirely open. Atlanta FaZe will be looking to try and bring this back to 1-1 after a disappointing finish. But London now spreading out. They've all kind of just played this a little bit slow. They're going to be looking for position here as they go through. As Nasty and Simp do exchange bullets, but Nasty stays alive.
Yeah, Nasty taking a couple to the face there. Has to be careful. Seemed like there was a specific strap there from Ravens over towards the B side. Grenades heading over, presumably towards the end of River, closer to the tank. Maybe expecting a rush to come through from FaZe. Doesn't pay off this time, but keep an eye on. And we do advance on. Shots being raining through from both two teams. First gunfight going to go over towards aBeZy. And a pretty, let's say, average to put on map number 1. Needs to step it up here. Arcitys will find the kill on the Nasty. And Afro Co need to do the work over towards Grandma's. Afro will make it a little bit easier, but 2 versus 3 here for the defensive side of Royal Ravens. Not an ideal spot to be in.
We see Zero trying to make a bit of a route here. Afro might try and be a hero player again. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. And he's just running about. He does not want to get pinned down by this FaZe team. And it looks like they might commit to A here. He's going to pop out at the wrong time. Afro, did they see him? I think they did it as a shout from aBeZy. And Afro says, thank you very much. Cellium, I think, also saw him at the same time. And it's chaotic. And Zero is going to go for this one straight away. And Cellium somehow gets away from it as well. And not going to be able to get that turn on.
Wow.
What a crazy ending. The Ravens clutch up.
It's a 2 versus 4. That's one of those situations, again, if you're FaZe, these are the ones you need to be closing out. And it feels like FaZe... This is probably going to sound stupid. I thought it in my mind, and I said it in my head, and I was like, this is going to sound weird. But it feels like they're in control till they're not. And but it happens so often. It feels like they can't do anything wrong, and then bang, something can change so fast against this FaZe squad. End of the hard point. Rounds like that. Sometimes these things do happen, but on the side of FaZe, they need to start locking some of these moments in where they should absolutely not be losing. Yes, okay, some of them can happen, but it's happening a lot at the moment.
He's trying to get it as well, and that's 3 down already. The game is pretty much done. Kismet left alive on the tank, and he's going to get chowed by 2 players of FaZe, and that round is over.
I mean, they just hit each other over towards A and hit each other hard. Simp coming out on top with 3 kills to his name. He's having a good series now. 5-1 here. He was really the catalyst for what was somewhat of a comeback from FaZe in map number 1. If he can keep this up, FaZe have very much got a good chance in this series. But London Royal Ravens still very much in it. Only 2-1, but a good round of the young god. Can he keep things up? 5-1.
Simp just took that last one personally. He was having a great time there in the hard point. Can they do anything else with this one? There's going to be a fight already. I think somebody got through there, but already Kismet with a little bit of pressure has taken down Simp. London have the advantage in numbers.
Got a hold of the bomb as well. I think that would have been called out. Zero's in a bit of trouble. aBeZy, though, just about gets away. I'm not quite sure how. 10 HP in a dream. Now dead. Afro will fly on through. Back the beef. It's a 2v4 for FaZe.
They're going to be seeing if they can bring these numbers anywhere back to the realms of possibility. And Nasty has been challenged by Cellium and has been taken down. Got to be careful as they push through here. I think Arcity's been seen as well. He's going to go down. It's now a 2 versus 1, and Cellium gets gunned. Afro is on it today. Unbelievable. He is such a difficult player to deal with. And he's been just causing issues all over the map. Currently 7-2. That last round as well, you could see him pulling Atlanta FaZe apart. And then the 2-piece to end this round.
I think you called it completely correctly there. He's feeling it. When Afro has that confidence, he's one of the best in the game. In terms of one-on-one gunfights, there's not many other people that can do that to Cellium. Of course, you know, when it comes down to Vanguard, the time to kill is very, very low. And, you know, these snappy, twitchy fights working out in Afro's favor this time. Are 7-2 out of him. 2-2 in the game. Curious to see how things can continue here. Both two teams have such great KDs when it does come down to Picard Search and Destroy. Simp with a 1.4, Arcitys a 1.39, Afro 1.32, Zero 1.25. These are crazy. They're literally 4 of the top 5 KD leaders going up against each other.
And London have decided not to go for this B push. They are going to get everybody over towards 8. I think it was Gizmo who was watching over this side, and he knows that nobody pushed up for it, so it's giving them the confidence to actually make a move here. This bomb goes down. It's going to be a retake for Atlanta FaZe. Arcity's going to be on it, but he won't be able to see anybody. Bomb down, 4v4.
Oh, aBeZy's going to get aggressive immediately. They won't be expecting Afro there. They'll go for the check and get back inside. The cover in from God Tank from Gizmo. Does not quite find the gunfight. Shots going in from Arcitys. 1 HP and a dream gets out. Nobody dying somehow, some way. Eventually, aBeZy will find the kill. 26 seconds to go. FaZe have still got work to do. There's another one, 2v4.
The time might be a problem here for Atlanta FaZe. They have to commit everything for it. Afro going to get 1. Does and tries to get out. Looks for the second. Afro! No way! No way he's doing this again. He's on a 5 streak. They're coming towards him. Doesn't get the 3rd, and it's not going to be enough. A hero play only lasts as long as you're alive. And Atlanta FaZe hold after Afro almost puts them to the sword again. What is this S&D?
It's a valiant attempt. Let's have a look at that one again in a second. Afro nearly gets it. Oh, 1 more kill there, and he might have had the jump, because, I mean, FaZe kind of have to jump on at this stage, so 20 seconds remaining. Gets on the point. This second one is absurd. Oh, my goodness. That's a bit of crazy reg. Neither way. Simp dies very, very quickly. Can't quite solidify, but London very, very close once more. Such close rounds. A lot of these moments coming down to 1 or 2 gunfights around. 3-2 now to FaZe. Ravens very much in touch here on the back of a 9-3 from Afro.
And after those kind of crazy rounds, everything slows down. The team's looking for this first blood again. Might be Nasty, who's pushing up just a little bit. Does he get aggressive here, or is he just waiting to execute if they know where they're going? Afro's going to be inside there already. Cellium gets it onto Nasty. This gives confidence to Atlanta FaZe now.
Can they open up a gap here? Oh, did he see Afro?
I think.
You see him. They won't be expecting 2 to be in here, though. They will not. Irrelevant if FaZe get the bomb down here. They're going to push in.
They're waiting.
It's Zero.
They're waiting for him.
This is perfect for London. Can they lock this down?
Cellium has sent him low.
Afro gets him off the bomb.
He does. And now Atlanta FaZe, it's all about time again. Afro again. Afro just everywhere. This man is speed.
I love this play. I love this play from Arcitys. Surely just go plan B. He's flanking around himself, though. Now, who's got who in what position? Afro and Gizmo are ready and waiting. 13 seconds to go. You gotta go if you're Arcitys.
He's gonna commit. He's gonna look for Afro, and Afro shuts him down. Cellium looking for this last player, and of course, it's gonna be Gizmo. And the London Royal Ravens walk away with it. I cannot take these S&Ds. Arcitys went for the big play.
Oh.
And it comes down to 1v1 again.
That got very scary for Gizmo a second there. As soon as I see Cell sliding through, it's like, uh-oh. But for me, that Arcitys picks up the bomb, and I thought the play was immediately go over towards B. I mean, it's easy for us to say because we know that both players are over towards there. And how would they know if there was nobody over towards B? But relevant, it felt like that was what he was going to do, and ultimately it would have worked. Either way, into the next round, 3-3. This has been a crazy game of Search so far. Nasty is just here for the ride.
Yeah, I can't believe Afro's stealing all his kills. It's just
That's
rude.
Crazy. Like what happens to me in every single rank game, boys.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Stealing my kills, mate. That's all it is.
And the S&D slows down again, and considering the kind of like anticlimactic, because at the end of every round, it's coming down to just half an inch there. One misstep. And you can see they're trying to figure this one out. FaZe hold. He's going to see Gizmo, who takes a couple of bullets to the teeth, but it's not going to be enough to put him down.
It's rotating around very slow here from the Ravens. This is something a bit more of the playbook of Atlanta FaZe. A bit more of a neutral setup for the side of London, looking for a pick, but FaZe, at this moment in time, offering them very, very little. Simp is going to peek his head, and he's going to get it taken off. First kill for Nasty might be an influential one. His Ravens now in a 4v3, but time is not on their side. Make it 3v3.
Kismet all the way around back there and goes down, but it will be brought back from, you can see, the corners come in. However... What? I don't even understand how Afro did that, but he's gone down and Cellium's going to try and make a play. He didn't know the guy was on bomb. He's going to find the players and just die. I can't take these S&D rounds. What are we just seeing? How did Afro make that kill?
I'm still trying to pick my jaw up off the floor. What on earth was that?
I don't understand.
Nah, whoa.
That's like something out of anime. Like, aBeZy had him. And everyone just went, nope. It's nothing personal, kid.
Oh my word. He just sent... I literally just sent aBeZy to the upside down there. That was crazy. 13-4. It's the Afro show. My goodness. 4-3 up. Here we go. Aggressive round coming out from Atlanta FaZe over towards A. Not typically something that works for them, but they have control now. Bombs going down. First blood Nasty.
Atlanta FaZe desperately tried to right this ship. They do not have the numbers, but they do have bomb down, and they are going to play around it. aBeZy will be the first man here. He has Overwatch from Cellium, but the pressure will come through. Afro already trying to make a push towards that bomb site. Pushing through, and it's going to be aBeZy to find the first. Looking for anything more as he goes for it, but of course Afro shuts him down. Now they have to get away forward here.
Oh, Cellium's been gunned as well. Nasty finds it. Oh, and Afro will find the kill on Arcitys, who, God tell me, please, he was weak. The kill will come through nonetheless, and so will the defuse. Nasty with 2 kills that
like
round.
16-4?
I don't even know how to explain this. This is wild. Like, I've never seen someone so confident in every single gunfight. Arcitys, yes, of course, was weak. 15-4 now, but Nasty really has started to wake up a little bit, and that's now with Ravens starting to extend this lead, starting to stretch their legs a little bit. First blood in the previous round from Nasty, first blood in that one as well. Good play from the Ravens for the retake there. And again, those fast A breakoffs do not work for FaZe. They're 3-9 when they make that fast A push. Not working that time. Ravens map point.
Atlanta FaZe have to hold here. It will go down 2-0 in this series. And then they got to do it 2 more times. London, slow at the moment, waiting to figure out where to apply this pressure. And look, the players slowly heading towards Barn. It does kind of stink of an A push.
It's looking that way. FaZe offering nothing over towards that A side, though. No picks to be had. Very much looking for maybe a retake scenario here. London haven't found themselves in a position to be retaken, though. Quite yet. It's very slow. Somebody who is not slow is this man. 15-4 out of Afro. Can he be the one to find the break? But as I said, FaZe not really in and around the site here. It's only really aBeZy who's in a position to do something about this bomb going down. Cellium will find the first kill, though. Now this is an awkward situation for London. They've taken too much time to get here. 28 seconds remaining and 2v4.
Yeah, they put an awful lot of time trying to make this play, and now they don't have the numbers. And Cellium, that's a crazy chow. Doesn't wait for it. Simp's going to find the first. It's finds 0 as well. And Atlanta FaZe do get one back onto the board. London burnt the time for the pick, but no pick was coming.
Yeah, FaZe just don't offer anything. Well played from Simp, though. There's a second. Gizmo never going to be able to answer that, and 0 gets snapped onto. Would have been dead to rights anyway, but much better from FaZe. Very patient. Played that quite passively, but that was fine, because so did London. As soon as that time is burned, London are a difficult spot. When you play that pick scenario, and you let that time dwindle down, it's never on your side as the attacking team. Now it's their turn to defend. Can they close it out before we see around 11 here?
Well, if you're Atlanta FaZe, just trying to make sure you don't lose that first blood. You see all the way back, they are waiting. Arcitys sitting well back in spawn. aBeZy will have bomb, but I don't think he's going towards B. I got a feeling they'll try and make this A play again.
And again, though, I mean, similar. It's pretty much a carbon copy of what FaZe did in the previous round. Ravens, very passive, just giving up that A side. Yes, okay, they do have Nasty over towards that back tank. Is the utility there for FaZe, though? Grenades already being used by Simp. Shots going out across the map. Nothing taken, though, but the squad still 4v4. Time is dwindling. Gizmo first blood. Gizmo second blood.
Cellium now to 1v4, and it's not going to happen. It's no good. The London Royal Ravens put out a FaZe in the dirt on that S&D, mostly off the back of Afro. I don't usually like to highlight players. This is a team game, but some of the things he was doing on that map will probably be GA at some point. What a ridiculous run from the Ravens. The hard point may have been close, but you felt like London were in control for a good portion of that S&D.
I mean, what can you do when Afro's running around like that? It was like he was living in the server. That was wild how fast he was killing people, just flying around the place, and the reactions are insane every single time. That gunfight on aBeZy in Bomb Grandma's, I need to see it again. I'm not sure aBeZy will want to ever again himself. That was... I don't even feel like aBeZy even did that bad in that gunfight.
I think he may have missed the first bullet and then just died. It was actually insane. I don't really understand what happened, but unreal.
Ridiculous game out of Afro. And I mean, I feel like I've said it throughout the season. One of those players that you kind of think about in terms of, you know, those fast gunfights. Afro is one of them. He's got to be a nightmare for anybody pushing Grandmas. Let's have a look.
Go down.
Does he land?
1, 2,
he dead. I mean, he hit the first bullet, which in Vanguard usually means you win the gunfight.
Hit the second bullet as well, Ton, and then just died. Didn't hit any more.
Oh man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. That is a crazy game out of Afro specifically. 6-4 for the Ravens. And as I mentioned, I do want to give a shout out on a nasty day. Had a slow start, finds a couple of first bloods, so which are paramount to Ravens finding a couple more rounds to solidify that win. So 2 very close maps lead us to a 2-0 Ravens lead, Bryce. My goodness.
It certainly does, and it has been an incredible series so far. The hard point was close. The S&D glorious. We'll have to see how the control goes. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is our Scuff player of the game, or should I say player of the game, because it's all Afro all the time.
My goodness me, I was just tweeting out there, as far as solo performances go on a map, that has to be up there throughout this year. If I'm just not recalling that many, then tell me. If it's my bias towards European teams, I don't care, because that's I mean, it was pretty insane though. Fantastic stuff from Afro, and again, he's that kind of player you think in and around Gromos, these very close SMG fights. Who do you want to be going against? Not this guy. Crazy game, a 3.2 KD against FaZe.
Yeah, I 11 non-traded kills. Like it is kind of insane, and like I said before, it's always difficult for me to talk about a solo player because there are a lot of factors that go into it, from the call-outs to the players having his cut. But the truth is, when you look at the plays he was actually making, the things he was doing, they were not only the kills he made, but how important they were and the situations he was in. He pulled FaZe apart in several scenarios. He got first bloods. He got the trades when he needed them. In essence, it's a lot to get a player into that position from the Ravens, but he performed above and beyond what was even expected for him in those scenarios.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what he was doing as well, of course, winning his gunfights every single time, it felt like, but very unpredictable plays from him as well. The Ravens did set him up in a couple of situations, but there was moments where he would just, I think in that 2v4, I think he flew out a bottom Gromos and it just went for FaZe. And it's just things like that. When you're in a 2v4, playing the conventional slow kind of play, you're always just going to get out of them. That sort of situation, you push forward, you take the situation into your own hands. And Afro did that in so many different ways. FaZe now backs against the wall. But moving on into the rest of the series here, Bryce, I will say building control. If Gavidu hardpoint was for the side of FaZe and they lose it, building control definitely is there. Although London have not done so hot on control so far this season, but FaZe are on a 3 games losing streak, so actually I don't know what I'm talking about at this stage. Who is doing worse is this kind of how we're going to put it off, because at this moment in time London have not looked fantastic when it has come down to control. Can they turn it around here? Can FaZe turn it around here? They absolutely have to.
Yeah, not only this, but obviously it kind of sets a precedent for FaZe. They've got Seattle next as well. It could be one of the worst qualifiers they've actually had. That's not what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan coming into this point of the year, but it doesn't seem like they're in too bad of spirits about it. You can see a couple of smiles coming through for Atlanta FaZe, so maybe the regain is on the cards. The other story, of course, about this is going to be the London Royal Ravens. Apparently Gizmo is like just returning, and it has changed the fate of this squad potentially. Vibes seem to be flowing. It's a complete reconnect. The one thing is, even when Gizmo was back kind of before he left for a little while, this London team didn't look this good. They kind of fallen off a bit, but hey, maybe they're back in a honeymoon period. Maybe they're looking incredibly dangerous towards the end of the year. Can they put FaZe down 3-0 right now is the question.
I mean, it would be a taller still for all that FaZe have not looked good recently on this map. Control recently for the Ravens has been substandard. Everything else has been sensational. But let's not detract away. There is 3 game modes. You still need to be good at all 3. When you are very, very good at the 2 that you have 2 maps of, yes, okay, that is the better situation to be in, but they will want to sharpen up on their control. Good way to do it here up against FaZe. Yet on to Berlin. They've lost it 3 times in a row. Ravens not good over their last 5 either. So let's see if things can get going. Either one of these teams own control. It's either going to be a 3-0 for Ravens or a potential start of the comeback here for FaZe.
Well, at the moment, London just trying to get B locked down, and Zero just saying, all right, that's a bit of an overextension from you. You can sit down while I keep this open.
For the side of Ravens, currently 1-8 in their attacking rounds on Berlin over their last 9, of course. Last in offensive round win percentage. So getting a hold of B is a good start, of course. The push over towards A is where it is a little bit more difficult. Nasty is going to be dealt with over towards that side. And FaZe can now set themselves up over towards Train. Plenty of control here. It will force Ravens to push through fire. Ready and waiting as aBeZy.
Oh, Afro's going to find Cellium, but there is one more player left, and that's going to be Arcitys at the back, and they're going to try and deal with him first before they make this push through ticket. You can see him, Afro. That is an ambitious chow, and eventually he is going to go down. And FaZe still playing this pretty much textbook as they continue to rotate through that A site and push out ticket. Somebody will be watching this flank, though.
Well, Nasty has actually found a route through. Arcitys will get taken down. So for the side of Ravens, these gunfights are very, very important. Gizmo will find one. If Simp can find a second here onto Gizmo, that would be massive, fantastic shots. Eventually, it will be Cellium left alone, and he will find the gunfight onto Afro, but London are in the point. That's big.
He's going to get it in, and he's going to try and find Nasty as well. He knows exactly where he is, and he's going to eventually get help from his teammate. And FaZe stopped that first hit going through. And Simp is down towards the back. Surely not. Eventually, Afro does take him down, but he is alone.
London are getting players through, but it seems to only be one at a time. Afro now just trying his best to survive, but FaZe do know where he is. Gotta go for the challenge here. Surely will be challenged from the other side. Yep, aBeZy will find that kill. A little bit more purchase for FaZe, but Ravens have made their way up the map a little bit more. They were very much stuck over towards the dock side. Now in a much better position to try and find an attack from. Nasty.
That's a big two. Doesn't have players in around this if they can make it, but Simp is trying to do something here, but Gizmo and Nero get it as well. They're back into it, and Afro gonna be on the flag. He's looking for the players, finds a two-piece, and they're now coming off a spawn, and Afro's going for the chow, because of course he is. A Cellium dropped as well. Afro says, thanks for the setup, teammates. I'm ready to clear platform down. Two players have got him weak, though. 6 health. Surely can't survive any longer. Eventually will go down. FaZe get a couple of kills, and London are trying to get it, but Gizmo gets his own too. Unbelievable plays.
Fantastic from the side of Ravens to make this very difficult now for FaZe. 7 lives remaining, but FaZe have actually found a little bit of purchase here. 4 members up. They're able to push forward. Ravens need to take their time here. Don't get a little bit too overzealous in this position. From me, for Afro, I'd like to see him wait on his teammates. On occasion, that's the sort of thing that can kind of go wrong with a player like that. You want to release them all the time, but in that scenario, look at the lives, take your time, see the map control you had. Now you don't have it. Cellium 5 spree. It's a 6v5. It's turned around very, very quickly, but still 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you have to give credit to FaZe here as well. Yeah, that was an 100%. Incredible scenario to come back from, Ton. Like, I thought that game may have been done after Afro got 3, but it wasn't to be. Somehow they have held back. London will get 2 ticks onto B. Very, very important for them. And unless they make a big kind of string of kills now, I'm just not sure they can get through.
5v4. Gunfights are massive, make that a 5v3. Simp surviving. Arcitys did so well to do so down this left-hand side. Don't think London are close enough. Cellium on a 6 spree. He'd love to make it a 7. There it is. Give him number 8 as well. Not quite, but it's an Atlanta FaZe win, round number 1. A one that they really had to fight for there, though. Bryce was looking so controlled, and all of a sudden, Afro bursts through the front door, finds a few. But my only query around that for London is that Afro's finding those kills there. FaZe aren't answering back. How are London not closer to capturing that point? How are they not there to back them up? I think somebody was looking
for the last player, and maybe they just got caught out a bit. But you are right. I kind of thought that London may have had a few more bodies into that point. But again, that's why you have to give so much credit to Atlanta FaZe. They made a comeback in a position that is very, very difficult for, especially with Gizmo getting 2 more in that point. It could have been all over for them.
It just felt like with the pressure that Afro had, like, how are they not much further forward? How is there nobody there? Either way, doesn't matter now. You lose the round, not the end of the world. It's an 8 spree for Cellium, though. Starting to heat up in this series, is he? Maybe just a little bit. It could be a problem for the side of the Royal Ravens. Nasty will fall. 9 in a row now from Cell. That glide bomb is nice to have, of course, for the side of FaZe and for Cellium, but as far as maps go, this is probably the least effective to have that glide bomb on, but nonetheless, you take it every single time you get it.
It's all gone a bit quiet. You can see Atlanta FaZe want to execute, but with Nasty shutting down Secret, it's not going to really give them the opportunity they want to squeeze. You can already see the FaZe players are pulling back into fire. They know there's no point if you don't have anybody at least trying to squeeze ticket down a little bit. It isn't going to work for him as Afro. Surely not. Eventually will go down. But Atlanta FaZe are in a really good position for this one. Lots of time on the board and the kill advantage.
It just feels like London are a little bit more static in their defense. You can see how deep they're sitting. And they haven't actually taken up the opportunity to push down train side. FaZe were putting a lot of bodies over towards the fire and B side to get a hold of that and then extend that side of the map. Good gunfight win from Cellium, but London didn't take that opportunity to then stretch down train side. Maybe just not being a little proactive enough, I want to say, on their defensive side of things, and now they may well get broken here. momentarily. It's only Nasty left inside the point. Needs to win this gunfight. aBeZy will find it. FaZe have got a lot of purchase over towards A now, Bryce.
They certainly have. Got to be careful. Look, there's going to be a player. I think it's Afro going to come through secret. Nobody's really watching him at this point as he comes through the outside. Since his gun barrel, aBeZy just catches sight of him, and that first hit goes through, but he's under pressure! And that'll be a kill. Sim eventually kind of rectifying that situation, but he's now all alone at that point. Eventually, reinforcements flooding from Cellium at the same time. As both teams continue to trade, it should be London to win this one out, though. They have the closest spawn, and that's the difference in the end.
It's a big kill from Zero as well. Arcitys gets around behind, then all of a sudden, these couple of kills that aBeZy may find will become a little bit more dangerous. Still a bad spot for Ravens here. 1:20 to go. 11 lives remaining. You cannot allow FaZe to find those kills. And again, Ravens, you find a few dead. They're not pushing forward. They're very much sitting back. I just hope it doesn't come back against them here, because I'd like to see teams expand out on the map. Yes, okay, you do have Zero over there. The Ravens very passive in their defense over towards it.
Yeah, Zero's basically just cutting down that entire flank. It's just allowing London to watch one direction. You can see pre-aims going on everywhere, but Sim managed to get that first kill. It's going towards the back here. Nasty finds one, but it will be traded out back again. Zero's now going for that flank. Keep it on the mini-map. It's going to be a very important if he can make it. aBeZy finds a second. And FaZe are in.
That's a big gunfight win. Zero gets taken down. FaZe through the front door. Only 7 lives remaining for the side of London. It's looking a little bit choked on this round as the gunfight start to come through. Arcitys and Cellium combining. That will be a 2-0 lead for FaZe. Fantastically well done from them. But honestly, I feel like Ravens are making it a little bit too easy for them. They're sitting far too far back. They found 3 or 4 kills before that, of course, that full gunfight that starts coming through. FaZe find the gunfight wins and push forward. But I'd like to see Ravens get just a little bit more map control when they can afford to do so. It seems like they're turtling up a little bit for me.
Yeah, maybe, but I've got to give credit to FaZe there.
Oh,
we talked
100%.
about executing onto a point, and that was an execution. They managed to make the trades work for them perfectly all the way through, and then once you're in, that's the choke point. Can FaZe hold this defense now, or do London Royal Ravens have the opportunity to bring it back?
Zero ready for this overextension that's coming in from FaZe towards the train side. Not going to be ready for the second one. Cellium will find him. Gunfights went over towards London or towards the B side though, so that's going to be plenty of time. Afro and Cole look to garner control of fire. aBeZy ready and waiting. Afro expecting the overextension through map to try and stop stuff going on over towards B, but that one was already done and dusted.
Comes Gizmo, and they're going to know exactly where he is, Ton. Not going to work for him. Cellium on a 5 streak now, and maybe they have taken this a little bit personally. In comes the glide bomb. Probably won't get anyone. You're only over about 3 steps away from being inside on this map, but... Oh! What? He threads a needle onto the stairs! I say that, and he finds the gap in the roof. That is unlucky.
FaZe have only lost 3 bodies throughout this round. And Cellium just forcing London back. And the reason he's done that, 7 spree. Finds himself another one momentarily, you would think. Of course, don't get as many points when it does come down towards that glide bomb kill. Doesn't quite lock that one in. Simp will be able to find one. Is going to find Zero as well. This is just a demonstration on how to play control on Berlin so far from the side of FaZe. A shaky round number 1. Matters not. Afro will find 2 though, and maybe something on the cards here for the Ravens. They need to get something going here.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing about Berlin. It can all change in just a few gunfights. Gizmo's in. They're trying to hold this one down. Fight's going towards the back. Fight's going through this window as well. Gizmo gets it. And they still have some numbers here, but the nades rain through, and Zero just wants to stop this time. He knows the reinforcements might not come for him in time, but he's going to win the gunfight and eventually go down. Nasty now going to be here on the window, looking for Cellium, not able to finish his dinner. And London won't be able to do anything more here. Great hold from Atlanta FaZe.
Afro will find the kill on the flank, so FaZe will have to worry about that. They have to win your gunfights towards the front. Good shots from Simp. Afro now will go looking for him, but he's going to have more than one to deal with. We'll find the first on Arcitys. Surely not on the Simp here as well. Just goes through the front door. Guesses wrong. Simp surviving. Simp finding the kills. Phenomenal from him. He locks it down on his own. 3 important kills. FaZe very, very stubborn in their defense yet. Ravens do have map control, but they've struggled to get a foothold inside the point.
2 of FaZe are off the respawn. You can already see Afro going for that flank at the same time as Cellium tries to take them down. Nasty eventually takes down Simp. This just trades flying through as Gizmo gets one more. And Nasty flies in with a pistol, but he's just outnumbered and outgunned. And London, they tried to make the plays. And now it's a full reset. This is a big fight towards the back here. Zero can slow them down, but Simp says not today, friend.
That should be that.
Yeah, that clock is against them.
There really is. 15 seconds. If you're London, you need Afro to pull out some kind of madness, as he did in map number 2. FaZe are going to get themselves on the board here, though, Brycey. And deservedly so. That is a dominant control win. Stops their bleeding, but London, the woes continue on control. They'll be happy enough to be heading into map 4 with a 2-1 lead, but that's something they seriously need to work on if they want to be considered contenders heading into next weekend.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Cellium went man mode on that. Just a godlike figure on the entire map. I think he finished up 27-12 or 28-12. We'll get confirmation for it, but that is a very few deaths game for a game of control. And you are right. There we go, 27-12 in the end. 21 non-traded kills. And Afro's going to get a -30.
Oh, no. Surely we can't do that to his stats. He had a hell of a game in 1 and 2. Nonetheless, though, Cellium 27-12, as you mentioned. That is a huge game out of FaZe. And that's the kind of performance you want when you're 2-0 down. 3-0 on the control to bring you back into it. A lot of momentum heading into it. And let's just talk on the highlights here immediately. This felt like London's best chance. I think aBeZy finds the kill into 0, so ultimately it is actually Afro at the front door. Yeah, everybody's miles away. Gizmo's inside the point, it's taking it up. It just felt like London should have had more control than this, but Arcitys overextending, kind of cutting off the reinforcements there, probably is what's done it for them. But this was London's best chance. I said it was a 3v2 at one stage, but outside of this, they kind of didn't have a sniff, Brycey.
Yeah, I mean, between Cellium, you saw, I mean, credit to Arcitys actually for that play. Like, a lot of people probably wouldn't have expected the flank to come through at that point, and it could have shut them down. That's what Afro was waiting for. London obviously spawned so far away, they just weren't able to get anybody else there, even after Afro did all of that work. Their team spawns up and gets back before his teammates can. But you are right, it has not gone well for the London Royal Ravens. Atlanta FaZe looked a different level on Berlin control.
And I said that was a 3-game losing streak for the side of FaZe. That is now ended. London very much struggling though when it does come down to control, but they won't be too concerned about that. I think, you know, if they were going into this series, they would have set themselves that the control would be difficult. We haven't necessarily looked fantastic on it recently, but neither have FaZe, so that's maybe one that could have slipped by. It depends what, if you're a glass half full or glass half empty kind of guy. But Tuscan hardpoint coming up. Tuscan search and destroy there to follow if we need it. Still maps that both teams could go away with here, Bryce, to be honest with you. It's really, really difficult to put a pin on who's going to win this. Of course, a lot of people will say that London have got that advantage. Absolutely, they do so. But I still think it's so hard. You can never count FaZe out, ever.
No, you really can't, and that's going to be the difficulty here for London Royal Ravens. They've done so much hard work so far. They can't let a Berlin control derail what has been a great series for them. While I say that, the hardpoint was close. The S&D, well, let's face it, that was an S&D to rewatch just when you need some good Call of Duty action, but it could have gone the other way on a few occasions. So it does mean that FaZe are still in a very good position moving into this next hardpoint, and I wonder, Ton, if they're feeling a little bit buoyed by the fact they just had that control.
Well, hopefully, though, when we say that we can't ever count FaZe out, that's definitely something that I think a lot of people would agree with me on necessarily. But when it comes down to Tuscan hardpoint, let's talk through it just a little bit. London are on a 4-game win streak. FaZe have lost 3 of the last 4. Well, that, I mean, if you're London, that's absolutely in your favor. But as we say so often, I don't think there'll be anybody out there watching this game now 100% sure that Ravens are going to win that. Stats would say they've got a really good chance, but going up against FaZe, stats sometimes don't necessarily matter. If they can turn it on and bring what kind of level they can, they have been the most consistent team on this game all the way through. If they can do that here, we see a map number 5, no question.
Well, let's find out, because if I know one thing is that this series has been fantastic so far, and I want it to continue. Let's actually make this a best of 12 and just keep on going. I know that would end in a tie, but I'm very much looking forward to just seeing them go to war. One thing I will say is that, again, right, before this series even started, we're talking about benchmarking, figuring out how these teams are looking. And it's a little bit different to the conversations we've had, because a lot of it's about the bubble teams, about who's actually making champs. These two teams are in a good spot. The difference being, heading into Major 4, obviously, both are kind of looking towards some of the favorites that might end up taking it. London with an incredible resurgence and a return to form all the way back to like stage 1. Atlanta FaZe are maybe looking less strong than they have before, but I feel like we've said that before in qualifiers, Ton, and then they come through and get second at the Major.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that whole sort of remark I've just said, you can never count them out. It doesn't matter if they lost their last game 3-0 against Paris. It wouldn't matter. Honestly, going into the next series, they could go in 3-0 somebody. They are that kind of team that can bring that level. But look, it's hard to say. I think for me, you know, we were talking about it before the series in terms of, you said that benchmarking. I think this, whatever way this goes, whatever the rest of this series goes, I would definitely say that it puts London up there. Those first two maps up against FaZe, clutch moments that need to come through, the overall good play. Yes, okay, the control absolutely needs work, but I feel like whatever else happens in this series now, London have put themselves up there to be in contention going into the weekend. Yes, okay, if they close it out, it puts them in an even better spot. But at the same time, they've shown they can hang with the likes of FaZe. They've shown that they have been fantastic all the way through this online stage. If they're going up and giving FaZe a really good game, they have a good chance to go over towards New York, and they've got a chance to win it as much as another 3 or 4 teams that we have spoke about on the desk previously just there before. I'm really looking forward to see how they do, because we've seen form, of course, against some of the teams that you would expect, you know, to have a good game against, but going up against FaZe, I think a lot of people would have picked FaZe today. If they can go and give them a very, very good game, London will be feeling confident heading into the major.
Yeah, they certainly will, and not just the major, but also champs. And speaking about champs, obviously we're going to talk about champs tickets. They're on sale now. You can come see us live at the Garden Centre August 4th to 7th. Championship weekend. It has been a long time for the pair of us before we've been to a champs, and I am ready to go again.
It's been a long time since I've been in an event, mate. I don't know if you remember. I missed the last one. So I'm just quite happy to be going. I'm quite happy to be leaving the house, to be fair. Touch a bit of grass and that, you know, we've been here for quite some time. I'm really, really excited for champs. Of course, back in LA, it does feel like the home of champs in a certain kind of way, and it's going to be exciting. I'm very, very curious to see how things are going to go down there, but I just love how close it is to this event as well. It's like we've got our final major. This is our final weekend of online broadcasts and online games, and then straight into champs like 2 weeks after. It's going to be a wild couple of weeks. I'm so excited for it. I hope everybody at home is as well.
We certainly are, and obviously I think the teams are making it interesting as well, right? Like, the results are a little bit crazy, everything's going down. We've got the bubble teams in the standings, which is kind of making an interesting run here. I know a lot of the kind of the focus is on New York, and if they can make the Cinderella story come true, but all the way from like maybe even Boston, but Ultra, Thieves, Guerrillas, Røkkr, Mutineers, Subliners, still fighting for their chance to get all the way to champs and hopefully do the business at Major IV, ton.
Yeah, if you're a team like Boston and Ultra, you have to be careful to not drop too many games online. And if you go in and have a terrible major, lose both your games if you're in winners, or lose immediately out of losers, then a couple of the teams underneath, teams specifically like Subliners, could go on to do well. Røkkr are streaky, Mutineers are kind of there as well. Guerrillas, you never know what you're going to get out of them based on what we've seen last week. Thieves as well. Boston and Ultra are not safe yet. They're in a better spot, of course, but they cannot afford to have a terrible major. They cannot afford to do so. Whereas the rest of the teams underneath them, they need to make sure they have a good major. I think that's kind of the difference, isn't it? If Ultra and Boston can just do mediocre, they should be okay. But the rest of the teams, they need to go on to do well.
So, I know we've kind of been talking about this a little bit, but London's strategy at the moment of not playing the third game mode is really interesting. They're basically like just dominant on the hard points and the S&Ds, and then they can't figure it out. I imagine their coaches are back at base just losing full completely. Like, what is going on with this one specific game mode that we can't get?
It is literally black and white. They are now 0-4 in control and 11-0 in hardpoint and search and destroy combined. I mean, what do you say to that?
Well,
Fix control and we're the best team on the game.
Well, potentially. That's the funny thing. Like, if they can get that. Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Ultra conversation. The problem being is that control is 1 out of 5, and like hardpoint was 2 out of 5, so it was much worse for Ultra. And the best thing is here for the Ravens, obviously dominant everywhere else. Can they continue that spree though, Ton? Can they make this 12-0 and take down Atlanta FaZe?
Yeah, it's interesting. And on the other side of the coin, I mean, FaZe were 4-0 in Search and Destroy heading into this one. So the fact that London have beat them in Search and Destroy shows that their Search and Destroy game is top level. It's nice to have that underneath your belts, and if they can close it out here, looking on the respawn side of things for FaZe, they're 3-5 on respawns during stage 4. This is London's chance to close it out, and then we got a Search and Destroy coming up on map number 5 if we need it. Literally, either map could go either.
It certainly will. Well, we're going to take a very quick break where we get tons from After Sun for that nose, and we'll be back with all the action for map number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. If you are joining us just now, where on earth have you been? This series has been fantastic. So far, London Royal Ravens are 2-1 against Atlanta FaZe. It's very much the same old story as the rest of the stage, though. At the moment, London, Hardpoint S&D locked in. They're looking great. The control, don't know what's happened to them. But moving into this next hardpoint, it could be the potential where London put Atlanta FaZe down in this series.
Yeah, I think looking at the next two maps, of course, we have said that either one of them could go either way based on these two teams' form and who they are specifically. But I think if London are going to win on any map out of the last two, it could be this one. As I said, the stats do lean in their favor, but the stats land in the favor of FaZe in map number 1, so it does make interesting view when it does come down to it. I think for me, we were always heading into the series expecting, well, I was personally expecting FaZe to go on to win that control just based on how London's has looked so far. But now it really comes down to it. Tuscan Hardpoint, you would think of this map specifically and say to yourself, that should suit FaZe down to the ground. But as of recent, they have not looked solid on it. They haven't looked fantastic on respawn, full stop. So can they bring it to the table here up against the Raven side, who have looked phenomenal on Tuscan? I'm really curious to see how things kick off, actually, because when it does come down to the breaks, that's where London are looking really, really nice to kick things off over towards P1. So let's see if they can do it here in P4, over in map number 4, I should say.
Yeah, 100%. And while we look forward to map number 4, we are going to take a little trip down memory lane into map 3. Here is our Game Fuel tactical play. It's going to be that glide bomb we were looking at. Now, if you remember the lines on Berlin, you're never too far away from being inside. And you can see the players move in, and they are going to be inside, but there is going to be a hole in the roof. And you can see he's aiming for the stairs. He threads the needle, and I still don't know how he found 2, but Cellium does find 2. And I don't think they're particularly happy with it. You can see Gizmo, isn't he? He's like, we should not have allowed him to get 2 off of that.
And this is exactly what Afro would have been watching. And it was against London as well. Thread the needle through the ceiling. Very nicely done. He's been watching. Very nice. Very nice. There's the only spot on Berlin that you can find a kill through the roof. I mean, it's not, but I mean, that's everybody in rank play now. I know a lot of people would have known about it, but it's a good spot to feed it down, especially when Cellium's there on the defensive back foot. The teams are going to probably be pushing through fire because you've got control over towards that side, obviously, where the trains are, and then you make the push through there from the attacking team. You know where they're going to be. Yeah, okay, 2 of them is maybe a little bit more than you were maybe expecting, but to find those 2, nicely done from Cellium there in a game for your tactical play. And he needs to perform like that though in map number 4. He really does, because the team are on the back foot here. They are staring down the barrel of not a very good placement heading into the major. That's not where they want to be. They want to be there in the conversation, the best possible spot they can be to be winning a major. Cellium is a 1.55 in this series. Simp with a 1.26, and they're 2-1 down, Bryce.
Yeah, they really
KDs are better than
mean,
London. I don't get it.
Yeah. The slaying has been kind of great for them. Obviously, the controllers going to make a severe difference to those KDs, but we are now loading into Tuscan Hardpoint, and full clarity, we had a little bit of a delay. There was a little bit of an issue, but it's all fixed and all good, and we get into this Hardpoint and find out how this series progresses. On board with Atlanta FaZe.
Let's see. Talked about that opening hill being so important for the side of London. And again, it's kind of like when you talk over towards P4 for FaZe, over on Gavutsu. They do so well on every single time, but do you allow it to maybe be a crutch, or one that you must find points on to do successfully on this map, I wonder? It's a curiosity that we will maybe find answered heading into the rest of this map. FaZe, though, have done a relatively decent job here, trading back and forth these two teams. London on the better side for the hold over towards P2, but it's going to be FaZe first in, FaZe with points on the ball.
Well, let's see how this goes. Obviously, we did talk about the Royal Ravens having a great time on Tuscan P1, but having P2, well, that's just as good. You see them trying to hold this one down, but the kill's just not going in their favor. Kismet towards P5, and it's going to be Zero towards the back, and he does hold off that first engagement as London Royal Ravens spawn in Narnia.
Yeah, that's not good. Zero winning those gunfights, though, is very well played, just holding it down as best as he can. Takes the other angle, fantastically done from Zero. On 3 there towards the back, that will just slow down the rotation here for FaZe. Ravens won't be too worried, though. That's okay, that P1 rotation, they've looked so good on it recently. Didn't look great there. They've got control of P2, they're getting good time as well. Nasty. 2 in a row from him. Afro not with the best of starts, but it's very AR oriented when it comes down to those first 2 hills, and I'm looking towards what's going to happen when FaZe get themselves in the point. Can they hold it off now? FaZe with some control towards the back.
Oh, a little bit of a challenge, 1 by 1 coming in for FaZe. Eventually go with the 2 Chow, and we'll take it down and get the scrap time here. And I think London are probably going to wait for it as well. Zero going to try and maybe get a kill on the rotation, but the rotation is going to be way more important here, Ton.
Yeah, they're really very much committing towards this, I should say. 2 and 6 about aBeZy though, but if he can find a route through, there's another one. And maybe this will look good for the side of FaZe. Rotation is still there for the side of Ravens. They're pushed quite far up as well. Afro will win a gunfight, and there you go. Slow things down now. FaZe gonna have to find a route through. Good shots from Cellium, but London will be dug in by the time that Atlanta get there.
They're going to try and make a bit of a difference as Cellium tries to do a little bit of work, and they go for the Chow, but they are just being bodied here. There's too many players from the Ravens ready for them. aBeZy going for the Chow, finds one. Knows Nasty's gonna look for it as well. Nasty eventually breaks him down, but Atlanta FaZe have it. They win the gunfight towards the back.
Big gunfights
through.
Cellium's the only one to break through. My goodness, Nasty. The first one was an Arcitys all the way over towards the back wall. Wins the second as well. Decent hold here from London, but they haven't really picked up many points. It felt like they were in control of the spawns all the time, but not a lot of actual time going over towards them.
Eventually, Afro sits in. I was going to say for 15, but doesn't matter. That's been traded out as well. A bottom last fight. Simp is going to take it. The rotation is on. Arcitys is trying to play his life. He knows the pressure's coming towards him. Finds Gizmo and eventually gets caught sprinting by Afro.
Cellium up top. I don't know how he hasn't won that gunfight. And then you see who it is on the left-hand side. It's Afro once again. Starting to heat up a little bit. Ravens with a rotation win, I would say, over the last couple of hills. Can they make this count, though? Nasty good gunfight win. Gizmo will get taken down inside the point. Can Arcitys find anything up top? Not quite. Spawn in here, though, for the side of FaZe, so they're going to have a bit of a pinch here, but so are Ravens, them spawning out. It's going to be a bit chaotic.
Well, aBeZy going to try and make a play here towards the back, but gets going down by Zero and Afro. They're all making the kills. Zero with the pre-fire onto Arcitys and a little bit of a shoulder coming through, but teammates working out for them. Eventually, Cellium gets it even with the pre-fire, but London are just continually flooding out the back and making it different for FaZe. Cellium breaks through and Afro punches Simp straight in the jaw. And you are right, Ton. This did get chaotic fast. The trades all coming through.
aBeZy and Co trying their best to just try and break through. Cellium goes for the challenge, doesn't find the second. Is the last gunfight going to go FaZe's way, though? And it's Arcitys will secure that final 5 seconds. It's a good gunfight win from Afro, though. aBeZy now needs to lock this down and does so. FaZe just about win that rotation, but London are here.
That's a long cook. aBeZy throws it out. And this is where it gets difficult. They really want to try and hold down to the bottom, but Gizmo's going to get him. This does mean Atlanta FaZe are going to be in a little bit of trouble, but that comes through the flank. It's going to be Arcitys and a gunfight with Gizmo. And eventually that does allow London to break in.
40 seconds remaining here. The game all tied up. Gunfight down low, though, goes aBeZy's way. Is he going to find the second one as well? That's huge from aBeZy. Does not find the third, but Gizmo already butted up. FaZe are inside the point. London do have a couple of reinforcements here. 25 seconds remaining over towards P5. Rotation for FaZe is starting to come in over towards P1. They can lock down their scrap time as well off the back of Arcitys. That will be massive as well. Arcitys putting the shots in. Gizmo doesn't win the gunfight. Arcitys is there. Trades finally fall London's way. But for all that trading that was going on, for all that time that Arcitys stopped London getting time on the board, FaZe have had the chance to set up towards P1, but can they hold it, Pricey?
I tell you something, the trades have been unbelievable in this game so far, but here comes the pinch from London. You see Gizmo trying to stay alive, trying to put the pressure onto them, and the trades come through. Big Zero and Afro get it. Afro with 2 as well. And the pinch is perfect. They get all the way through here. Atlanta FaZe get taken out of this rotation they fought for. And it's now London in control.
Just feels like FaZe are becoming a little bit notorious for losing control of this P1 rotation when they get the first ones there, but those gunfights on the way back in are wonderful. Gizmo and Afro, the only ones who can answer back. It's a nice retake from the side of FaZe, but then Gizmo says, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. Nasty now going to take out Gizmo, and that's an unfortunate timing. Afro will find the gunfight. 20 seconds to go here on this hill. aBeZy, big kills coming through. It's 2 in a row, and that's going to be a good amount of scrap time for FaZe. 10 seconds remaining here. Rotation belongs to FaZe as well. They're in a good spot, Bryce.
Yeah, aBeZy's not actually had the greatest of series, but if he turns up here onto map number 4, it probably will be the difference, son.
They're so far away, Bryce. Look where London. Oh, the spawns towards the back though. Nobody from FaZe there. Zero will get a little bit of fortune falling his way. It's a bit of a pinch for London here potentially.
Well, that's all the kills going their way.
It's worked so well.
The kill field lights up. Cellium, though, will be the little bit of a problem. Him being up top radio means they've got to look 2 different directions at one time. He gets another kill towards platform. Cellium has just opened the door for his teammates to walk into this. And Simp says, all right, thank you very much. He's looking for Kismet down the bottom, finds it as well. Flies out towards Plat. Obviously, nobody here, but we can see we'll have a chow in a second, and it will be Trey. Eventually going to go down. Scrap time looking towards Atlanta FaZe with the pressure coming through from London once again.
It is still there, but what Sal's just done inside of radio, staying alive as long as he can, kind of detracts away from that pressure that London were trying to put on. Gizmo will try his hardest to find a couple of kills, but it matters not. FaZe are going to have themselves about a 40-point lead. They were down heading into P1 on the second rotation of hills. Now find themselves up as we head over towards 3. Zero looking down mid-map, though. That is going to slow FaZe down en route over towards the back fountain. What's the route for FaZe, and do London read it? I like mid-map. A fight towards maps in a second is going to be important as well. Afro will win that one. We'll lock down that side for the side of the London Royal Ravens, but everybody else from London needs to win it on the other side.
Afro trying to repinch this, actually. Looking for the players. Is he going to see anybody? He has been hit as well. Afro coming on a lot of problem, but it doesn't matter because Gizmo's cleaning it up. However, I said that trades go back and forth. There's going to be Zero on it as well. The pre-fire comes through into Arcitys, but he doesn't need it. His teammates back him up, and London continue to hold P3. FaZe have not managed to get through, and I say that, and aBeZy gets 2.
Yeah, he's reading Afro as well, but it doesn't matter sometimes. Gizmo not trying to make the push. Afro still holding on here. 17 seconds remaining. It's good time for the Ravens. Simp's going to have a little look at it, as you so often do. Nasty should be dead to rights, so this final 10 seconds, it is so. Fantastically done. I love that play from Simp. He's done it 2 times in a row on that hill specifically. You'll think he's rotating over towards P3, over towards Church. Nope. He's there for the final 10 seconds. Very well played. FaZe still set up. They get the final 10. Still in the lead, in control of P4.
Oh, so he's waiting for the player he knows is coming, and he sees Afro and shuts down towards the back of the church. However, the rest of the gunfight's coming through, and again it's going chaos. And Nasty gets 3, and Nasty flies into this one, and he gets shut down as well. Players flooding in again, but it's going to be London who hold it down.
All off the back of Nasty.
Church is just chaos between these 2 teams, Ton. They will not let it go.
All off the back of Nasty. That's 5 in a row now for him. Just trying to survive. The rest of the team are here as well, but it's phenomenal plays. Oh, Byron Plumridge. Fantastic stuff from him. Gizmo having a good game as well. Sending 28 and 24 force spree for him. Is he going to make it 5, 6, 7? Not quite. A really, really nice break from the side of FaZe. Off the side of London, I should say. Off the back of Nasty. 5 seconds remaining here. Heading over towards P5. What is that hip fire?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on it. We're going into P5. At the moment, Atlanta FaZe have several players ready and stacked up for this one. Afro will have downstairs control. The nades rain in, and FaZe follow. They're looking to try and shut it down, but obviously got to be careful. A lot of pyrotechnics flying into this one. As aBeZy locks down bottom, finds the first, and Nasty gets taken down as well. The drop shot does not work, and while I say that, Afro's alive and eventually taken out. This game still rests on a knife edge. Either team could win it, but it will be FaZe who are taking the lead so far.
Yeah, they're the ones in control of this one. 30 seconds remaining on P5. London are completely surrounding it. A team kill's not going to help things out, but aBeZy is just locking downstairs as best as he can. Arcitys will trade that one back. Afro on the way through the front door, and the second one as well. Afro again. When you think London are down and out, there's just somebody that's coming in and finding a few kills and keeping them in it. It has taken clutch moments from London to find themselves still in this game, but rotation over towards P1 is looking good for FaZe this time.
Well, they have it locked in, but will they have it locked? This is the difference. London now setting up for this. They're trying to get the pinch. Keep an eye on Gizmo, who's the only player on this side of the map. London are waiting. The nades are raining through. They're waiting to execute, and now the trades come through thick and fast. It's going to be London again. It's a great time for them. Cellium going to try and hold the fort down. He finds two himself. Stuns while he's running away. Nasty taking him down, and London break.
London heartbreaking. 33 seconds remaining. They can win it here. Can they hold this down? Where's the pinch going to come in here from FaZe? The first blood's going to go their way. Nasty will trade that one out. It's everybody through middle. They're all coming through you, Bryce.
They're looking for it, and only one player left alive, trying to contest it. aBeZy in the corner, fighting for his life. Zero to aBeZy going in. aBeZy gets it, and he's staying alive. Afro goes for the chow, Simp shuts him down. It can't be won here, though, by either team. We're off to P2. FaZe are there first, and while it will be scrap time for London, the real scrap is now coming. Here comes the pressure. London have to go.
9 points away for the side of London. They need one decent break. I think a lot of it's going to come down to Arcitys. Can he continue to lock down Radio and Church? And yes, he has. FaZe now 13-12 away. Afro will find the kill. It's got to be on this break for London.
They get the kills. They get the kills. London are piling through. Zero finds two. Afro gets another one. Gizmo's in. They're looking for it. Atlanta FaZe.
Have a chance.
Out. They have to rain the nades and they have to run. There's only a few seconds left for it, but no, the kills come in for London and they shut them down. Still flawless in this stage on Hardpoint and S&D, and they have just taken down one of the titans of the CDL. Again, FaZe have fallen. Oh my goodness. Royal Ravens are the real deal.
That was the question we were asking. We had a meeting. What is to talk about in this game? It's whether Ravens are up there. It's a statement 3-1 win. Fantastic game from them. And I said it just felt like every single time that FaZe had a rotation locked in, it was looking like they were going to pick up good points. London find the break. It kind of feels like the beginning of the year when these breaks were coming thick and fast for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Clutch players left, right, and center. On this occasion, Gizmo was consistent throughout the rest of the map, but for me, one of the huge moments in that game was Nasty finding the three. By the way, completely on his own over towards Church. That was a massive breaking moment. It stopped FaZe from getting control. We then head into P5, back to P1. We still got a couple of hills to go, but FaZe should have been out of sight by that point. But Ravens, a never say die attitude, 250 to 240. The clutch kills come up once again, but what a game from Gizmo.
I'll tell you something else as well, Ton. Atlanta FaZe, those last two rotations they had locked in and lost them.
They're struggling on this map with their Pricey. They really are. We've seen it at the major. How many times did they have that rotation towards P1? Oh, game's locked in. They've got it. Nope. Every single time, they just seem to collapse. I don't know what it is about their setups open towards P1, but it never seems to work out.
Yeah, it really didn't. I was looking for a difference on that game, and it doesn't really seem to be a big one. The slaying looked pretty much even, but
it was just
10
clutch
points
from London.
Yeah, that's all it was. And I'll tell you something, Tan, we've spoken an awful lot of this with the Phil, so I'm going to hand it over to the desk to break down what they thought about that game.
Dude, I don't know what to think anymore, Bryce. We're talking about back-to-back losses now against LAG and now the London Royal Ravens. But hey, flying high right now, Ali. It's gonna be who? It's gonna be the Ravens, right?
Yeah, wow. I mean, I will say we predicted it, but like it didn't go in the way that I expected it to. The fact that Atlanta FaZe lost to Search and Destroy, and it really felt kind of like a one-man army. Afro was absolutely having the entire map, and then for Atlanta FaZe's 3 other brilliant control, it was like, whoa, okay, this is gonna be a longer series than we thought. But to close it out in that game for Tuscan, I mean, what a series, Phil.
Absolutely insane. We're taking a look at the scores right now. And Nameless, man, like we was talking about, the contenders here, man, in London are the real deal with this big win over FaZe.
Man, a couple of just sloppy plays on the side of Atlanta FaZe that London are able to capitalize on. I mean, you start in the beginning of the series, you look at the end on that P1 hill, like you need to have Alec and aBeZy in the hill right there. I think, you know, Alec needs to watch that, you know, stairs with the AR, and then aBeZy plays inside of the ring, just sort of a blunder there after having Simp go crazy to even put them into that position, and then the search and destroy moving on to that. Some of the offensive rounds rounds, it just seemed like they weren't getting enough information. They weren't playing the trade game. Like at times you see a lot of teams go over towards Shaq, try to get some info, and then maybe wrap it towards B, play for kills. Afro was doing whatever he wanted inside of tools, which is just unacceptable. And then on that last map, they were getting broken so fast when they were set up. I mean, we saw them set up on P1. On the second rotation, they're set up, they're inside. We see Cellium in map. He gets the first blood, and then he sort of overplays it, doesn't really know exactly where he wants to be at, and then he dies, and they flood through mid. They end up breaking them. So, you know, it just seems like FaZe isn't really aware of what London was trying to do. They were playing on the breaks multiple times there and still getting the kills. That was a tough one, man. London are disgusting.
It was, but I'm also disgusting. It's going to be Gizmo. Gizmo, what, 3 games back with London? A few games back with London. And at that map on 33 and 27 to close out the series, by the way. So, Ali, actually, no, forget the question. We actually have an interview with Gizmo, the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. I mean, Afro. Let's jump in that first. So, Ali, since I interrupted you, you get the first question.
Oh, I get the first question. Afro, congratulations on probably one of the biggest wins in this split. Obviously, I have to ask you about the Bocage Search and Destroy, because you guys have been lights out in majority game modes in the split, but the S&D out of you, like, were you just getting in a groove and you were just unstoppable, or is that something you expected heading into the series?
I don't know if I expected to do that well, but we knew how to kind of like change things up, because I feel like people were kind of like knowing how I play. So I thought I had to change it up a little bit, play a little bit slower. But yeah, it just ended up working out, yeah.
Afro, that was just a crazy performance, dude. Like, you guys look ridiculous, you know, especially in the hard points, clutched up at the very end a couple of times. I want to ask you, though, like, you guys have the 12th, you guys are the worst at rotating in the entire league in hardpoint. But you are the best hardpoint team that we have here in this stage. And I see you guys hitting scrap multiple times. Are you guys leaning into that? Do you just find more success that way? Or is that something that just naturally plays out in game for you guys?
Well, honestly, the real answer is honestly, it's Vanguard, bro. I don't know what to say to you. There's not much, there's not like much tactical things that really go into it. It's literally as simple as you get a kill, play as a team, and it's as simple as that. At least that's how we like to go ahead with it. I think people, especially in this game, like overthink a lot of things, and I think you just have to go with it.
Fair enough. Afro, this is just me and you right now, man. Yo, Ali and I especially have been waiting for you guys to just tear it up and beat one of these top teams. We're waiting for that in stage 1. Didn't happen, you know, a little dip off. Now you guys are back. And you guys just bodied FaZe. Hey, really?
Hey, first time in franchise history. First time in franchise history for London. So. You know.
Hey, let's go, man.
We've done it. We've bloody done it, boys. We've done it.
Hey, what do you got to say about this win, and also what's next heading up to the major, baby?
Yeah, unreal. So wait, you say what's heading into the next major?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear you quite.
Yeah, what should we expect heading into the next major?
Oh, right. Bro, we're just gonna fry. That's all I'm gonna say. we're all excited. We're doing well. Everybody's on the up. Like, not many issues. So yeah, it's unreal from us.
All right, congrats
we're
on the big
win. We're happy. If we're happy, we're playing good. That's the way I see it.
Hey, you should be extremely happy right now. Hey, yo, Afro, man, you have a good rest of your day, and we'll talk to you later, all right?
Have a good day.
No problem. All right, Nameless, so man, to put a bow on top of that series right there. London over Atlanta FaZe. We're going to get into CDL points. What is your thoughts about this?
London are the real deal Holyfield, man. That's what they needed. They needed to beat Atlanta FaZe. Every time we see a team make one of these runs and do something special and get to that championship game, it's through that team. And, you know, I mean, that's about the best way that you could do it there. I mean, they have to work on their control a little bit. Everything else is looking pretty much flawless. We saw the control turtling up at times, but I think that can be fixed for sure headed into the major. London Roy Ravens, certainly one of the favorites.
Yeah, one thing I do have to say, kind of like how we talk about Mack being the glue for Seattle Surge, I'm starting to feel the same way about Gizmo. The way we see players like Afro, Trey, and also Nasty playing this team is for real. But also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go ahead and buy your tickets for Champs, baby, because it's coming up soon, the Galen Center. I don't know about you guys, but as a California native, I'm so excited, man.
It's going to be lit, man. Make sure you guys get your tickets. I can't wait to be in Cali. It's always a special time, and you only got a couple of weeks until that big tournament. So first stop New York, then we're in LA for Champs. It's going to be epic.
All right, make sure you join us for the biggest event of the year, but also it's time to whip out those phones, baby, and sign up for the official Call of Duty League newsletter and get a free gift farm calling card as well. Just scan the QR code, enter your email, and you'll also get a free code available in both Vanguard and Warzone, but you'll also get a premium CDL content and updates sent straight to your inbox. aBeZy, that's pretty cool.
I know that's the calling card Afro was rocking when he was in that bouquet Justin G-Bell.
No, seriously, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that game right there was crazy and it was so good, right? Coming up next, we have the Florida Mutineers facing off against the Paris Legion, and aBeZy, I have a feeling that Paris might.
You gotta get one, Bell.
Hey,
they gotta get
They
one.
don't have to get one.
You gotta get one.
Hey, we want to see the Grim Reapers in the CDL, and you guys are gonna catch up with them on the other side of this break as they take on Florida. But the question is Skies and Awakening feeling comfortable with this new roster? We're gonna find out in this trap game soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League where craziness happens, all right? We just walked off the London Royal Ravens, beating the mess out of the Atlanta FaZe, and coming up right now, we have Florida versus Paris. My name is Velly, her name is Allie, we also have Nameless, and open desk discussion time. How do y'all feel about that Florida video?
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, I like that it's updated.
Yeah, it's updated. Yeah, definitely. Chad, I want to hear your thoughts as well. But let's also take a look at the maps and votes for where these teams are going. And all right, the question is, are these gonna be the maps for Paris gets a big win today?
I mean, like looking at these maps, I like the Tuscans, map 1 and 3 for the Florida Mutineers, excuse me. But then I'm looking at that, game 5. That's terrifying. If somehow managed to go game 5, like the Florida Mutineers have never won that map, so that'll definitely be interesting. But I mean, it is just like Florida, they've lost to 2 really good teams. They lost to New York, they lost to London Royal Ravens. They should come out here and win this game. This is a team on a bubble, so there is the added pressure of like, this is a trap game, but Paris has been lifeless. I mean, you've seen some of the tweets coming out from players saying like, I don't even know if I want to play anymore and things of that nature. So for Florida, they have to come in here and just mop the floor with the squad.
I will say that map 3, the Tuscan control is like my only back and forth, because last time, so Florida right now in defensive on control is at 100% win rate this stage. They have not lost a defense in control. But Paris Legion did get a 3-1 win on this map mode against OpTic Texas, where that was one of their best map modes. So, I mean, there's some fun storylines in here, but I mean, the Florida Mutineers, obviously, they've had 2 really tough losses this stage, and with their roster changes, they talked about, we're just waiting to get good practice in at this point, and we saw what Major Maniac added to this team, specifically in their search and destroy where they were struggling. So this is a team that still needed a bit of time to gel, but a lot of eyes are going to be on TwoReal, right? Now for me, this feels a little bit like a Johnny versus TwoReal, rookie versus rookie matchup, but when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Florida Mutineers, and take it away.
I mean, looking at this matchup, like TwoReal has to pop off. Like, they lost a player in Vivid who is just, he's obviously been incredible on his new team. And, for TwoReal, he has struggled. In the last series, like, he got fried. And we talked a little bit about it in the post-game analysis. He was playing really scared. He had so much time in the hill. Just get out there and challenge, man. Like, when you're full health, get out there in front of your teammates, and also get off to a hot start on map 1. Florida 10-5 this season on Tuscan Hardpoint. It's their best hardpoint. They love that map. We've seen Awakening Skies go off on it plenty of times. Start off hot and, don't give Paris an opportunity.
Right, and Florida should definitely capitalize in this matchup, because going against Paris, I really don't know what too much to say about them. Nameless, but this is a team with 2 wins. And curious, what are those 2 wins against this?
Yeah, I mean, they've beaten the Seattle Surge and the Toronto Ultra.
All right.
Like, I mean, that's the only 2 times they've gotten points. It was a long, long time ago. And, looking at these guys and their team, they need to just turn up. Everybody needs to individually play a lot better. Like, you see in the Search and Destroys at times, they're getting first bloods. Johnny was getting first bloods in that Berlin, but they're never together. They're always so spread. The communication is just, obviously, it's pandemonium in those situations, and they're not able to, get together and use their teamwork. It's just been lacking. So we'll see if they can make a miracle happen.
All right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Paris, they're going to need more for their SMGs. We've been saying it all year long. And the Major IV Qualifiers, the KDs, Johnny had a .77 in Jimbo, even worse, a .73. Not a mathematician, but those are not good at all. But they also need to figure out their offensive woes on Berlin, Search and Destroy. They're winning 39% of their offensive rounds on Berlin, and that's last place, by the way.
I think one of the biggest things when it comes to Paris Legion is some of these games, like, it can look close. Like, for a moment, it looks like there's life out of Paris Legion, but sometimes they lose in, like, the most heartbreaking ways. I know a couple times that we've watched Paris Legion, they lost unfortunate situations with, like, teammates and things like that. And I think their mentality overall, obviously, with such a struggle they have had this season, it's tough to get hype. It's tough for them to get the momentum going in any of these series. So the mental fortitude on the squad has to be there if they want to play spoiler or do anything for the stock to Paris Legion heading.
Yeah, I think just like one last note on the Paris Legion and these players is like, you're really not going to do anything too spectacular at this point that's going to increase your individual stock. So it's just like, at this point, just don't give up. Like, try to make a run as a team, try to put it together and do something in this last tournament and make something of this year, because, you know, otherwise you're going to be in a bad spot. So really, you know, don't give up on each other, which it seems like it may have happened.
Right, and the mental fortitude of the players on this roster, got to commend them. Wish you guys best of luck in this series. But when it comes to prediction, luck really doesn't matter. And all right, I've been talking about Florida all year in a good way. I've been talking about Paris all year in a good way. But Ali, my hot take girl, how you doing right now? You already know what I'm about to say right now.
Please don't.
Nameless, do you know what we're about to say?
Don't do it.
You know what we're about to say?
I mean, I have an idea.
Ali, when it comes to this matchup right now,
you make me go
Mutineers
first.
versus Paris Legion, how do you feel?
Listen, yesterday, you asked me this yesterday. I put it in my predictions with breaking point, and I was like, oh, I gotta go Florida, like with everybody else, you know? I mean, it's Florida versus Paris. Paris has been struggling. But this morning, I woke up, and I was just like, you know what? I don't know, man. It's Too Real versus Johnny, and I kind of want to put my stock in Johnny. I think Top Gravity, I mean, they might... I think I'm gonna go Paris. I think I'm gonna go Paris. I think I'm switching up, Bell.
I'm switching up as well. I made my predictions for breaking point this morning, but I'm gonna let you guys know right now, as someone that really spoke highly about this Florida team, I love Florida. I love them. I hope they kill it throughout the rest of the year. But they're struggling right now. And you know what, Johnny? It sucks that we have to talk badly about, Too Real right now, because he's not doing good in being a replacement for Vivid. But at the end of the day, we just haven't seen enough. And with the Florida team that was primed to really make a splash after that team change, we've seen nothing. We've seen absolutely, honestly, nothing this stage. But with Paris, we've actually seen a good amount of things. I'm rocking with Paris. It's Paris season, baby. They're getting a win.
You've seen a good amount of things from Paris this stage?
They keep games close, okay? And Johnny got like an ace in the Search and Destroy. When there's not a lot of good things to talk about, we just pick things.
You're still recovering from 4th of July. You have to. You've seen Florida catch a W. They've lost to 2 very good teams. Florida's going to win this series. My desk mates are faded.
All right, Bryce and Ted, fellas, go ahead and take it away.
And what were you feeding Veli at this party that you had? What am I hearing? We can't say one of Paris's good points that Johnny got 4 kills in Search and Destroy once.
I don't know what to make of that. I was thoroughly entertained by the look of disgust on Nameless's face throughout that entire segment. Here's the worst thing about that as well. In my breaking point predictions, I put down it's Paris week, so I just picked them to win.
Look, it's
kind of like the underdogs here, and yet somehow the desk has voted with me. I don't really understand what's going on. So let me reset. Let me try and break this one down into terms that kind of make sense to everybody at home.
Bryce.
Wait, time out.
Bryce, why? I need to just know, like, other than just like Vanguardian Leviosa, why are you guys picking Paris in this series? Bryce,
whoa, don't say you guys. Do not say you guys. Do not put me in this part.
You're not on the Paris train.
Like, I'm not trying to make fun of Paris. I actually just want to know reasons why people would pick Paris in this series.
I'll tell you exactly why. Because I'm English and we love an underdog. That's my entire reasoning.
Take me off
my entire reasoning. It wasn't a prediction where I go, oh yeah, it's 100% going to win. Every statistic points against Paris losing. They are 2-16 in qualifiers this entire year.
Doesn't it make it exciting? You got to be honest right now, though. Seeing a team like Paris, and even though they're not giving up in their games all the way, right? You got to admit, one of those big wins is going to come sooner or later. You don't think it's going to happen before the year closes?
Wait. Paris beat them in one statistic. And it is a very specific statistic. They have a better breaking percentage than Florida by 10 points.
Hey.
Look. Here's the thing. I'm not actually on, like, if you had to ask again, hand on heart, I think Florida are the better team currently. Realistically, I put Paris in my predictions earlier because I was just going with the underdog. And you're actually right for this series. The desk, obviously, I feel like we're all just picking Paris. And I'll be honest with you, Vel. Here's the thing. Yes, it would be exciting, but exciting is not a logical prediction. We're only kind of saying it because we want to see Paris upset something in this last bit.
Right.
It's like when they won that game at the Major and the whole team come on stage. It was kind of ridiculous and we lent into it.
But Bryce, we're talking about I'm about to go Stephen A on you. We're talking about a Florida team right now that has been playing 3v4 all month. You're putting those chances up against anybody consistently, realistically, though? I'm a Florida enthusiast, but even you can agree this team is nowhere near where they used to be. And I think a team like Paris that's actually hungry for kills, Johnny is trying. Temp is Temp at the end of the day as well. I think that at the end of the day, 4v3 is going to win it all. Even though they have
I only have to disagree. The statistics are completely against TJHaly. Unfortunately, Paris Legion does not have a good record. Yes, Florida have started off slow into this one. They're currently at 1-2. However, Paris is 0-3. So coming into it, all fun and games aside, I have to be honest with the people who are watching this one. Paris are the underdogs. They are the team that, while we can hype up, there is an opportunity for them to cause an upset. There is a chance for them to really hurt Florida Mutineers' chance at champs. They are still not the favored team.
Yeah, that being said,
absolutely not.
This would be the absolute worst loss of the entire season if Florida Mutineers were to come out here and lose this match. Not only because they're on the bubble, because Paris has seemingly given up. We saw, we saw Temp's tweet. He said he didn't even want to play another match at all. That's your leader, your superstar player after they just picked up a new player in Johnny. If Florida come out here and even look weak on that map one, if somehow Paris are able to force it to a game 5, then possibly. Right? But when push comes to shove, I believe in the Mutineers. We've seen great things out of them before, especially on land. And
but that was a different roster too.
Yeah, but it was totally a different roster, but they still have it in them. We'll see.
You're right. All right, well, fellas, hey, the prediction's gonna be up to the players. Take it away.
All right, let's get this game underway. That segment was a little bit chaotic. It was a little bit crazy. And the predictions were kind of all over the point. But to tell you something, predictions don't really matter. Gameplay does matter. Going on to Tuscan Hardpoint, of course, the statistics heavily for Florida. They are looking to lock these points down, and that's probably what we should have been talking about. Florida are currently out of champs. This is 10 points they could desperately do with. And while Paris have the opportunity to redeem themselves, at least in this stage, maybe not for the rest of the year, it's still all got to be about Florida.
It has to be. I mean, the pressure, if I was to somehow fall into the trap of somewhat agreeing with the Paris win condition here, is the pressure is not on them whatsoever now. It's not there. Nobody's expecting them to win. Everyone is expecting Florida to come out and win this. They have to win this. Paris do not need to. The pressure is not there. Can that somehow, some way, give them something in this series? I wonder. Florida, the decent little start. Paris do have this rotation over towards P2. Major Maniac, not necessarily able to do too much there, but the side of Florida, it's a good start. But as mentioned, Paris with the rotation to P2.
Well, you can see they're trying to get into this one as well. That's a huge shell flying out of it in the end, and will be taken down. 12 seconds on the board here for Paris. The rotation to P2 comes through. Keep an eye on Johnny as he has to stem the flow of Florida Mutineers as they come through P5.
Has to do a job here. Oh, we can't win the first one. Sky's now through the front door. Temp is able to potentially butter them up as they're on their way in, but Gravity can't quite win that one. Now in a lot of trouble. Paris do still have control of the spawns. They're making sure they do keep control of them, but Florida just pushing forward. The intensity is there from the Florida side. Surreal now 5-2. Good start from him.
You can see Florida with this break. They're trying to hold off as well. Jimbo, though, gets that first kill. And you should see Paris trying to put a bit of a squeeze on here, but it's not the fastest push actually coming through. And already, Florida have got their reinforcements back. Paris, maybe a little bit lead-footed.
Just feels like there was no challenges for the gunfights. The kills were starting to come in for Florida there. The rotation and spawns is very much what Paris wanted to keep a hold of, but you either need to stick or twist. They sat back. They haven't then won the gunfights on top of that. And that's a very solid lead for the side of Florida Mutineers. Look, I mean, we talked about it towards the beginning of this stage. Could Paris play spoiler? But I just don't feel like they've given me any evidence to show that they can do. And based on that as well, looking at the scoreline at the top of your screen, Florida Mutineers with a good start. Can Paris get a good hold here, though? Jimbo 7-4 will fall. This rotation does belong to Paris. Can they get some good time?
Going for it as well. That's for Jimbo. Going to be here. Looking for it. That's a complete cut down. Florida Mutineers all left hanging in the air. Eventually, Awakening finds one towards it, and Temp takes that opportunity to push out. Gotta be careful not to let anybody slip here. And eventually going to get gunned down by 2 real. Now the pressure comes on Mutineers, trying to get through this one as well. Gravity towards the back is not going to find the kill either. And the Mutineers have found their way in.
Of course. They find the break. Paris now spawning out towards tiles. Mutineers just need to hold it through the front door. Good kill coming in from Jimbo. 10 and 5 out of him, having a good game. Scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect it so much so far. Rotation is starting to come in though. Mutineers just happy to prioritize that. Paris Legion do get a decent chunk of time, but both the Florida Mutineers there with damage limitation. They now have the rotation in. Can they hold this down? Paris pushing from top church. That's a break.
You see now they've managed to get in, and that is a huge wipe coming in from Paris. They've got church control at the moment, and they clean out their lines just a little bit. Florida Mutineers will have to reset and look for this awakening. Gonna try and put a little bit of pressure. He's looking towards short, gonna hit the back. Waiting for his teammates to come through. It's a slide from Awakening and a big gunfight that's going to pull Paris in different directions as Awakening stays alive again. Looks for the third, but eventually Johnny shuts him down, and Johnny gets 3 into church.
Fantastically well done. Can he find the 4th here as well? Johnny's starting to light it up much better. 5 kills in a row now, and that was a rotation that Mutineers prioritized there. They sent over a lot of players quite early. They found nothing for it. They find themselves behind. Johnny, 6 in a row. Another 1 on the board from him. We'll get him hold of that glide bomb, heading over towards P5, but more importantly, we'll be there for the rotation into the second set of hills. But right now, Paris Legion with a healthy lead. Can they do something with it?
Tech making 1 kill here. It'd be huge if Gravity can make another one, but Jimbo eventually backs him up here. And Paris Legion looking to put the squeeze through. They have the bodies, and they are going to fly into this one. Johnny makes another one. That's a glide bomb coming through. He continues his streak. Stays alive as well. His teammates don't even need to bait him out, but they are a little bit. And still alive. Johnny having a series. We said we got to keep an eye on him for this one. And that's the 8th. Pre-fire coming through. No reinforcements eventually. Oh my goodness, Johnny's still alive.
Oh my God.
He's still alive. That's a 10 streak now. Johnny pulling out every single stop, and eventually his teammate takes him down. But Paris are leading.
Speechless at this stage. Johnny with the 10 in a row, and it eventually actually only went down to one of his teammates. So that will be an 11, but technically not. Jimbo will find the last 2 over towards P5 as well. Disaster so far from Mutineers, who just can't hold onto a hill. Their rotations are coming in. They're looking relatively solid. But Paris are making it so difficult for them. It's just fast and frantic. Mutineers do not have an answer at this moment in time. Good kills coming in over towards P1, though, for the side of Mutineers as we head into that second rotation. But bear in mind, Johnny does have a hold of that glide bomb. Will he call it in here? Yes, he will. Florida Mutineers now in a little bit of trouble. The rest of Paris need to stay alive, find themselves in a position where they can do something to retake. Should be able to from here. But where are they?
Where Paris not really able to get in a position to help out with that glide bomb, and eventually Johnny gonna fly through, gets one as well, looks for Awakening. Awakening puts his head down, he's not happy with it, he's gonna have to do it again. Eventually Johnny takes him down, Johnny continuing going forward. Paris break this one back again, and Tuscan Hardpoint is looking like them at the moment, and Johnny having the series of his life. And we're only halfway into the hardpoint.
There's a long way to go. Jimbo, 17-13. The slaying has been there from Paris, and they rightfully deserve their 50-point lead. You start hanging over there. Jimbo won that gunfight that we just left, by the way. Insane plays from him. Rotation over towards P2. Florida Mutineers are all at sea here. They need to lock in very, very quickly. Paris are the ones playing like the team that need the points. Mutineers, we need to see some gunfight wins on these rotations. We need to see something. It's not going well for them.
It certainly isn't, but Paris doing a great job to hold this one off. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms.
I'm needing it, Donnie. I got native from mid, Caesar, front church. Caesar's bottom, already by you, Tom, get active. Take crypt. Out the back. The 3 blocks. Mike front. One time, got him. Nice one, top on me. Radio? Yeah, he's top radio weak. I only hit him once. He's flying, he's weak on me. Oh, he pushed me. You're good.
Mike is weak time. 1T.
Fine.
1T church. He's
I'm nading over. You gotta get active.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out.
Yeah,
guys.
Still top radio. He's coming down. He's right the hill, Awakening. Awakening, one stop flat.
Yeah, top flat.
Awakening, one shot nerd.
Close T.
Awakening, one shot. One more nerd.
TT.
I gotta reload.
One top. He went down.
They're both one shot. One more radio steps, one's left.
On team. Help me.
Radio steps.
Help me.
Radio did one shot.
Yeah, I'm trying to go
bullet radio, ran back to P5. I got radio.
Nothing. No, he's close middle. You middle.
P5. I got P5.
Shit, I'm
coming right with you guys. I'm coming right with you guys.
Oh, Paris sounding pretty good in the comms, and they look like they're locked in for this Tuscan hardpoint, but the rotation now matters. P3, and Paris really want to take this game to town.
Right, Mutineers managed to lock in a hill here. I mean, they need to start winning gunfights against Johnny eventually. It's looking like a good amount of time may go over towards them on to P3. So you'll find kills up top, Røkkr, not having too bad of a game at 17-18, but needs to match the pace of Johnny and Jimbo, who have been there, just some bad timing. Johnny will get the kill up top, Røkkr, so that could be the catalyst for Paris breaking through here. It just felt like Mutineers haven't had a solid lock on a hill yet. And we'll get a little bit of scrap time here, though. 20 seconds remaining. They're just about clean them out. It's only Johnny left in a position to do anything. Will get dealt with. That scrap time in a good amount of time over towards Mutineers. Honestly, the rotations have not been the problem for them. They just haven't been able to hold anything. Oh my god. Okay.
That's going to be an issue here, but last time around we saw Johnny start off into church incredibly hot, but the Mutineers have brought this one right back towards it. Major Maniac looking for the kills. Eventually Temp comes flying out to help his teammate as well. More kills flying in, but it's still Paris leading this one, and Johnny again shutting down the Mutineers.
Another good couple of moments from Johnny, who's just moving forward and deleting everybody. Skies will find the gunfight though, and all of a sudden maybe Mutineers can find a break, but Paris Legion have broken the 200-point mark. Major Maniac will find a gunfight. They need to start finding some gunfights really quickly, because this is not insurmountable whatsoever for the Florida Mutineers, but Paris Legion could be within 20 by the time we head over towards P5.
Temp again with the pre-fire. He knew Awakening was there at the time, and Major Maniac eventually going to take down Johnny. The rotation's already in though. Gravity is going to be on to next. There's going to be a little bit of a gunfight going down into towards Church. Major Maniac does win it eventually, but Gravity stays alive. Reinforcements are flying in. It's going to be Johnny again. He's here at P5. They've relied on him. He's now 30 and 20, and he's going to fly around and look for Skies. Knows where he is. Takes him down. Of course he does. Johnny having a whale of a time, and Paris are within lethal distance.
Has this man lost a gunfight? Has he lost a gunfight all game long? A 33 and 21. Surely Florida Mutineers can't bring it back. Paris are inside the point. Haven't done it. Mutineers are still in. This is still doable.
Wow, 1 point remains. Temp looking for 2 real. Knows where he is, but it's not going to be good enough. Eventually goes down. The 3 chows coming through though. An Awakening has to stay alive.
Oh,
they're back against the wall, and that's a nade. They just have to slide in. They can't make it in time. And Paris take the hard point, and the smile from Temp's face tells the story. A team that has been beaten repeatedly open up against Florida, who need these points so badly. A lot of series left to go, Tan, but that is not a good start for Florida.
No, that is not the way you want to start it at all. And honestly, as I said, so many occasions, and I'd love it if we could maybe get the stats on it here, but the rotation was in for Mutineers. We barely seen any good time brought. It felt like they were getting 15, 20 seconds here or there. It never felt like any of these rotations amounted to anything. And of course, when you got Johnny going 26 non-trader kills, Jimbo alongside him with 20 of his own, that is something that is difficult to deal with. Some of our keys to victory, Bryce, would need more from your SMGs. You absolutely got that there in map number 1.
Yeah, Johnny was just kind of different, and I don't really know how to quantify it because it was kind of ridiculous. He was just winning every single gunfight, and he went on streaks. He got glide bombs, went on streaks again. 2 pieces flying out for him. And you got to bear in mind here, he's 8 and 9. He was actually not in a great place. He was 3 and 9 before he started this streak. And I think he ended up, what, 36 and 22 or something ridiculous like that. It was a heat up of all heat ups just before the halfway mark, and it made such a ridiculous difference. From then, Florida Mutineers could not catch up.
It just felt like the Mutineers just couldn't get a trade when it was coming down to the SMGs at all. Johnny was there every single time, finding 2 or 3 on his own without any answer. And that's going to be an issue for Mutineers. You need to make sure you are finding these trades. Whereas Legion taking a win. Oh, man. No, Veli and Ali are going to be very smug if they win this series, by the way. I don't think I can deal with it.
I'm not really worried about it. I was the only one to put down the pick'em, so I can't really say an awful lot. But coming in here is Johnny, a 1.64 and 11 streak, a difference maker on the Tuscan hardpoint. We said we want to see more from him, and we certainly have that game. Can he continue? Can he be the player that Paris need to get these points in the bag today? Obviously, for them, their champs run is done. But There's still a major to play for. There is still redemption potential.
There is, but that is absolutely not the way you want to start it. You're coming in and you know that the majority of teams are going to be Paris. I mean, it's just a fact. Yes, okay, we've talked about it time and time again that, yes, okay, they could play spoiler. We heard good things about their scrims towards the beginning of the stage, etc., etc. We had some hope. But up until now, it has not looked likely. But if Mutineers are the team to lose, I mean, it is chalked completely. If they go on to lose this series, I see no way, not necessarily statistically and mathematically, that they make champs. Just how do you regain from that? How do you regain it? If it's not a complete free win, but you know, you're heading into this and everybody on that Florida Mutineers, the staff, the players, everybody be saying, right, this is a game we absolutely must win. It's a game we should win. If you go on to lose this game, and you can see in their face that, yeah, full might have been lost already, to be honest with you.
But that's the pressure, Tom. Like, just the unrelenting pressure. They know that their champs run, it's basically hanging by a thread. This is points that a lot of people have put them in the bag already. And don't underestimate how much pressure is truly on them. Because obviously there is still opportunities. They can get the points, they can go to the major, they can do a good job. But every time they lose, here is a step further. They have to get in the major, a step further into more and more difficult competition. They do not want to be in the worst possible scenario. And while only one heart point is gone, you have to reiterate this. This is not only a bubble team, this is the lowest bubble team, right? This is the team at the very, very bottom. Other than New York, this is the team that we thought might be able to make it out. But if they don't beat Paris, and they've got another game coming this week as well, I think it's not a good scenario. On the other side of it, and I want to be positive about this, Paris look like they're in very, very good spirits. It's nice to see a Paris roster with smiles on their faces. It has not been a fun season for them.
It hasn't been. And honestly, I might just give some of them something positive. Heading into, you know, the major, let's see if they can maybe start bringing a different kind of level. But yeah, as we talked about, rock bottom when it does come down to those CDL points. Paris need to continue this year. Berlin Search and Destroy 3-9 of the record of course their last 12. Florida Mutineers 6-7. Offensive win percentage though for Paris has not been there, but the First Bloods have.
Well, let's see how this converts, because this game really just got very, very interesting. Florida need to make the comeback into this one. And all jokes aside, all that segment before, everything you heard, it's all fun and games until it gets real. And already, we can see the push coming through. It's looking like Mutineers are going straight for B. This probably will be a fast plant.
Heading straight for it. CDL found a route through. Bomb will be going down. Paris could do with that First Blood just to answer back. This is aggression from Florida Mutineers. Who is what? How is Johnny able to push out there? If I'm too real, I'm asking how I'm dead. Either way, Bomb is down 4v3.
They have the life of one being down, looking for as well. Gravity gets the second one. Major Maniac going on Overwatch. They're going to have to find him in the next 20 seconds. Haven't found him quite yet. Tem gets the last one. It's just Major Maniac in a 1 versus 4. Finds the first, finds the second as well. And Major runs for his life. He's going to go all the way around to try and get this angle. I love this play. He may have outplayed Paris by himself for the 1 versus 4. The pre-aim comes in. They don't know where he is. And he's gone for it. The fuse is coming in. Jimbo. Has Major Maniac not made this happen? And Jimbo wins it! And seconds away! And Paris Legion clutch up. And they're smiling, but I would be worried.
Right. I'm just gonna have a minute. First of all, the attacking push from Mutineers there was fantastic. I'd love to see it. The aggression comes through. But then Johnny find that First Blood. Question mark immediately. Major Maniac left on his own. Paris are like, right, okay, we're cruising, that's fine. Does the hard work, and then pre-sprays it when there's still like 10 seconds. Just literally wait 1 or 2 more seconds and you've won the round.
Yeah, I think he was just like being careful. He obviously thought somebody was going to be there, but there's First Blood for Paris. Last round forgotten, this round already active. Bomb is going down for Jimbo. This guy's going to be towards the back of the B bomb site, but Paris have stacked this. They have bodies everywhere. Where are Florida going to find the break?
Can they find a route back in? They Awakening, could he be the catalyst? Gravity finds one. Inside the point is Jimbo. Johnny finds one on the flank, and all of a sudden 2 real left on his own. Temp finds him. This is convincing from Paris.
Yeah, really good push from there. That first blood opened things up for him. It's been the first bloods that have made a difference so far in this S&D. Playing with some confidence at the moment, Paris. Long way to go, though, before this series is ended and this map. You can see again what they do here, obviously. They'll be on the defense once again, and Florida have the opportunity to be proactive in the way they attack it.
Mutineers looking like an A hit going to start coming on through. First bloods from Paris are being converted. That's what's helped them. Jimbo looking for one on the outside. A little bit of company. Nice shots to really gets dealt with. Jimbo with the shots there. And once again, it's another first blood. It's very loud.
Now, advantage to Florida. Major. A little bit of movement there. Could have taken down Temp, and he has to back off and find a different angle. That nade's about to come in. Major's going to try it. Eventually does hit him. Temp super weak, and he tries to find Major Maniac, but he has to get out of there. On the other side of it, Gravity is going to try and get a little bit of a view here onto this one, and he is going to be taken down by Temp.
How on earth has that happened? Paris put themselves in a bad spot there after an opening first blood puts them in a sensational one. And then the over challenges start to come through. Irrelevant of that, though, we found ourselves now in a 2 versus 2. That bomb will be picked up. That bomb will be going down. Notification would have been there for the side of Paris. Makes things a little bit more difficult, but a 1 versus 2 now for Awakening. The bomb is down. First gunfight's crucial.
Flies straight out of it. Finds Temp. Temp staying alive. Temp wins the gunfight. Paris go up 3-0. Gravity and Temp combining in teamwork to make that one happen. They've clutched up, and they're up 3-0.
My goodness. Look at the smile on Donnie Temp's face. You know, and the thing is, for them, I said the pressure's not there for the win. I mean, look, of course, the organization would absolutely love to see them go on and win some games. That's what they want. They want the Paris Legion brand to do well. But the pressure is not that this win means nothing to them statistically or moving forward. Maybe some form heading into champs. But if they can keep this up, this place spoiler to the Florida Mutineers, it's something we talked about that had potential based on what we've seen so far from Paris. I thought there was no potential. But here we are. 3-0 up in the search and destroy. 1-0 up in the series. Johnny looking for that first blood. Will surely find on a Major Maniac. 4 versus 3. Another first blood for Paris.
Johnny's gone. Johnny's already way past fire. They're looking for him. You can see on the minimap, Florida are aware he may have slipped the net. Jimbo just being extra careful before he plants this one down. Skies creeping slowly but surely. Finds Gravity. And brings us back to a 3 versus 3. Bomb down for Paris.
Look at the overextension. Johnny's still there. Awakening looking to try and find him, and he just lingers a little bit too long now. This should be an opportunity, a huge one for the side of Mutineers. Did Awakening see Jimbo? He did not. 1 versus 2.
Let's go back in. Time ticking down. They're looking for him desperately.
Gotta go together.
Finds too real. Goes straight out with it as well. Alive. Has to play his life. Sky's gonna go for him, but Skies gets him with a pistol. The clutch is not to be. And Mutineers desperately get one back on the board.
It wasn't pretty, but I don't think they will mind one little bit. Skies finds the final kill. As mentioned, Jimbo just a little bit weak there, but you know, Johnny finds himself in a really good spot over towards fire, but I think they just overpeak it ever so slightly, do Paris. Not a great deal that they can do once they lose those couple of gunfights, though. Jimbo makes it interesting, but Mutineers eventually find themselves on the board. That was essential. That closed out that 3v1. You got 4-0 down off the back of a 1 versus 3. I don't know what to tell you.
Let's see. Can Florida get another one on the board and bring this right back into contention? Johnny's going to be there as well. And he's weak. He's trying to get through him. He's going to try and get out. It's not going to work. Nobody looking over, and Florida Mutineers have that first blood in the pocket, ton.
Something that they haven't found throughout, I believe, at least one of the 4 that they have played so far. Temp now looking to try and find one back of his own. Has help from Gravity. They get control of the site. Wicken is still in here. Finds the first, and he's going to find it on the Temp as well. Well picked. I don't even know if he knew Temp was there. Wicken goes to the challenge. Jimbo goes to challenge back. 2v3. Or 1 versus 3, I should say.
Yeah, Florida just going to play with him here a little bit and eventually take him down. Just didn't have anywhere to go. And Florida Mutineers getting another one back on the board off the back of that first blood. Johnny was a little bit aggressive, and Awakening just had that pre-aim locked in.
Mutineers bringing this one back. First bloods are crucial for them. Paris are very much feeding off those when they do get a hold of them. But they're clawing their way back into this game. Slowly but surely. Paris still 3-2 to the good, but it's a 4-spree for Awakening, 3-spree for Skies. A lot of bodies over towards the A side here. Looks like that's where Paris are posturing as well.
They've got one player playing that hook position, as like they call it. Gravity sitting on the way, trying to catch anybody going for a huge flank. But Paris slowly but surely making their way here to the site. Not a ton of control for them through Ticket. There's a player waiting, ready for whoever pops through. Neat, trying to break through this window. Slowly but surely, it's a very slow entry to the site. And he's been caught. TJHaly finds one. He's looking for Johnny, and he finds a second. That was not a good push in the end, and Gravity's left alive in a 1 versus 4, and down he goes.
Maybe the worst thing I've seen this year. Maybe. It was painful viewing. Nonetheless, Johnny, we know those boards on the windows are a little bit difficult at times, but TJHaly plays this one very, very nicely. Reads it as soon as the noise cues are there from Johnny. Goes to peek, and he has Temp alongside of him. Those smiles that were on Paris Legion's faces have faded somewhat. 3-3 now.
Huge comeback from Florida, and it looks like they're going for a B push once again. Paris Legion not committed an awful lot of players for this one. Keep an eye on Skies, though. He's going to be watching that P5 cross, but he has just given it up. Temp is getting fire. And this bomb is going down. It's a good position here now for Florida.
Paris maybe don't have an answer here. They need to find the first blood crucially. People are Mutineers inside the point. This is a decent setup from them. First blood there. Yeah, that's big.
Major Maniac backtracking, but they've figured it out this time. There's going to be players left on the site. Awakening gets one. TJHaly gets another. Now they have to try and attack him, but they've got no real time here. TJHaly's just going to play with him. And eventually, he flies around towards the back here. Johnny finds TJHaly. Awakening finds one more, and Gravity, he's just not going to find him in time, surely. And it doesn't matter. Eventually wins the gunfight, but the time is gone. Florida, the Mutineers get that one onto the board.
And that was a 2 versus 4 from inside the site as well. Paris do the hard work in clearing out the dock side. As soon as that happens, though, they've got to get control of the site. They do not have the time because they had to take their time around the outside. Well played, though. In the end from Mutineers. Locking that one in. Just wasted that time. So many times that you've seen, specifically towards the end, the player behind the bomb site was peeking it back and forth. Doesn't need to take a gunfight. The longer you stay alive, the harder it is for Paris to come back. 4-3 now. 4 rounds off the trot.
Again, aggressive from Paris. They're looking for the players here. Awakening going to be on the bomb. A lot of trouble coming through. TJHaly's going to be in there as well. TJHaly finds it. TJHaly finds a second. And now Paris are reeling. No bomb. No numbers. No map control. And not a lot of hope.
Not a lot they can do here, Paris. 7-4 from Gravity. You can maybe find a pick. You can possibly get something going. You got Temp alongside you as well. Gives away his position on it. Not a clean shot on Major Maniac, so that makes things maybe a little bit more difficult. Florida Mutineers surely just going to back up. Paris looking for a pick, but they don't necessarily have the time to do so here.
Well, they're just playing around it. They're stacking the site. They know Paris have to come towards them. Gravity going all the way through. Temp hoping to find somebody who he thinks might rotate, but unfortunately, Florida aren't going to do that. They know the position they have to play.
Paris
no time.
Yeah, they haven't been given anything here. Mutineers, as soon as they knew that bomb was down, they have not offered Paris a single thing. Benjamin will find the kill under gravity. Temp will find one back, but just no time on his side for the kills. Not going to happen. Mutineers, 5 rounds in a row now. Paris looked good until they didn't. Florida Mutineers seem to just have finally awakened in this game. And to be honest, I think it's just the lack of first bloods that are now coming from Paris. Mutineers maybe playing a little bit more careful. It's working out for them.
And this is the turnaround they needed. Paris looking a lot more focused. It's all smiles, all fun and games. The reality has come home to roost. Lays over the top. They're looking for another B push. It's worked out for them a couple of times, and actually having to back off here. The Nates catch him. Too real has been seen. There's a Chow coming through. They eventually find him. Now Johnny's alone. His teammates are all the way by A-ton.
It has fallen apart for the Paris Legion, hasn't it? 2 versus 4 now needed to stay in the session to throw a good shot from Johnny, but it might not be enough now. Jimbo, 1v3.
And Jimbo's going to try and make his way across and looks at the player. We'll check the close corner. Does eventually win that gunfight, but now essentially you have to defuse and you know where the other players are going to be. It's how this always runs, so he has to go and find them, and they are going to play with him. Make no mistake here. They get the opportunity, they'll gun him down. If not, they can play all the time they want. Doesn't matter. Eventually, he goes down. Florida Mutineers, a bad first 3, a great next 6. They bring this series back to 1-1.
Much better from the Mutineers, as mentioned, when they stopped giving away those first bloods. It was honestly sloppy play in those first few rounds that led to it. On top of some good play from Paris, but then as soon as Mutineers cut out those mistakes, they are able to tie it up pretty easily. 1-1 now. The series is long from over. The Paris party has not quite begun yet. Still another 3 maps to go though, and if they could keep their respawn form up, then maybe something can be going here. But that Search and Destroy performance was very much a game of 2 halves. 3-0 up, 6-3 you lose. Not the best way to do it.
It really wasn't, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence or just not really clicking as much as they could have done, but Mutineers desperately get one back on the board and continue moving forward into the control. It's made this game feel a little bit more realistic, Ton.
Yeah, it feels a bit more like on level par where we thought it may well be, but honestly, I think it's the nature of the performance of map number 1 that maybe gives people hope for Paris. Yeah, that Search and Destroy, I said it, those first 3 rounds are really good, but as soon as you stopped finding those first bloods, you stopped converting rounds from nothing, of course. Let's see. Heading into a control, it is still going to be difficult for them to find something from this series, but Florida Mutineers will be buoyed by that one. They needed some signs of life in that Search and Destroy. They showed it. Should have confidence heading into map number 3.
Yeah, they certainly will, and map number 3 is where we head to next. Paris, a little bit of pride on the line for them. They take the first hard point, but the Mutineers need the points, and they fight back in the Search and Destroy. This is certainly a series that is still wide open. Control next, don't go there. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
I use a PS4 Scuff Infinity. I use Scuff concave sticks, and like, I don't know, that's just what I've been using recently, so I like it a lot. On the back, you can see I only have one paddle, because the way I hold it like this. So like, I use the left paddle for X, like to jump, and I play like half claw. Triggers and bumpers, I have it like the digital tap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL, and if you want to find the rest of that video, you can on Scuff's YouTube. And if you want to check out any pro player settings, you can do through the AimLab website. You can find it all here on your screen. That's the URL you need to go to, callofdutyleague.com, NUS player settings. Go have a look, see if they suit you as well. And I could certainly do with being a little bit better on the sticks. But speaking of good on the sticks, these two teams are trying to prove it ton. Paris Legion and the Florida Mutineers. Still an awful lot of series to go.
Yeah, a long way to go, and it was a really good turnaround there from the side of Mutineers, and it's a time when they absolutely needed it. A very, very lackluster performance in map number 1, and then you find yourself 3-0 down in Search and Destroy. A must-win game. You then bring it back 6 rounds in a row. You now head into a Tuscan control. Looking to get control of the series once more here, though, Bryce. I think that's what they need to do. Try and lock something in here. Defensive win percentage is definitely there. Not horrible offensive win percentage for Florida either. Back over towards the defensive win percentage from Paris, which is not good. So Florida have it in their locker here. Hades so far, nobody over a 1. On the other side, I'd imagine we'll still have somebody up there. Yes, we will. A 1.43 from Johnny off the back of that map number 1 performance. He's going to need to bring similar levels here at map number 3 if Paris wants to retake this league.
Well, let's find out how they're feeling up for that little bit of a break. And Jimbo comes straight out with the first blood there onto this control. Obviously, first blood not quite as important on this game mode, but it's always nice to get that first kill in and get warm, but we'll be taken straight back down by 2 real, and that took a couple of more bullets than I thought it would.
You get excited over the first bloods there, Bryce. Did you forget we were playing control, or is that...
I just like COD. I'm just a big COD fan.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Here we are. Moving into the control. And I mean, it's a good aggressive start from the Mutineers here, and tempting themselves with a push over towards B. Good shots from Major Maniac. Johnny walks through the door, gets deleted. Paris will be able to retake over towards A though. Tempin, Jumbo performing well here. Now going to be able to move forward. A little bit of map control for the side of Paris.
Yeah, a bit of a turnaround as well. They're completely shutting down Florida. I'm surprised Florida didn't try and get that second tick on away. Obviously, just helps out if you have to kind of fall back onto it. And realistically, Mutineers now have to try and figure this one out. Where are we applying the pressure? Where are we going? Is it back to normal? And with 2 kills down, they can basically go wherever they feel like.
Thing is, for the Mutineers there, they've done a really good job of doing so, but when you find yourself in that position, you're just giving up a lot of time, because you have to find these players who are inevitably pushed up from Paris. They did so, they found a route through, but only momentarily. Concentrate a lot of their efforts over towards B here at the Florida Mutineers. Not a lot going on over towards A. There's a gunfight that's going to go Paris's way, so Jimbo is over there, slowing things down. Mutineers aren't going to get anything out of this over towards B. And I kind of... I never feel great about a 2-man B push. I think it has, a lot of things have to go right for you for that to be fruitful, if anything, for it to be effective. In that case, it wasn't for the Mutineers. They've now regressed back over towards A, but on the back foot a little bit with this push over towards B.
Yeah, this is just kind of making sure they get A as well. And sometimes it can work. Essentially, what they're looking for was a tick, and they didn't get it. And now they've got a long road to go. Paris do have the lives. They're holding church pretty aggressively here, actually. Paris, they're not really rotated through, and they're going to be found out for it, but Trey's coming through eventually. Jimbo gets 2, only 1 player left alive here, and it's going to be Big Wake. He's going to be staying alive, but he needs to wait for his teammates. Time will be burning.
Staying alive, there needs to be a decent push here from the side of Florida. They don't really have too much time. I like the setup from Paris, though. Very aggressive. The grenade catches out one. Temp will catch out the other. Awakening Major Maniac now dead. They may well have one more push in them. But look how much map control Paris have here. Look where Temp is. Already pushed up. Johnny ready and waiting. Over towards Radio. It's a hard push for Florida to find anything here. Bit of bad timing.
That timing was terrible.
Get Temp from behind as well.
Oh, this is it. Look at the setup coming through. Florida should be raining nades onto this one to try and make a bit of a break. How many Jimbo's going to find the first and the second. And Terrell goes for the third. It wasn't one of the worst chows I've seen. Just sort of ran around and hoped for it after two other players did the exact same thing. Sky's silver lining towards the back of the map. And can Florida find this? Going to hit ramp about as fast as they can do to try and get into this point and find anything from this round. And it's not going to be any good.
Yeah, not going to work out there. And yeah, I think that final challenge come through is kind of hit it in hope vibes coming out from TJHaly in that one. But good hold from Paris. Very nicely done. Temp was pushed up quite far. And when they did lose those gunfights in mid-map and had everybody on the back foot ready and waiting, they did not lose their head, really. Good play there from Jimbo. 3 in a row, albeit the third was very much on a plate for him. Heading over towards here now for the Paris Legion. Can they open up with an attack here to put themselves back in control of this series? Mutineers need this round.
Going for the hold here, and you can see TJHaly going to try and make a little bit of pressure through P5. Players coming through mid as well. Going to be Major Maniac, goes for the challenge. Not going to work out. Very few kills actually flying through. Temp actually has opened up towards P5. He might try and put a bit of pressure on here. This is not really about getting on the point. It's about farming kills off the respawn. You can see Florida and looking for him. No reinforcements for Temp, so he has to backpedal.
He's maybe opened up a little bit of a door here for Johnny. Can't quite get through. Temp's surviving. I think him just staying alive here. A little bit of pressure coming in over towards the back for the Paris Legion. A lot more time for them than the Mutineers managed to have. And look at those kills. That might make a difference. 28 to now 23. Could be another one here as Awakening Major Maniac maybe on a plate. Gonna find the second. Paul that he did so. Gravity surviving towards the back end has done so well. Rest of his team nowhere to be seen, but Gravity with a little bit of pressure here. 6 spree, Brycey.
There's going to be a double chow coming through onto Gravity here. You can see they're sacking for it. Awakening jumps straight back out of it. The nade eventually does take him down. Florida doing a good job of actually keeping Paris off of kilter. They have not been able to get a stacked here ton. And they need to start trying to make a little bit of control, or at least jump on this site.
5 bomb there on the side of Gravity, though. So keep an eye on that. That could be important. One of those attacking rounds that Paris Legion need to find. 3 men over towards Church. Jim will get dealt with on this side of the map, so it's going to be everybody towards the back now. Johnny and Cup going to try and get rid of TJHaly, who's doing his best and doing a good job at surviving. Awakening there with the Overwatch as well. Shots coming in. Good job from the Mutineers. Dug those trenches, and they are not allowing Paris Legion to break the line here.
Yeah, certainly are not. They cannot find a way through here, Paris. And this is what I mean. Like, at the moment, Florida Mutineers just have an awful lot of control of this map, and Paris aren't really in a good position for trades. This is more about hero plays than anything else. And speaking of which, Johnny finds first. Jumps straight into the site to stop it for just a few seconds. It does mean Florida have to react to him, but where are the rest of Paris?
Trying to figure out something out towards the back there. Jimbo finds a kill, but doesn't really result in anything. Temp now hitting the back, and a lot of solo players towards the spawns of Florida Mutineers to try and find a break that way, but they need to be coordinated with the rest of the team pushing through the front. Oh, that is a hellish grenade from Temp. Jimbo's combining at the same time, and all of a sudden...
They're in. 2 players on it. It's coming through. It's not a full stack because of the grenades. Temp holding towards the back here.
That's a huge kill.
Down. They know the player's going to be coming through radio shortly. Here goes the second tick. The third is furiously coming through, and Paris are 10 seconds away. They've got it. That's this complete fail there by Florida. They break and they never regain. Paris Legion go up 2-0 in the control ton.
They didn't even need to invest the glide bomb that they have in the back pocket. That is absolutely huge for the side of Paris. And everything just kind of fell into place at the same time. It was 3 kills came up in the kill feed like that. And as soon as that happens, it's panic stations for Florida. And then all of a sudden, Paris Legions just continue to win gunfights. 16-6 out of Gravity. He's having a hell of a game here. Jimbo 17-7 as well.
Oh, Slaying is paying the bills, and they just need to hold this defense. Unfortunately, already going to lose the first couple of kills. Then it's going to be up top. Finds Awakening, just rips those brows right off. Florida need to up the pace.
Now, I don't need to obviously speak in the obvious here, but of course Florida do need this round to get it back into it, but then that would put them back on a defense, which would then potentially send us to round number 5. So if Florida can win this round, they still have the potential to win this map. But of course, it is Paris very much in the driving seat here. Still trying to keep a hold of something over towards A. Johnny Inco, shots coming in, trying to slow it down. Gravity is going to be able to find the second kill with the help of Jimbo, who comes in with the last couple of bullets. So Paris do not lose A. And the map control over towards this side as well, but Sky's behind them could be a problem.
Yeah, one thing you've got to be careful here is obviously they haven't done it, but if Florida had overcommitted towards B and got something going, it could have been bad for Paris, but they are doing a job, and they are doing it by just slaying continuously. And Johnny gets one, looks for Major Maniac, he's stunned, doesn't really matter. The players are coming through as well. Thames hit the spawn, and they are just causing all kinds of issues now for Florida. Can't even get towards A-Ton.
And this is fantastic from Tem. He's backing off, even if they lose A here, it's not a big deal. They are slowing things down. Mutineers are struggling to break here. If you can hold on to it, fantastic. They may well be able to here. Wickner is able to answer with a kill onto Johnny. Now Jimbo transitioning over, has Gravity with him. Just feels like the Florida Mutineers are going one by one here, Bryce. It feels like they've lost their heads.
Paris playing with some confidence, but this is the truth. Johnny has to hold this. He's the only player here from Paris, and he gets both of them. And Gravity says, hey, Skies, I see you managed to make your way through there, bud. I'm going to call in the reinforcements, but it doesn't work out for it. Florida's still here in numbers. Got to be careful. Slowly but surely, that's going up onto it. Chow coming through eventually. Paris.
I see.
They have to be a bit careful. Paris is still committing over towards A. Paris? Looks like they're getting in position for this, and they are going to just manage to pull themselves out of the fire. Was a little bit worried, Ton.
I was a little bit worried as well. Temp up, gonna lock in the kill over towards B. He's not even gonna get locked in there. It was looking like it was going to, but look at the lives as well, Bryce. This one's done. Paris are gonna have the lead back surely.
8.9 seconds remaining, and that will be ticked over to 1.8.
It's 4 lives. It's a 3 lives.
Is there anything here for Florida? Is there anything? And Jimbo flies out towards the middle, goes down towards the back. Major Maniac, 2 versus 9. Maybe get a 9 versus 1, and down they go, and Paris Legion take the control 3-0. Pretty dominant performance, and the smiles are back, baby.
First time we've seen the smile since about the 4th round of Search and Destroy. Florida Mutineers, dire straits. Again, it's a game you come into against a team who have only managed 20 points across the CDL season. It matters not at this moment in time, though. You need to switch on. You need your game to be better. 2 real 12 and 23. 13 and 27 out of Awakening, a player who we know can do so much better. Let's talk about the positives. Paris Legion there. For me, when they found kills, they pushed forward. They didn't just sit. They didn't rest on it. They pushed forward at every single opportunity. Glide Bomb's going to help yourselves on the way, but that attacking round is what makes the difference there. Florida Mutineers 3-0. They lose the control. We head into a map number 4 of an absolute must-win series, and they find themselves 2-1 down.
They do, and Paris just looked confident on the map. And
yeah,
a couple of times I thought they might have been a bit slow. There was a little bit of shakiness there towards the end of that last round time, when obviously they kind of overcommitted towards 8. But Florida Mutineers weren't able to get it done. It did look night and day between them. Paris Legion are up 2-1 on this, and we head into the next hard point. Florida Mutineers just unable to get anything going.
Yeah, nothing at all. It just feels so lackluster. I will say that, I mean, they looked pretty good on that defense for the most part, and then it was just one big play from Paris that broke them open, and I think their spirits probably would have been broken by that stage, but they never looked likely on their attacks. And I mean, you don't necessarily need to win an attack to win a control, but it definitely helps you on your way. But yeah, the killer moment's losing that attack in the way that you have done. You're 2-0 down. You're then going on to attack yourselves. It's always so tough. But Paris Legion, got to give them props. Fantastic game from them. 3-0, 2-1 up in the series. Hey, I don't know, maybe Ali and Veli have cheered them on here. Maybe just some positivity in the Paris camp is all that needed.
Yeah, and like I said before, obviously it felt a little bit hypocritical, right? Because I put them in the pick and because I fully kind of buy into the storyline and the excitement, right? Like, essentially, yeah, if Paris do this will be a pretty significant result for Florida. Actually, not for Barrett, but for Florida, because they won't get these 10 points that they so desperately need. But like I said before, I think the stats are somewhere along these lines. I think Paris have only won 2 series online the entire kind of online qualifiers, all 4 splits, and they've lost like 16 of them. They win this, obviously, will be their 3rd, and what a time to do it against a team like Florida, who are scraping for every point they can get before they head into the major.
And these are the kind of points that Florida absolutely need. You need everything to help you down the line. Look, I mean, Florida could, not based off this, but Florida could turn up to the event in New York next weekend and go on to win it, and that would obviously make them safe. But you want to make it as easy as possible. Take as much pressure off yourself as you can heading into that major. When it turns like a loss here could make the difference between a placement or 2 at the major. If you'd won here, you could have been good for champs. Like that's how close it can be. Every single win counts, and because you want to put yourself in a better position to then obviously crack on at the major. Look at where they are. If Guerrillas and Thieves can crack on, Mutineers, Subliners have continued their ascendancy as well. Subliners will be delighted with this.
Well, the thing is, you're not just fighting one team. You're fighting so many teams for these points. Anybody could have a really good major. Like Røkkr could go and win their points today. They could have a good point in the major. They go up. Obviously, then Florida have to do very well as well. New York are trying to get through. So any team in the bubble is basically hoping every other team loses every single game they are going to be in. So you've got, like, if you're a Subliners fan or a Røkkr fan, Guerrillas, Thieves, Ultra, you're all hoping Florida lose this.
Yeah, I'm getting lots of tweets about, you know, Vivid not being in the roster. It's made it such a huge difference, but I don't think you can ever like discount the fact that the Paris has said that their record, speaks for itself. It's hard to ever pick them. I think it's really difficult to ever go logically and sort of say this is absolutely should be a Paris win. I think at the same time though, they've definitely performed so much better than what we have seen so far. Johnny's had a standout performance. Everybody has really been at the races when they've needed to, and Florida Mutineers have come into this flat. 2 of their highest performers have not been there. Awakening Skies, they needed people to help them along. They needed somebody to spread the love of what they were doing for this team, and that has not happened.
Well, the pressure increases onto Florida. They made a roster change that some people did not agree with, and I'll reserve my opinions until we find out what happens. But a lot of talk around Vivid and 2Real and Major Maniac and whether or not it was a good move at the time. The facts are this: 10 points up for grabs in this game, and they are 2 maps away from it and 1 map from losing it. They are currently sitting in 10th position in our standings, and this team has nothing to lose against them. Paris Legion, not a great record for them, but none of it matters. They are not going to champs, but they can stop other teams, and that's why the smiles on the face. Tem put out a video. He says we're ready to play spoiler, and 1 more map will do it.
What a way they've done it in their 2 map wins as well. It was very comfortable map number 1, extremely dominant in the end. And map number 3, map number 2 they'll look at as well. They were 3-0 up. This is one that they could have had signed, sealed, and delivered at this stage. But now we move into map number 4. Can they lock it in? I need to see more out of the SMGs on the side of Florida when it comes down to this, as well as the ARs, of course, and Berlin Hardpoint with Gravity is having a series. 1.47 KD. He is fine. Absolutely fine for the team. If he can bring that level here on Berlin, that's an improvement.
Johnny, be good. And they are being good. If you are joining us on this stream here, we are on the cusp of what could be an upset, but not just an upset, an absolute dagger into the heart of Florida's run for champs. Paris in the P1 already. Famously, this has been a hill they've done very well on and been where the majority of their points come through already. Getting that first blood against 2Real. Paris Legion set to lock into this one. 10 flying out as well. Jimbo gets a kill at the same time, but Awakening is playing his heart out. He needs to be big wake today. Gets 3 and they break in.
Yeah, they absolutely needed that really good break coming on through. I know it's early, but a good start to the map. It's crucial here for Florida. Dire Straits, as said, they absolutely need to win this game. They are down against one of the worst teams in CDL history. Can they find something here now, Florida Mutineers?
Holding this P1, but it's not really about the P1 anymore. It's going to be about P2. Paris have a player over there, but it's going to be a bit of a heartbreak from the rest of them. Keep an eye on to Johnny, instrumental in this series so far. Finds a first blood over there at the same time. The rest of the Paris team swing into action. 10 finds a second, and Florida are crumbling. They had the rotation. Can they hold on to it? No! They've been killed.
SMG's combining well, but Awakening will come back and find it. Right, players around here for the side of the Mutineers. Gravity, though, through the front door. Awakening searching for him, knows exactly where he is. Awakening's having a good game of things here, my goodness me. Finds the 4th.
Big Wake ain't having it. He ain't having it. He refuses to dip out of this game. He's already 7-3 and we go into P2. Florida still have control of it off the back of him. Rotation is in for Paris, though.
The end of the world for Paris, that. Fought well for it, but Mutineers get a good chunk of time. A lot of this is on Jimbo. If you can slow things down, 1 or 2 kills would be great. He finds absolutely nothing. The road is now wide open. If you're Paris, where's the spawn's going to come in? Of course, they are out, so Mutineers have got a good chance here.
Well, they're not going to win the gunfights. 2 real, last one alive, and that's a full wipe. It's a full wipe. Paris can now push out. They can now set up. It's a very hard pick for Florida. I'll tell you something. I think it's time to jump in the comms and see how these teams are feeling.
They're spawning out. They're spawning out.
Good stop.
Go fast. Go fast.
Back. Close with front door. Close front door.
Get him. Dead. Fire. Look your fire. Look your front.
I fire.
I heard it.
Fire. Dead.
I'm
taking her out.
That was not. He's not chilling. It's Tom.
I'm trusting out the.
Nice.
You have him?
4.
Go.
I'm
not lucky. Go secret.
I hear you.
Looking for Donnie.
Secret absolute.
You want me?
No, he's backing up. Looking at
Hey, yo, you go deep. Go deep.
Rep left.
One's on me, old.
Top tower. Yo, Jimbo's laying down like. Jimbo might be close on you. He was laying down like.
Jimbo, one shot train. Back trains. Keep going left.
Jimbo's chain.
P5 done.
He's secret. He's going clutch.
I'm gonna hit this guy's secret now.
Jimbo's back left. I'm going right.
Jimbo's back warehouse. He's trying left. He's trying the truck. Like low warehouse.
Lower house.
One's on me, glass.
Top tower. Left side tower, guys. I'm coming side. White peeking right there.
Tower.
Nate Hill.
Spawn AR, Brandon.
Front tower, yeah, but. He might go back left.
One's top P5. He's not peeking.
P5's not chilling.
I name in Hill.
One's got heady.
I'm doing lane down shit.
One's got heady. One's
got heady.
Name got heady.
Hill's balance steps now.
On the stairs.
Sidewalk.
P5.
Jimbo.
I kill someone.
P5 dead.
Front left.
I'm chilling. One more time.
Nice.
Gravity weak on the rails of time. Rails dead. Good fucking shit. Look over.
Adder, no hurry.
Much more.
I can't have your solid. I think my bad. Yeah, that's good. Jimbo on time.
Nice, good shit.
Keep rolling P2.
I'm in the wrap right.
I'm wrapping right with you.
You're alone.
Yeah. Think of.
I'm gonna get your dice.
Well, Florida Mutineers desperately trying to keep this one close. You can hear the comms just flying from them at the moment. It's an 8-point game, Ton, as we head into P5.
Yeah, back and forth. A couple of really good rotations out of Paris. Get the hell over towards P3 and then flip Florida Mutineers and find their way over towards P4. We're able to hold off the final 20, but the damage was maybe already done. It's a 10-point game. It's a very close game. Temp and Jimbo, though, making sure they keep control of fire as best as they can. They want to lock down these spawns for 30 seconds time when we head over towards P1. Have themselves a lead on top of that. Johnny's yet to find himself in a position where he can get going. For SMGs on this map, it's all about just putting yourself in that best spot to cause chaos. There's some long sight lines, and this is the kind of spot he needs to be in. 2 streak for him. More HP, he gets up.
Well, they're just beating them back off the spawn here at the moment, and nobody from Florida has snuck through. You can even see Temp would have just double-checked. Nobody had actually managed to make it, but now P1 is on the cusp of popping, and Paris are still in a good position for it.
They're in a really good spot. Surreal and Awakening will answer back. A rotation win for the side of Paris to get most of the points. that were offered, if you like, over towards P5. Gravity now just trying to lock down this door. You can do with an SMG over here as well, just to give him a hand. Temp on his way over to try and help out. Johnny around the outside, big gunfight win. Can he help inside the point as well? No, too real. We'll get the better of him this time. Good break from Florida.
Surreal going to fly out to this one as well, looking for the kills. Eventually will find it. Does take a nade, survives on 2 health, and yes, it will be Florida who have an opportunity to get some points back onto this one. Surreal continuing the gun, looking for Johnny, and stays alive. And points here, flying in for Florida. The rotation will matter as these teams are both neck and neck.
Really good break by Florida there, I should say, considering where Paris were in that situation. But again, it's a rotation that's going to belong to the side of Paris. 20 and 12 out of Jimbo. Let's keep this up as best as he can. Johnny's starting to hit up just a little bit more. This guy's not necessarily performing in the moment, but it does not matter. Rotation is in here now for Paris. Florida not in the best of spawns here either. So keep an eye on 50 seconds, Bryce, as we rotate over towards P4. Can Paris lock down some good time at P2, though?
Terrell's already been seen, and Gravity has that one locked here. Major Maniac, though, goes for that last chow. They're looking for him. Jimbo's going to find him as well. Another player comes flying in towards it. It's going to be Skies. I think he saw that gun barrel, and he did, but he's not going to finish it. And then somehow he's still not dead. Eventually, we'll find it. Jimbo on a 5 streak now. He's 23 and 12 ton.
Having a hell of a game. Not quite sure how he didn't find that kill a little bit earlier here, but as said, that rotation over towards the next hill is going to be really important. It's Paris who are here again. Feels like every rotation has belonged to them, but they haven't necessarily locked down as much time as they probably would have liked. Temp now trying to push through is going to get a bit unfortunate with those final few seconds. So go over towards the Mutineers. It's an 8-point game. Also, by the time we get over there, but 2 kills from Major at the right time there might help them out.
Tell you what's crazy is I feel like I'm always seeing Paris Legion get the rotation, but not able to hold it as much as they would like. And again, it happens. Paris Legion are first to this, but they have not got the dominant position now. This is a great opportunity for Florida Mutineers. They hold this down for time, and they will be ready to end this game.
Fantastic break from Mutineers once more. Some good time for them. Skies are trying their best to lock this one in. It's only really Temp in a position to do much. Gravity will get a good spawn up, though. Spawn's still in on the road for Paris. It was just a good initial couple of kills that come through from Mutineers that find that break at the very beginning of this 60 seconds. Major Maniac awakening the 2 real, combining well as we make this rotation over towards P4 now. Mutineers are going to be in, I mean, as good of a lead as they have been all game long to try and force that map number 5.
Well, Train is next, and I know we always say this, but it's not the easiest one to actually hold and get an awful lot of time on, but Paris won exactly that. Now comes the pressure, 2 real. Just taking a little bit of a love kiss, but still good alive and still in a position to do something. The rest of Florida Mutineers are going around the back, but the kills are going towards the Paris Legion, and they get 3. Only player left alive is Major Maniac, who makes 2, but eventually goes down. No more time for Paris. They have to get on board, and they are trying to just slow this pressure down from Florida.
Really, really good time from Paris here. It's hard to make up much time on this one, but they've done such a good job so far. Awakening all around from behind. Jimbo needs to try and get some cover as best as he can. The rest of the team spawning up towards the back dock side. Jimbo will only find 1. Eventually will fall. So now it's a fight out for Paris. Johnny hasn't had a good game here, but it is one of those maps that's a little bit more difficult for a sub with some of these sight lines, but they've just got to send them forward. Just get him to put the pressure on to help the team out.
Well, this is where it becomes important. Jimbo is going to try and flip this. He's going to get into fire, looking for the root food for his team. Finds the first one. He has to still do an awful lot of more work if he wants to try and move these spawns along. But he is causing a problem for Florida. They will be looking for him. That may open it up for Paris.
The distraction technique is going to work. Jimbo will find another one. All of Mutineers have to turn around, awakening just about in time. Spawn's still there for the side of Florida Mutineers as we head in towards P1 once again in 30 seconds time. Can Paris find a way through here? Could it be through gravity? Not going to happen this time. 2 real and Skies combining well. Have Mutineers caught fire at the right time here. Brycey, Johnny slipped the net.
He has. He's going to be looking for it as well. He needs his teammates to make some kills and get out of here. That is the difference. They found him. Awakening's going to call that one. Player coming off the respawn as well. It's going to be Skies. Johnny, he's desperately fighting for this. He knows he needs to put his team in a good position. He's flanked all the way around again. He finds Skies as well. Kills coming in from gravity. Skies going to try and get out of it. And he knows he's going to go for it. Johnny gets it. But the spawns are still not here, but Paris are flying towards this hill, and it's going to be awakening towards Ticket. Johnny trying to hold down platform with both teams, putting the stoppers in. And Paris have broken through, but they do not have control, Ton.
Yeah, they don't have the numbers here. Big gunfight wins from Skies. They managed to find a way through for the Mutineers. Major Maniac posted up mid-map as well, just stopping them and on his own. 2 kills fall his way. Mutineers in a good spot.
An awakening on a 5 streak may have just put Paris out of this hard point. He did it. He was in Ticket. He stopped all of the pressure coming through. Johnny did everything he could, but now, since then, nothing for Paris. They've managed to
Johnny's in. Johnny's in.
Johnny gets 2. Johnny gets 2. He's managed just to stop this. This game will not end here. Major Maniac flies out and almost gets 2 himself, but the rush to P2 is now going over. All of Paris have to swing into this one. The game has not ended, and Florida are here first.
They are here first. Paris have to do it all again. Can Johnny find a route through once more? That's going to be awakening first on the chopping block, but you've got to get inside the point of the SMG. 2 real on the inside. He finds 2. Florida Mutineers only a few away. Jimbo combines, though. There's 2. You've got to get inside the point. Drop in now. 2 real does it. The 3rd kill comes on through. And Mutineers send us to a map 5.
Oh, that was like an unbelievable finish to the game. Oh, I don't even know how to break those last few rotations down. If you go back and watch the minimap, Awakening just stopped Paris from helping Johnny. He refused to let them get bodies towards P1, and that could have been the game over and done with. But it wasn't to be. It went to P2. Huge fights coming in from Florida. Jimbo almost, with the Cinderella story, finds 2, but the 3rd was just a kill too many. And we're going to map number 5.
And I mean, from the side of the SMGs on the other side, some of the ones who have had the question marks around them, I'm talking about 2 real on Florida, Johnny on Paris, started to heat up towards the end, and they are the ones who make those plays for Paris to nearly get back into it, for Florida to go on to win it. Now we have a Desert Siege Search and Destroy to close things out as well. How on earth has this went the way it has done? If this is the way that Mutineers somehow make it a champ, somehow that extra 10 points, after what has been a back and forth series, I don't know what to tell you. If Paris can play a spoiler and stop them by that certain amount as well, it could be crazy. My goodness.
It certainly could. Well, this can only end one way. No matter what happens, map 5 is coming next between these 2 teams, Florida Mutineers and Paris. They've put on a show so far. Every player's having their time to shine, but all that doesn't matter. It's going to be the S&D that decides it, and we will find that out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is time for our map number 5. And everything on the line here for Florida Mutineers as we head into this final one. Paris Legion looking to play spoiler. These games are coming down to the tiniest of margins, apart from the control, for the rest of it. An S&D ton, and interesting stats you're going to brought up there during the break.
Yeah, I mean, Ant kind of touched on the desk. Florida Mutineers will be terrified if it does get to a map number 5 over the CDL season. 7 times they've played Desert Siege. They are yet to win it. Paris Legion's record's not that much better, to be honest with you. 1-4 from them. But for Florida Mutineers, it will be a hell of a time to learn how to play Desert Siege Search and Destroy, because you're heading into a final map against Paris in what is a must-win series. They have to turn it on here. They have to find some sort of strategy to win a Desert Siege Search.
They certainly do. And do you know what I'm really enjoying about this game is all the things on social media I am seeing. I am seeing Røkkr fans. I am seeing New York fans. I'm seeing Guerrillas fans tweeting about Paris. They are invested in this game. A lot of the CDL is watching with bated breath. Florida Mutineers, this will put them into 9th position if they win it. Obviously, Røkkr have got to play still today. But there is so much at stake. There is so much on the line here. It will be one of the most devastating losses for Florida Mutineers if they lose this game at this stage. And one map sits between them and Oblivion potentially. It is unreal how we've got to this point.
Honestly, I'm bewildered that we have got here. We said that. I think, you know, we talked about at the top of the series, though. I mean, we knew that Florida definitely suffered since the change of Vivid going away from them, and it's a question that a lot of people will be asking. But I still think they'd have enough to beat Paris. I think everybody kind of thought the same, apart from Ali and Belly. But you would have thought that they would have still had enough. They have not. Bryce, whatever happens in this game, even if they win it, I do not see this team making it top 8. Not on this performance. Okay. I do not. Not a chance. Not on that performance so far. Not on their performances since the roster change. They need it. Look, they need to come out here and they get a win, whatever happens. But a nice, convincing, comfortable win would have given them some confidence. I think even if they win it here, yes, they will be happy, but they have went about it the wrong way. They really have. And well, if anything, though, they're going on about the 0-7 on. I don't know. It's still, whatever happens here, for the Florida Mutineers, yes, okay, a win is important, but I do not believe they can be happy with their performance.
Well, we're going to find out. We are going to find out, because it is going to be map number 5, Desert Siege. Technically, Florida Mutineers haven't found a win on this map, but hey, the CDL season means they'll probably win it right when they need to. On the other side of it, you can see there are no more smiles abound. It is fully locked in for both teams. Neither probably potentially happy this is going all the way. And I want to talk a little bit about that hard point while we wait for this S&D. Florida Mutineers were being heavily outslayed. It was only really Awakening that was kind of giving them a little bit of life moving forward. Eventually, Tyrell kind of regained and got through it as well. But Paris Legion had most of those rotations. I'm sure we'll get the statistics from Carson after this game, but they had most of the rotations. They did not have most of the time. Paris just seemed to fail in a few key areas, and their holds weren't good either. And
yeah,
it's going to be a little bit devastating for them, Tom.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can allude back to map number 1. It was a similar scenario, but the other way around. It was Florida who were in those rotations but couldn't lock it in. So both these teams are not holding very well, but breaking well. It's a strange one. Of course, we have kind of seen it flipped a little bit when it has come down to these maps, but a really good game from the side of Florida Mutineers to force this map number 5. Nearly got very scary. It looked like they were going to close it out on P1 there. They were in a comfortable position. Things got very uncomfortable. We eventually headed over towards P2. But still, I mean, Paris were there pretty much all the way through until that final couple of hills, really. Could have went one way or the other for Temp and the boys. They could have been staring down the barrel of only their 3rd online win was there. It was there for the taking.
I'm sorry, I'm losing a little fool at the moment because I've just seen one of the greatest comments I've ever seen in my life. Someone has called this the battle of the movable object and the stoppable force. And I'm just dying at the comparisons between these two. Obviously, bottom of the CDL standings, not having a great time, but the pressure and the eyes of the CDL are now watching. And whoever wins out of this, I'm not sure anybody's going to be particularly happy with either of these two teams. Florida, as you said, Tan, earlier, even winning this now, a lot of people aren't going to be happy, and they won't have high prospects going into the major. And that's going to be the big question. Can Florida make it? Can they get into the champs run? It doesn't end here in qualifiers. It doesn't end here in this game. They still have an opportunity at the major. But six other teams are fighting for it as well.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to get one. Honestly, I think everyone, and mostly New York, are looking at Paris here to try and pull out the win. I think, you know, if New York can then win their next series, put themselves tied up heading into the major, they've got such a good chance of getting out. Still a lot of Call of Duty to be played before we do get to champs. A lot of things left to be decided. Hey, look, we've only got, what, 2 or 3 teams locked in? Who knows at this rate? Who knows?
Yeah, I think Seattle are locked. As far as I know, I think they're pretty much locked. I think it would have to be. Someone said obviously it's not mathematically clinched. Something to do with like a perfect set of results could potentially put them low enough. Like all that, them losing the rest of the games, the teams winning the rest, and then like basically a perfect reversal, like the lowest team coming first and second, and so on and so forth. But it's basically like just not really going to happen, I don't think. And I haven't worked out all the maths of it, but yeah. The bubble has been interesting. It has brought just an incredible intensity to this final stage 4 and seeing what these teams can do.
100%. It's brought so many more different storylines that we haven't talked about throughout the year about these teams. Yeah, okay, if they're not going on to win these events, but you need to put yourself in a position to win champs. You can't win champs if you're not at champs. This is how the CDL points are standing, and this is why we. If you're a Subliners fan, at least anyway, you want to see you win for the Paris Legion here. Of course, we'll put Paris on 30. They cannot make it through. But Subliners, it would still keep them within touch of Florida Mutineers. Røkkr are obviously still there as well, yet to have their series today up against Seattle. They need to see Seattle win that as well. A loss for Røkkr and a loss for the Florida Mutineers would be the perfect scenario for the side of Subliners. But let's see how it is going to play out. Those records we spoke of before, they're on your screens. 1-4 for Paris, 0-7 for the side of the Mutineers. They need to break that 7-loss streak if they want these crucial CDL points.
How has he got to this point? Just looking at the KD already, they should have been locked up. Also, little stat coming in, thanks to Carson. Big shout out to him. Paris actually won 7 of 11 rotations on that Berlin we did see. Got broken 4 of those 7, and that's why it ended up being the way it was, even with the slaying. But if they can finish it here, we'll find out. Paris going to be on the attack. We are down the sniper barrel with Temp. There's a rush already coming through, and there's going to be 2 straight down. It's 2 versus 2.
Straight away into it. Johnny cannot find anything. Tap on his own. Florida Mutineers find a round. Nicely done. Good start once again. It's a better start than when it does come down from the other search and destroy, but Temp with the opening pick. Doesn't result in anything, but it's going to be a crucial part if this Desert sieges those snipers. He's going to come out top.
Very quick round to start it off. Both teams have the same idea. Florida just managed to get in a better position with it as well. Now, can Florida make this 2-0 and put themselves in a bit more of a comfortable position?
Just looking at some of the records here for Paris. Oh, sorry, for the side of Florida Mutineers. Only twice have they went to a round 11 on this map. Every other time it's been pretty comfortable victories. So overall, just hasn't been great for them. Now getting this bomb down today, though. Temp could do with a peek. Could do with finding something. Gravity will find Major Maniac. Can see Real get out. No, he cannot. Big kill from Temp.
Like, and he gets one back. And they've just got to try and hold this now. You can already see the players going every single direction they can find him. And I think Sky's been sitting there by Gravity to look for it as well. But Sky's wins the gunfight. Awakening finds another one. And Paris had the numbers, and they could have won this round, but it's now just Johnny left. 23 seconds. A 1 versus 1.
This will be a 2 versus 4 for the side of Florida Mutineers if they can pull it off. Johnny sees Awakening. Gunfight gonna start coming on through. He stuns him. Doesn't go for the challenge. Johnny's gonna move forward. He's gonna win it. He's not going to. Another one for the Florida Mutineers. Fantastic start to the search from them.
Paris need to not lose full here. They could have had that one. They had the numbers. They got the first blood. But 2-0 for Florida.
2v4, man. 2v4. There can be the moments when it comes down to it. You win those clutch situations, you put yourself in a much, much better spot. 2-0 up now. Paris Legion have it all to do. Same again.
It's fast, and this time it is locked in. Down to a 4 versus 4 bomb down. Oh, look, he's just in gravity, and he's going to get the kill. Surreal finds that first blood, and now they're getting straight onto this site here, but it's nothing taken down. Awakening taking him down as well. Paris are just falling like dominoes, and Temp is the last alive. He's looking for a player, and down he goes. A 4v4, and not a drop of blood spilled by Florida. It's a 3-0.
Confidence has got to be there now for the side of Florida. 3 rounds off the bounds to get themselves in this better spot. Surely now. Well, Bryce, I mean, if you want to recall what we see in the second Search and Destroy, sorry, the second map, the first Search and Destroy, it was a 3-0 lead for the side of Paris. 6 rounds in a row from the side of Mutineers made it 6-3 to them.
Yeah, very good point. Awakening on a 5 streak, and every time they needed him, he stepped up, but Skies must have just missed him. That must have whizzed by Temp's ear. Temp backs up furiously. Looks like they might go for... Oh, he gets a hit marker. They're looking for him. That bomb is going to go down. Nade from Temp. Can it get too real? He gets the hit marker, and Johnny tries to get through. It's not going to happen. Awakening looking over it. They're going to come on a Temp. He's in trouble.
Needs this pick. Absolutely needs this pick. Gets a hit marker on a Major Maniac as well. Needs to find it.
Can't get it.
Maniac is in his life.
He won't give Temp the opportunity, and Temp can't really move. He's going to be flanked as well. Eventually, they're trying to get into this one. The trade's coming through, but it's too real on the flank. Finds the first, finds the second. Jimbo in a 1 versus 1, and he gets it. Jimbo clutches with 1 health point remaining. A 3 streak for him, and Paris stop the bleed. They get a point on the board.
Oh, 1 HP. They just about get back into it. It could be that the inspiration now for Paris to find themselves back in. Decimate Skies there. But still find themselves 3-1 down. It's been a lot of aggression over towards B so far, Bryce. Curious if some of these, well, either team are going to start adapting to it.
Well, let's find out. Paris finally finding something. I thought that was all over for them when Terrell hit that flank. Looking for a War and 8 push now. Major Maniac may be the player that could be the difference. Something going through. That will give him a hit marker. He knows he's there.
All that utility wasted. And Major Maniac still alive and kicking. Gets the aggressive angle onto Jimbo as well. But it doesn't pay off. Jimbo will find the kill. 4 spree for him. A few more kills and things get dangerous. 2 really gets a kill on the Temp. Gets away. Nicely done. 3 versus 3.
And Paris, I'm not sure where they're going, but a Palace control now. Looking a little bit lost on this map. They're trying to figure out exactly where to apply this pressure, and a kill towards A means they might eventually commit to it, and that is going to be the bomb going down. They will not want to leave this one alone, and it's a big fight. Johnny's going to get taken down by 2 real. The 2 versus 3. Paris have the bomb down, but here comes Florida.
Next gunfight is so crucial. You got to win it if you're Paris. Not going to happen. Gravity in the 1v3. had him so weak as well, but gets away. 25 seconds.
He's up top as well. There's going to be too challenging coming through, and Florida will just have the numbers to make that work ton. Sky's going to go for the defuse, and Gravity stayed alive for as long as he could, but the pressure was always going to be on him. He always had to check the bomb. Florida go 4-1 up now in the search and destroy.
I'd be very curious to how weak 2Real was. Gravity put a couple of extra just through the box. Doesn't quite finish the job, and that's a very different scenario if he finds that kill, because Skies was not in a position to trade. Now, Major Maniac and the boys restore that 3-round lead in what is the most crucial, one of the most crucial games of their season. Paris stacking over towards AR. Florida gonna fall into the trap.
Well, they've gone straight for this Palace control. Haven't found anything yet, but they're looking to try and get a pick out of Paris here. 2Real checking every angle he can, being very, very careful not to get taken down in this position.
Jimbo's in a risky spot.
Comes the nade. Johnny flicks it over the top, puts 2Real weak, but nobody there to capitalize on it yet.
Jimbo, very risky spot. That could be huge. Finds the kill. And now it's going to be panic stations to the side of Mutineers. The behind enemy lines. Major Medic will find a kill. Jimbo backing up, but Florida Mutineers are already past.
Yes, a little bit kind of messy on the mini-map, and Jimbo flies out again, gets another kill here for Paris. Still new reinforcements from his teammates. He's staying alive around this, stopping Florida from planting.
2Real towards the back is not looking towards the site right now. I think Jimbo got out maybe in around Palace, so what's the play call? Did he see him? Did he see him crossing? Mutineers are going to go.
They are going to commit to this. And the rest of Paris know it as well. They're coming over to check this. 2Real going on the bomb site. 10 ready for this as well. Paris in a good position already. The trade's coming through. Major Maniac last alive, and Jimbo sees him. Jimbo takes him down. 3 kills that round for Jimbo. And it made Florida look a little bit lost on the map. It's only right that he got that last kill, Ton.
Honestly, I don't think either team realized how far up they were in a certain sense. Paris had pushed quite far up and kind of like ships in the night. Florida Mutineers had a lot more control than they really give them credit for, and all of a sudden they didn't know where they were. But they find the kills nonetheless. Maybe a little bit of a hesitation from the side of Florida. Now, Paris have found themselves a potential way back in. 4-2 now.
Comes the push. Paris going for Palace control. Jimbo might be going a little bit fast for this one. Trying to get in, he's already been tagged up. He's going to jump straight onto it regardless. Johnny actually gets the trade coming through. Awakening goes down. It's bold and beautiful from Paris in the end.
Yeah, control. Mutineers are on the back foot here as well. They haven't really got anybody outside of 2Real in a position to find anything yet. Skies will find the blood onto Johnny though to maybe open things up. Major Maniac trying to pick away a Temp. Temp is a wise old fox. He'll stay away from that. 2Real finds one though. 3 versus 2.
Desperately trying to stay this one alive. Gravity finds one as well. And Temp's trying to find it. He's not going to be able to. That's already being diffused. Oh, Gravity with a nade! The nade, and now he's going to wait the seconds he needs. He'll fly out in just a second. Double check the bomb. Wins the gunfight anyway. Absolutely slam dunk there on a Major Maniac. And Paris have got 3.
This is a hell of a gunfight to win as well. But the nade is what does it. You get Skies off it, and the Major Maniac, I mean, he needs to win the gunfight really, but besides the point, it was already done and dusted by the time Gravity wasted that time. The nade is sensational. Three in a row from him as well, Brycey. See if he can keep it up. See Skies on the outer there as well. Gonna have to back on down. A lot of aggression actually down Train's side. Can Paris be ready for this?
Well, that's the difference. Obviously, they've shown themselves towards the B side, and Paris may not have got that as well, but that's a huge first pick by Major Maniac. Johnny going to try and get the nade into the right position for it, and that will not get a hit mark. He didn't take any damage from it. Bomb down, 3 versus 4. Fight towards the back. Jimbo already takes down 1. That's a second one now for Paris.
One towards the back could be the killer. Was Too Real doing? You need to stay alive.
The Major Maniac, they're trying to find him. He's trying to furiously backpedal. He's going to find Johnny, but he hasn't managed to get the kill down. They surely are going to swarm him now. Jimbo is looking for him. He's going to go through. Jimbo's going to try and get this one as well, and he wins the gunfight. He takes the gunfight. It's back to 4 versus 4. Florida in a great position. Get cut down, Ton.
I don't know what to think. There's so many times that you watch Too Real and you question the decision. I mean, I think sometimes it's easy to criticize when we obviously know where everybody's standing, but to me, that's just like one of those positions where just stay alive. It doesn't matter if you're sitting still, hold a position. He's in the middle of nowhere. And Paris punish him for it. 4-4.
Here comes the attack. 9 and 5 for Jimbo. He's going straight into B here. He's going to go straight for a plant. He might do. This guy's got the angle. A few little tickles. But it's not going to be enough. Jimbo alive. I say that. Jimbo will be going down because he's on 9 health and Awakening gets it. Time ticking. Can Paris hold this? They've not been great at it.
No, they haven't. Gravity holding down on the outside. Needs to stay alive as long as possible. Temp is kind of watching the flank, but he could flank himself. Gravity is not going to be able to do much. Temp falls on the way around. It's a really nice retake from Mutineers. Legion just in that setup there. Temp a little bit too far away. I understand what he's watching, but if that is the case, you need your players who have just got that bomb down to be passive so that you can then help them out if the transition does not come from Mutineers over that side of the map.
Yeah, and they kind of got pushed on from every single angle. You got to say, I will give full credit to Florida there.
It's a good retake. Yeah.
Yeah, they fully picked Paris apart, and Temp obviously kind of poked his head up and decided to make the kill into Awakening, and he was playing a position that didn't really give cover to his teammates, but more was playing for that kind of that person diffusing. Unfortunately, nobody was, so he couldn't get 1 or 2. And now Florida, 1 round away from locking in 10 points. They're going for a fast B by the look of it. Major Maniac on the outside, not going to get picked.
Oh, I think Temp might have just given him a haircut, though. Just about missing. That's allowed Paris to get a little bit more control over towards Palace. What's the push here from Mutineers? Paris also ready for a B hit if it does come. Johnny getting aggressive.
They're looking for it. Florida are going for this rotation.
Did he see him? He did.
No, I think he did. He's looking for him as well, and he's going to get a few hit markers. Johnny's actually going to try and get this one as well. He does, gets the bomb, the player, and he's out. I say out, he's into the lion's den.
Not able to try and stay alive there, but that bomb now down on the site. Information for Paris. Maybe not the best grenade from Jimbo. Nervy moments.
Awakening. Finds it as well.
That's absolutely huge. Skies finds Gravity. This is it.
10 for the 1 versus 3. Doesn't even get it. And they stay. Florida Mutineers do not get upset. They do not put 10 points into the bin. They have secured the win versus Paris. Unbelievable there at the end. Tighter than a lot of fans would have liked. But they get it. All is said and done. 3-2 is still a good enough score for 10 points in the CDL.
Job done for Florida Mutineers. But they did not make easy work of it. I think a lot of people would probably have admitted that it wasn't going to be a clean series, but a couple of very, very questionable moments here and there from the side of Mutineers makes it a lot more difficult than maybe it should have been. But Paris Legion, honestly, kind of threw it away themselves on that search and destroy. 3-0 up. And that would have been it closed out with that win under control after winning map number 1 as well. But it's not to be for Paris, as it so often has been the case throughout the year. The first ones are completely tied. Mutineers did more with it. 6-4. Close map number 4. Confident map number 1 from Paris. It was back and forth series, but ultimately the search and destroys make the difference. Florida Mutineers just that little bit stronger on that game mode. That's a first win on That's the Siege Price. There we go.
I said it keeps happening. They're 0-7, so they're probably going to win this, but If anything, it was not a clean win, and Florida probably not happy with how close that came. But it's not up to us to break down the entire series. That is going to go over to our wonderful desk.
Never doubt.
Right. You got to give it to us, though. It was that close, man. You got to admit, you thought it was going to happen, too, right?
I'll be honest with you, yeah, like it was very, very close between the two of them. But hey, winning is winning. Doesn't matter if it's by an inch or a mile.
Right, you know, and at the end of the day, it was the Florida Mutineers who walked away with 10 points, and it was Paris that walked away with the big L, fellas. Thank you so much for the commentary. Right here on the desk, Veli, Nameless, and also Ali. Ali, okay, we were excited at first. We saw some good things from both, good things, you know, I'm gonna say that subjectively, but still, that was actually a fun series to watch.
We saw Temp smile, dude. I was really happy for the man for a moment, but I will say this when it comes to Florida, that is a huge win. It should have been a more easy series for the likes of Florida Mutineers, but should they have lost this and stayed tied out of the top 8 conversation with New York Subliners at 10 points behind, this was a big win for them to kind of wipe the brow off their foreheads and be like, okay, let's lock it in heading into Major 4.
Yeah, I believe they're only behind by 5 points now. But hey, let's talk about the points right now. Nameless, man, there we have it. Florida in the 9th spot.
That would have been the worst loss of the entire season. Florida would have been chalked, not only like points-wise, mentally, that would have been terrible. Now, like, potential they could still start in winner's bracket. Like, that was terrifying, super sloppy on both sides.
Yeah.
You know, for the Florida Mutineers, they are not happy about that win, but, you know, it needed to be done in that Game 5. They win a Desert Siege, they clutched up, the Search and Destroys look decent, but the respawns, my God, sloppiness.
Right, and Ali, you said there was actually a record broken here with Paris and Florida and the indications of this last map, but also on top of that, two really turned up in Search and Destroy.
No, really, and that's where he turned up in the series beforehand, as well as him and Major Maniac. That added a lot to the Search and Destroy in this Florida Mutineers roster, which is where they were seriously struggling. And for me, when I said it was Røkkr, he was either Paris Legion breaking their losing streak, or as Florida Mutineers beating their Desert Siege losing streak. So they were able to do that in a 6-4 fashion. So props to them. Their SD is getting better, but like Ant said, their respawn is struggling. You got 3-0'd by Paris Legion and Control, who is the 12th team in the league, last and a lot of those percentages, as well as you lost a hard point to them, 250 to 177. When I watched the Florida Mutineer team, congratulations on a big win, but I feel like there's not a lot of teamwork, and they said, you know, wait for us to get more practice together as a squad. Well, I feel like I'm still waiting a bit, but they still got one more match heading in the split.
And with not a lot of time left before we go into champs, I mean, Florida only has so many shots at making it there, right? But the thing is, yes, 2-0 turned up and Search and Destroy, but when it came to respawn, it was kind of like an eyesore from what we saw from this entire team, Nameless. And to be completely honest, man, in this next matchup, I really expect these players to really pick it up, man. There's no room for mistakes now.
Yeah, I mean, in the hardpoint, we saw it so many times. Like, you think about that Tuscan, when it got to Churchill, they literally were challenging one by one, each and every time. They weren't taking different angles. The rotations were sloppy, and like whenever they would really get a hold or a decent amount of time, it was a player popping just a massive 2-piece to clutch up for the squad. So for Florida, I mean, yeah, the teamwork just has not been there in terms of the hardpoint. Something they desperately need to work on. They're going up against the LA Thieves, who have been strong in the respawn game. So that's another bubble game as well. Like, if you lose that one, that makes it even tougher. If they're able to, like, they have a lot of opportunity there. They can win that, get themselves a spot in winner's bracket, and gain some distance on LA Thieves in terms of points.
Right, Ali, any last words you got to say about this series right here?
It was, I think, way more exciting than a lot of us were expecting it to be. I know you tweeted out that this is the best series of the season, but it truly actually was a treat to watch.
Right, so Nameless, what's next for Paris, man? 2 wins on the season, nothing else. This was a very close try, but they just didn't have it in them, man.
I mean, honestly, on a more positive note, since I'm kind of negative when it comes to Paris, like, what's next to them is to keep these vibes going. We saw way better plays out of them. The teamwork was better throughout the series. That control was beautiful. So to stay smiling, stay happy, and get through these next few games, or next game that they have, and try to make something special happen at the Major, because it is their last tournament.
Yeah, and I would say this, when it comes to the young guy, Johnny, on this roster, I would say that it wasn't the best circumstances that you would have wanted joining the CDL, right?
He's made an impact.
But man, you know what though? I saw some great things from Johnny.
Him and Jimbo had a great series.
Yo, I was yelling, you know, I like this kid. Yeah, Jimbo picked it up as well. But for the last game of the season, hopefully, yeah, Paris pulls out with something as well. So now let's go ahead and take a look at the Scump play of the game, where Florida were able to win it all and Search and Destroy in that last round. this was very intense.
It was very intense. It was the fact that Florida get blooded here as well, right? So it's a 3v4, and honestly, I feel like the control definitely should have been more in Paris' favor, but Florida Mutineers, they group up, they get this big kill on Jumbo top here. That's a lot of control on the map out of Big Wake, and then by then they get the bomb down. You know, clock is running, kills go their way. It was a good closeout from the likes of Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, it was a huge play by Awakening. Like, he just went in, no floors given, was like, I'm just hitting it up top and getting the kill. I mean, for the Florida Mutineers, like early on in that Desert Siege, I really liked the aggression that we were seeing, them just take control of the site. Paris responded though later on with some adjustments, a big clutch. I mean, we got to talk about that Tom Gravity round, that nade. I wish we could see the replay of that nade, because he gets the kill on the player coming from mid palace, and then we skipped off it, but he must have threw an absolute Kobe over top the train, gets the kill and clutches up in a 1v, where he hasn't been that great in 1v1, so that's got to be a good feeling for him.
No, big time. All right, Ali. So we have a Paris game that went the distance. It was crazy. The first series of the day was Ness. We have an interview coming soon also, but when it came to all the players in the side, but who really impressed you the most?
It's got to be Gravity winning 1v1. I mean, I feel like Gravity has really shown like what kind of player he is, even though he was put in an unfavorable situation with Paris Legion. I feel like when he was added, it still added a lot to their gameplay. Like, I feel like they slowly started closing the gaps between them and their teams. Of course, the mentality overall, it's hard to get on a team like that and just keep losing and still being able to put in all that effort to still have the mentality in some of these series to push all the way through to the end. But I feel like a lot of people in Paris, all the players on Paris, we have seen lights in a tunnel for them. But Gravity has really been the one for me.
I just really hope that they capitalize off of a situation that they have. Like, Temp is playing, like, extremely well, right? And we really saw sparks coming from this team. Next game against,
Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, Minnesota. I was going to say LA Thieves, but that's Florida, right? Minnesota Røkkr. I really think that that could also be a winnable one. Minnesota Røkkr have been struggling as well online.
I'm not going to predict Paris to win any games. I don't think that that's winnable. So yeah, I mean, there's that. But yeah, it could definitely make something happen there. Jimbo and Johnny like just performed. They went off throughout the series. Still not managing to get a victory, so that's tough. But if they can continue that, then possibly.
Love to Jimbo as well. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to your serotonin. Make sure that you get these tickets to Champs. It's going to be August 4th through 7th at the Galen Center. Ali, have you ever attended a Champs at all?
I have. My first event, like, kind of introduced into the Call of Duty world being into competitive was at Champs, actually in Columbus, but we're heading to LA this time. I've also been there for an event. It is an incredible place, but make sure, again, you bring your sunscreen. World gamers, we stay inside. We don't go out too much, so don't turn up red in the face unless your favorite team happens to be Atlanta Royal Ravens or Atlanta FaZe or LA Thieves.
Touch some grass. At least go to the beach while you're in LA, right?
Put some sand in this situation.
Also, it's time to whip out those phones, baby. You can sign up to the CDL newsletter, get a free gift farm calling card. All you gotta do is scan the QR code. It's simple. You enter your email. You'll also get a free code available in both Vanguard and Warzone. But check this out. You'll also get premium CDL content and updates sent straight to your inbox. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series of the day. Bubble Talk is still here. Minnesota Røkkr on the outside looking in, and you know who they're facing off against? The Seattle Surge. It's gonna be a great game. So the question is, can the Havok and the boys really answer back against a surging team, or are Seattle gonna have their way with them? We'll find out on the other side of the break, and we'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
What you hear, not what you heard. I'm a hate on
warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, hip fire works out. Do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. Can they go big? Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Take it now.
Winner, winner, winner. Winner, winner, winner.
Hello, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And we have one more series of the day, and this is going to be a really good one because check this out. We have the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against the Seattle Surge, and Seattle Surge are one win away from clinching their spot at champs, and Minnesota is going to be a little bit harder than that. 1 and 2 at the stage. They're looking at the loser side of the bracket, and this is basically a must-win matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at the points to see where Minnesota sits in the standings as well. And as you see right now, it's not pretty. 120 in 10th place. This is going to be rough. But, Allie, they're going against Seattle, and Seattle ain't going to go light on them.
Yeah, Minnesota's not too happy with that Florida win because now they are 10 points behind 9th place to make that 15 behind 8th, getting into the bubble and going against a team like Seattle Surge that is sitting at 4th, looking to cinch their way into champs. Seattle Surge, they're going to have a fire under them. And Minnesota Røkkr, this is kind of do or die.
Right, and when it comes to the Seattle Surge, Nameless, man, you was doing some VOD reviews with Standy and whatnot, and you said, man, even though this team lost last time we saw them on screen against the New York Subliners, there's really not a lot we could pick out of this. Is ultimately, at the end of the day, like, just a loss and a little bit of consistency needed for these wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some swing moments in these games. All the hard points have been very narrow. With that being said, still, they do need to turn up when it comes to hard point. 1 and 4 this stage, losing their last 4 hard points is not great. I mean, when you look at Seattle Surge, though, like, in their game plan, it's a bit weird because they auto-ban Gavutu hardpoint when they go into these series. They have not been great at that map. So now, looking at it, they haven't been winning their Berlins, which puts them in sort of this predicament because now they have to play Berlin. They lost the last 2 times that they played it, and if they're not good at that map, it's tough in these series. Going up in this series, though, I don't really mind how this went in terms of the vetoes on the side of Seattle Surge. I think they should be okay. I still like the Tuscan control for them. Looking at Minnesota, they're 1-1, their last 2 Tuscan controls, so definitely not a pushover when it comes to game 3.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this bow cage. I know Seattle has lost it in their most 2 recent matches, but I mean, it's been 250 to 202, 250 to 201. So, and it was against a team like Boston Breach and like New York Subliners that are very aggressive. So, Seattle Surge looking to test their luck here.
And when it comes to Seattle Surge, testing their luck is exactly what they're going to do against this Minnesota Røkkr team, right? Because even though they got punched in the face last time they were on screen by Hydra and co, right? Shout out to Crimsix. Yo, Predator and Simp, they're going to have something to say. Mack, Mills, and accuracy have kind of been on point this season so far. And I'm really hoping that they can really make something out of this game against Minnesota. I want them to solidify, Ali, that they are a top team in this game.
I feel like they've already kind of done that with the Major 3 win. When they came back into qualifiers, their first matchup, it was a smoke show. I mean, granted, it wasn't against the best teams in the league, but now they've fallen down to 2 teams in Boston Breach and New York Subliners, but they were really close matchups. But again, they are 1 series away from clinching their way into a spot for champs. So this is endgame for them, right? This is playing the long game, heading into seeding against this Minnesota Røkkr team. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, what do they got to do?
Well, they're going to have more slain from their entire roster. I mean, basically, Pred has a 1.20 and ranks among second in stage 4. The rest of the roster is absolutely negative. And if you know this team, you know exactly what they're made out of. In the last one, get back to Major 3 teamwork. Seattle was last in untraded kill percentage during Major IV Qualifiers. You know, this team has that on switch, and they just need to flip it. But Nameless, man, when it comes to this roster, who's going to be the player to watch for you?
It's got to be Pred. He's been lining it up for this team throughout this entire stage. He's the MVP, and he hasn't skipped a beat. I think it's everybody else that needs to step it up. Pred's sort of been leading the way. I'm excited every time I get to watch this guy go. And like we said earlier, we saw like the player matchup between him and Havok. It's going to be a battle.
All right, now when it comes to Minnesota as well, you talk about Pred. I'm looking at Havok, and we had a little head-to-head throughout the pre-show to talk about this matchup in the slightest, but it's not just Havok I have my eyes on. Nameless, Attach is my guy, man. I love him on the AR.
You do like watching Attach, man. Attach has been great throughout Stage 2 qualifiers. He was lighting it up. This team, though, in Search and Destroy just hasn't been the same. I mean, they're number 10 in plant win percentage. These guys, they just have to step it up, man. Number 10, 4v3. They're only above LA Thieves and Paris. So, and Search and Destroy has really gotten them through majority of this entire season whenever they're able to win these series. In this stage, it's been lackluster.
Right, and when it comes to the game field keys of victory and looking at this roster right here, Minnesota is going to take a big push. Ali, what do they have to do to win?
Well, their offensive game plan of Desert Siege got to get reworked. I mean, they're only winning 33% of offenses and 70% of defenses. I will say when it comes to Search and Destroy, that's a pretty normal stat line for most teams. So we're talking about a Minnesota Røkkr that was the best Search and Destroy team in the game at one point. So looking to get back in that form and be prepared for Seattle's strong offenses on tossing control. Surge is winning 42% of offensive rounds. That is first overall in the league. But Minnesota Røkkr, they got to just look out for Seattle overall. Again, we're talking about the Stage 3 champions, and this is a team that was looking for contention and making their way and making a run to champs. So Minnesota Røkkr, not only just for the sake of getting into points, but for confidence as well, need to close out this series.
And just another reminder, the Minnesota Røkkr had a heartbreaking loss against the London Royal Ravens, and now they're looking to rebound from that. But when it comes to predictions, pick'ems, whatever you want to call them, right? Nameless, I'm starting off with you this time around. There's not going to be any troll picks. Who you got winning?
I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge. I think it's time for them to bounce back. They're coming off a major championship. They've had some woes, some close hard points. They've lost that, but I think they bounce back here versus Minnesota Røkkr.
All right, Ali, who you got? You got Minnesota, you got Seattle. Who you really feeling in this matchup?
I'm definitely feeling Seattle Surge. I think that their system as a team is just much beyond what Minnesota Røkkr is giving us so far in this stage, but I do believe they will put up a fight. It'll be a long series for sure.
All right, well, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm still riding high on Seattle. And what we saw at the last major was exactly that. Seattle, they're the team to beat, to me. I mean, honestly, they're top 2. But also, it's time to go ahead and get this game started. I want to see if Havok and the boys going to answer back to the Major 3 champions. Send this over to Lando and Steady, fellas. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Des. Yeah, man, this is gonna be a fun series, Jay. Like you said, both these teams with the same record at 1-2 off the back-to-back losses and a lot of the line, right? The Des touched on it. Seattle, a win here puts them guaranteed at champs, and we were talking about it coming into this series. This match means a lot for Minnesota, considering what winners bracket and also maybe even top 8.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger of a series for Seattle. They're looking for the bounce back. Tough loss versus Boston, tough loss versus NYSL. And on the opposite side for Minnesota, they lose that series to Florida in a clean 3-0. Like, I was not expecting that, especially 2 bubble teams trying to contest for that top 8 to make it into champs. And in that series versus London, it wasn't the cleanest either. They come out flat. They only win that control. That's because London have been struggling in that mode, but this is where they need to have that bounce back series for them as well, because Minnesota, like you said, they're trying to get into that top 8 for champs. If they get this win right here, their next matchup is going to be against Paris Legion, so it's a little bit easier for them to try to get that winner's bracket for a Major 4.
Yeah, man, there's a lot on the line for both these teams. As we said, we talked about the entirety of the season as a whole. That's what we're talking about for Røkkr and really for Seattle as well, my friend. Like, we were ready to put these guys on a pedestal. These last 2 losses haven't exactly helped out their case. A W here could put themselves on the right track again. But here we go, buddy, into the Bocage. I think, this is like Seattle's 10th time playing Bocage, hardpoint in a row. We'll see if it can be a W here for them today.
Yeah, this is their bread and butter. And just to touch on the numbers a little bit, Seattle are 3rd in rotation win percentage on this map, but 8th in hone percentage. And that's where it can be better for Minnesota, because they are #1 in break percentage. So if you're Minnesota, continue to break these hills, but do not allow Seattle to get early rotation.
Without a doubt, partner. First few seconds out of P1 is already done and dusted. Minnesota really off to a great start, and a lot of that is because of this man right here, Colt Havok, off to a 4-0 start for the Røkkr, and his teammates seem to be picking up the rest of the kills. Thankfully for Surge, trying to at least make somewhat of a sizable dent, but so far it has been Røkkr out of the gates hot and doing well to really keep a few players on a donut for the moment. Civ and Mack, we're looking at you. Thankfully for Mack, he at least finds one, but as we said, Jay, Røkkr, everything looking solid.
Everything looking extremely solid. We're talking about Minnesota, a team who barely plays for that P1 time. They get 26 seconds on that P1 where they average about 16. So you can already see the adjustments from Minnesota. Every time they usually play this map, it always comes down to game clock. This time they're trying to change the story and make sure they can close it out with that 250.
It just makes you wonder, too, for the Seattle side. I mean, they've been playing the same hard points in their last few series. Bocage and Berlin is going to be in this set as well. They cannot allow for a Bocage to get out of their hands once more, especially with the talent that we know that they possess. We're looking at the SMGs. We're looking specifically at Mack. They're trying to contest for the final seconds. Great shot. Takes down Standy. Seattle with the spawn, so they will be awarded those final 10 seconds. But it is going to be a race already toward Grandma's. Farthest pushed up player for Surge. Right now, it's going to be Pred. We'll see if he can make a decent dent in what is currently the spawns for Minnesota. It's about to be crazy. It's about to be hectic. Here we go, Jay.
Yeah, Minnesota currently have the spawn, so they're early setup here. Pred trying to do everything he can from top Grandma's, but eventually gets taken down by Havok. Great shots from him, and that's going to be the break coming in from Surge and the spawn flip. All 4 dead in the feed. Seattle execute perfectly.
They execute perfectly and right on cue. As we said, Pred needed to stay alive. He does that. The rest of the teammates pick up right when they have to. Accuracy sitting on the 3 spree, trying to cut off one of the lanes. Well, as we said, the rest of the team does the job that they have to. Røkkr, a little beaten, a little bruised as they run right back into the blender, arguably. Simp tries to look for a reposition. The Surge have got the advantage. They've got the lead. And right now, they're in a position to grab these final 15 seconds, final head-to-head, final team fight going down in the bottom side of Grandma's, and Røkkr, they take it.
That's great pressure from Minnesota, knowing that they control the spawns for that P4 hardpoint. You want to try to trap Seattle in the back of their base towards this tank side as much as you can before this hill pops, because they have so much map control. So a lead switch is going to happen once again. Minnesota take it right on back. They find every single kill in the feed, and you see what that does. Look at Seattle all spawning out towards tower. It's going to be like another 5 seconds before they're able to contest this one.
Yeah, and this is, a hard point that we've been talking about as of late as the season has progressed, is one that you can really start to get some time on. However, you can't afford to lose gunfights like that. Attached still on the 5 spree. It's going to look to try to maintain that position. Minnesota, 2 players who are on sprees, and they go 0 for 2 in their glide bomb efforts. And on top of that as well, Jay, they lose the hard point. They lose the spawn. Seattle once more with the break.
Great break from Seattle. Now this final 20 seconds should go in their favor, but if you're Minnesota, you want to contest this knowing that you're going towards that P5. Do not allow anyone to slip through and potentially break your setup. As you see, Sib already finds a kill in towards kitchen. Now he's on a mission to at least try to flip these spawns for his team. Has a little bit of help from accuracy, some great shots onto Standy, but not able to pick up the kill. Can potentially set up Pred for the 2-piece and does exactly that. What a break from Seattle off the rotation. Plays it patient, use the teamwork to now flip those spawns.
And that is one of the scariest things about this team, partner, is just their ability to do plays like that. Again, we're talking about Minnesota. They're set up. They're in a great spot. And then all of a sudden, you just see the cards start to unfold. A bunch of 1v1s go Seattle's way. The coordination on point. However, speaking of point, somebody's got to get in this bad boy. You got the spawns. You've done all the hard work. Now you got to get awarded with the objective. Somebody finally hops on it and to attaches really disbelief, if you will. His teammates fall by the wayside, and he eventually does as well. Again, it's been a matter of breaks throughout the first set of rotations for Seattle, and ultimately, Jay, that's the reason why they got the advantage for the moment.
Yeah, so far they find themselves up by almost 50 points. Great shots coming in from Priestahh to at least find his final 5 seconds. Going into our second rotation now of hard points. You saw the first time Minnesota got 26 seconds off of that P1. They had to try to do that again if they want to get back into this game. But your main focus is, you see attached, and his business towards water has at least cut down that angle to hold the spawns for his team. But Seattle, they're able to find 2 kills in the middle of the map. Even though it's traded, they're not allowing Minnesota to get at least some consistent time off of this P1.
That's such a great point that you bring up, Jay. It's like, imagine if Minnesota doesn't get that time, that P1 the first time around, how differently would the score be?
Yeah.
Especially if Havok doesn't start off 4-0 the way that he did. Seattle eventually do break it back in toward P1 ultimately. As we said, it's gonna be a posture of position. Everybody trying to get those P2 spawns. Make sure that the top left side of your map has got an arrow around it, and right now Seattle looking to try to go for the flip. They send a few through barn. One player manages to stay alive. That's going to be Simp. Job not ultimately done, and in fact, it will favor the side of Minnesota as they handle business. Havok loses a fight that he really had no opportunity to win. But again, for Røkkr, they've got the spawns for the moment, down by 40.
Yeah, they have the spawns, but Seattle, they're finding every single kill around this hill. Accuracy still finds himself on top of the tank, and the accuracy just makes it look easy with a little bit of crouching up and down. Finds that kill onto Priestahh.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, the nade comes in from Standy, but it's still Seattle contesting this time, at least soaking up a bunch of it, not allowing Minnesota, even with the spawns, to get any contested time. They're able to find a couple kills in the feed. Now it's a 40-point game, fully set up for Minnesota.
And Preds, he's trying to get Dicey, one of the, one of the elite players that we've got in the CDL. It feels like he has elevated his game. All of us as talent, like we've been talking in the green room, like, is he maybe the best SMG that we have in the game? We'll leave that debate up for really anybody at this moment, but he is without a doubt up there when it comes down to best SMGs in the league, trying to bring his team, wield his team to an early W. As we said, back-to-back Bocage losses for Surge. They find themselves in the driver's seat for the moment. And more in particular, they've got the spawns for next.
Surge.
I'm back, Jay. I think I froze for a moment.
Okay,
I apologize. I'm here, buddy.
I was wondering what was happening, but Seattle now with the spawns over towards P3. Early setup. Finally breached that 150-point mark, but the break is going to be here. Minnesota sends Standy and Havok right through the front. They're able to open up with that 2-piece. Now flip those spawns. Last player up that they have to focus on is accuracy, but with players spawning right behind him, he's easily going to get taken care of. Now Seattle all spawning out towards the front, but they're still getting time here. Minnesota have to chain this to some hill time.
Yeah, man, Minnesota have got to show up. They've got to at least get a little bit of something going. Havok through the trees, manages to escape with his life. We'll see how long that can remain the case. And Surge continue to pile on the seconds. Again, for Røkkr, it just feels like they've had the spawns, they've had the better positions, but they've really not been able to do a ton with it. Again, in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the bodies hitting the floor, the bottom side of Grandma's, we need to step aside and go to a listen. Let's check in with Seattle.
One shot standing in the corner.
One shot single. Nerd. There's 2 on me in mid. Stay left. I'm trying to step.
I'm top on. Wait,
T1. Mid Dylan tractor.
Hold in T2.
Dylan tractor at one time, okay?
Hey, stay left.
One is tractor Dylan.
Hey, I'm looking for him.
Okay.
T3.
He's
back T3.
Back door barn, one shot.
Back door barn and dub.
Yeah, back door barn, one shot.
He's tractor again.
Okay.
Tool's dead. That's one. I don't see tractor. I jumped out mid. I'm nading. Tractor.
I got the guy. Time. I have spawners.
Front door, dub, Standy. One shot.
Can you get him? Nice.
I got him.
Stay left. 10. They're going back.
One shot. I'm sliding across mid.
Just one shot.
Hut Dylan. He's going up the street.
I'm gonna go top stairs maybe. One time.
I have right.
Okay.
Once we get low left.
I have the right.
I'll play low left. Once front time.
Okay. I'm playing tower.
Hey. I'm on new time. You got tools, man.
I'll look your front, bro.
They could go tools.
I'm holding bottom mouse.
Have front.
Big hold here, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, tools on me. Tools.
You
can go A player low.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the Seattle team possibly being in somewhat of a slumber post their Major 3 victory, but these boys are firing in the comms. Let's see how the other side is sounding. Let's go to a listen now with the Minnesota Røkkr.
I'm running up and trying time.
One shot dead. I got tower. One time and one out probably.
I'll kill time.
Shot and get out.
Get out. I'm going.
Time.
Close.
Dead. One shot. I'm naded.
I'll get your mid. I have your mid. Watch mid. I have all your mid, bro.
Getting your tower, guys.
They can't take left.
Mid street and then tower.
Yeah, look bottom.
Mid street and tower.
I have bottom.
He's gonna find him in tower. the Watch out. Absolute time. He's what tunnel?
Back to one shot middle.
Tunnel mid. Front. Yep. Tunnel. He was weak on time.
One more. Ramp.
Lay over.
He hit time. Ramp hit time.
Yeah,
I'll pick up left row.
They bought house. Dead. Nice.
One shot on time, Nathan. He's at the time. He should die.
He's weak as fuck. He's weak as fuck. Mack went front house. Maybe Mack went front door, I think.
Yeah, they could be taking left out. Left out.
No, I can help you there.
I'll give up there. One's P2. We got Simp P2 and we're looking for
Go my stables.
Let's buy house somewhere.
You guys can run time. Yeah, stables.
Get out of time. Kill it on time.
I sent him low bar.
Keep time white.
Low bar in mid street.
Stables dead.
I got one left.
After reload.
Low bar in mid street.
I can see low bar.
I'm out there. Nice. Be flip.
Top house. Yep, I have top house.
I got nade. I got to get out of time. I'm one shot. I can see mid street.
Make him out.
Left guys.
Low house.
Bottom house.
Okay, back to street.
Back one shot. He's gonna go time white.
Yep.
Deep breath. Keep time white.
I'm hitting
Way
out
to back up.
Anytime. I can
Yeah,
get
anytime.
All day, really weak.
Go there.
All day ledge.
They can be stable. They can be stable.
I'm looking stables. There's two on me. There's two on me. Run away.
Have help.
He's flying at you, dude.
One's out of tank.
Oh, yeah, get me on the tree.
Well, both of those listeners were absolutely intense. They both of these squads got me ready to run through a wall. But the way that Minnesota just got themselves right back into this game was a great hold on that P4. They keep it scrappy on that P5, but we're basically all tied up going into our third rotation of these hills. It's going to be Seattle with the spawns for the first time on this P2. They find every single kill. Last player is going to be Standy. What can he do for Minnesota? At least finds one before he gets traded. And now this is where Seattle can start being aggressive on the map.
Yeah, man, this is where they can start to pile on the points. It has been a crazy and wild bocage so far. Can Minnesota keep it going? Not if Pred has anything to say about it. Nearing ever closer to the 40 bomb surge with the points really at their back. They've got the position that they want. It's really, like we said, all up to the Røkkr. It's a 3-for-1 trade, still favoring Seattle. Pred once more unleashed on the Røkkr side. Goes for one, nearly turns on the other. 20 points away now are Seattle. They cannot win it here. It's going to have to be a rotation, another look at bottom grandmas, Jay.
Yeah, it's all about this rotation, and Mack finds himself in a great position towards top grandmas, and they do eventually flip the spawns as well with his positioning right there without his team even picking up a kill. But Minnesota able to come out on top in these engagements. Now Mack, what was a 3v1 is now going to be a 1v3, not in his favor. You have to wait for your teammates to get into this play. 25 seconds from Minnesota closing this one out, but Seattle, they execute the break. Now 15 away from them closing this one out.
Oh, but both the SMGs fall for Seattle. However, Simp decides to hop on in. The flex indeed decides to go big. A nice kill for him. Ultimately, Seattle still with the control for the moment. A 1v1 inside of the point, but it's Havok who's going to take it for the moment. Havok is there. Seattle flips spawns. 28 very valuable seconds still left in this HP. Time as well could start to be a factor. Seattle have got to go big, but Minnesota, they continue to win the fights, Jay.
Spawns flip. Minnesota are going to take the lead right on back. 10 seconds away. Seattle have to go.
Seattle, they got to put it on. They got to go. They've got to run. A few more points needed is what Minnesota have got to have. One more player, and Røkkr pull that game out of nowhere. Seattle could do no wrong to kick off this bocage. And with the sense of urgency, with the fieriness behind their voices, they managed to make the comeback happen, and Røkkr deliver in this game one. But what a wild one it was, Jay.
What a wild one to start us off indeed, my friend. We're talking about a Minnesota Røkkr team who barely fight for any seconds at that P1. They start off the game hot. They gain 26 seconds. You can see that made difference towards the end of this game. They found themselves off that rotation towards that P3. You saw Mack. He did put himself in a great position, but at least for Minnesota's sake, they found every single kill besides Mack to at least secure the spawns for them. They start off with that initial time. Seattle break in, but then Minnesota, even from the front, are able to find every single kill in the feed. Flip Seattle right on back.
and eventually close out this map 1 hardpoint. I said it before this series even started when we were having this conversation. This map 1 was so important for Minnesota because they do statistically have a better search and destroy game, but recently they have been struggling in that mode. And then for Seattle Surge, they have that Tusk control where they're the #1 team on their attacking round. So Minnesota, they shut down that early aggression. They answer early into this map #1. Then they have to do what they need to do in the search and destroy, which is get back in prime 4.
Yeah, man, and that's now going to be 5 straight hardpoint losses on the board for Seattle, and
Crazy.
3 of those are on Bocage. As we said, they keep playing Bocage for these game 1s, and when it started, all of their losses have been in this very map and mode, and now Minnesota have done exactly the same. By the way, a great game from both Pred and Havok. I think they equally dropped 46 kills. Obviously, it is Røkkr on top in one of the crazier Bocage games that we've seen in a minute, but a 9-point game, it goes the way of Røkkr. And as you said, Jake, when we talk about search destroy, I mean, as of late, it has been obviously a topic of discussion for Røkkr. Both these teams at different points throughout the season have been elite and are still labeled as elite in this game mode. But how do you feel about how this changes the evolution of the series moving into the S&D? What does that mean for Seattle that, again, they've dropped this game 1?
It's very tough situation for Seattle because now you're going up against Minnesota Røkkr on a map like Desert Seas where statistically they have a better record than them. If you are Seattle though, you need to watch the way that Minnesota played this map versus London because every single time it automatically just came down to the first blood percentage. Havok was out there. It's either he's going to go get the first blood or get first blooded. In that series versus London, he ended up getting first blooded 4 times and Attach and Standy combined for another 4. So that was a struggle for them. If you're Seattle, that is where you need to capitalize on it. But when you take a look at the numbers from the end of this first map, one thing that really stood out for me was the struggle from Mack. I'm pretty sure he goes like 26 and 40. And if you think about what Mack was able to do for this team throughout stage 3, he was a 1.05 KD. So far throughout stage 4, he's at a 0.89, and 26 and 40 is not going to help the case. He needs to have himself a good bounce back in his search and destroy.
Yeah, he does. I think he's got like a 0.86, 0.87 so far coming into this match, and their last 2 series does not want to have that same result occur. And obviously, if it does, that could be the bitter end for Seattle and what would be a 3rd straight loss. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but on topic with that as well, Jay, I mean, I kind of asked you coming into this series, and it wasn't on broadcast, but I was asking you, like, does it feel like Seattle, have been in this slumber? Like, does that happen after you win a championship? I know we've heard Ant talk about it on the desk. Yeah. You win a chip. Is there any level, I guess complacency would be the right word. I'm not sure if it's the perfect word, but is there a level of complacency that can occur at times after you win a championship?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. From a player perspective, that definitely happens. When you go out there and you win a championship at a major, you come back, even though they did get a 3-0 victory versus Paris Legion, not the best competition for them to really sharpen their sword, or at least test what they're like after their major. They get through that one with a quick 3-0, but then in the series versus Boston just wanted a little bit more. They're one of those bubble teams that are fighting for every single ounce of points that they could possibly get, especially with this roster change that comes in. They make that one a little bit more important on the side of Boston. And then for New York, basically the same thing. A team who's fighting to try to get into that top 8. They just want a little bit more. Seattle wasn't as hungry in those matches, but now that they know they need a strong bounce back here versus Minnesota, because you're a championship team. You're our most recent champions at the last major. You need to show it. You cannot come out here and potentially go 1-3 to start stage 4.
Yeah, we're talking about another hungry team who is also on the bubble, right? Try to make sure they can get into that top 8. As we said, Minnesota, with the record that they do, a W here. They've got Paris, I think, tomorrow, if not the day after. And depending on how Paris plays, I mean, that could be another W for Minnesota. 20 points, that goes such a long way. Does for any roster that we have in the CDL, especially for a team, like we said, is just mere points away from getting into that top 8. A great first hardpoint answered out of the Røkkr, and now questions start to occur for Seattle. What can they do in this search and destroy? Jay, is there anybody that you look out for specifically for Seattle as we hop into round 1?
One player that I'm definitely looking at is going to be aABeZy, the Iceman. On this map specifically, he's a 1.22 S&D KD, so he has that tremendous clutch factor in his genes. Looking at him to really lead his pack to try to at least tie this series up.
That's how often, right, we talk about for Seattle. It's like, okay, Surge start to struggle. All right, aABeZy, bring the team back. Like, let's rally the crew a little bit. And he'll have to do it in this search destroy. Great first blood granted there for Pred. Unfortunately, Seattle's vet does hit the floor, rather the desert floor. I don't know, the beach, the sand, whatever you really want to call it. The terrain indeed is quite interesting here on Siege. A sunny day, but 45 seconds left before this one comes to a close. Information found on to attach. He'll look to try to stay alive as the bomb does get planted.
Yeah, bomb's gonna get planted now. 45 seconds to work with. Mack does know the positioning of attach, but attach with great shots. At least able to find that kill, make it a 3v2. Pred finds the second kill on the round, at least force it to a 2v2. But now it's on attach. Attach in a great position. I don't know if Simp's gonna be able to check it. He does. And now in the 2v1, it's all left up to Priestahh.
Up to P-Dog, 1v2, both players in his sight, 20 seconds to play with, does not want to cross one away, and they line up for two. It is a collateral there for Priestahh, all smiles, as Røkkr walk away with our first, but in such crazy fashion.
What was that? They lined up perfectly for Priestahh. Like, he's shooting Simp right off the rip. But then Pred, he's not expecting him to be right around the corner. Just walks right into the pre-fire. Does not give Priestahh that second kills. I'm pretty sure Simp does take down Pred. But makes it a whole lot easier when that second opponent is going to be weak. What a clutch from Priestahh to now put Minnesota up 1-0. Wow.
Yeah. Obviously on the scoreboard, you know, he only gets one kill. But, I mean,
yeah,
really, it's two in the end. It's an unfortunate team kill. But nonetheless, man, what a crazy start for Seattle, and maybe the tone setter indeed. Havok trying to get all kinds of aggressive, and despite being weak, decides to go back toward the other side, stays alive. Meanwhile, Standy is involved in the early trades. Pred off to a nice start, 3 kills for him. Now evens things up for Seattle at a 3 versus 3. Bomb site not officially decided upon yet. Looks like based off the minimap, the bottom left of your screen, that A bomb site is going to be their target. However, attached there to slow things down, and same thing for Priestahh. It's up to the Aussie, and he falls as well. Another round for Røkkr.
Minnesota stands strong on the defensive end. They are the second best team on defense on this map, and it showed there. Standy getting that first blood, even though Pred does even out the numbers. Right there, Seattle played into the hand that Minnesota wanted them to. Try to push out the back of their spawn. They easily read it, had 2 players watching it. And eventually Minnesota make that one look easy. And this is what's scary about this Minnesota team, especially when they win that map number 1. They're all about confidence. I had the chance to team with Havok, and I know if you win that map number 1, Havok is going to be yelling, especially when he drops almost 50 kills in that map number 1. You've seen the aggression early into that round, even though he doesn't get a kill, but he's not going to slow down. Right into Bottom Palace we go.
Oh, yeah, look at this, man. He's just right into the bottom side. Seattle, really no answers. Pred takes the employee entrance toward the top side of Palace, and he might have his hands full soon. Nade at his feet brings him down to 20 HP. A solid job for Røkkr, not even to necessarily use the weapons to really get that Palace control. Now in their hands, we'll see what they can do with it. Bomb on the back still of Standy. They've got 3 players really all in the same position. Everybody trying to take down Pred. As he manages to stay alive, somehow, Jay, all 8 players up still.
All 8 players still alive until Pred has something to say about it. Finds that first blood onto Priestahh and is able to get out of dodge when he needs to at least keep his team in the man advantage. 30 seconds to work with, though. Minnesota committing towards the speed bomb. It's going to be on Mack. What kind of information can it give to his team? It's going to help when you get that kill as well. Now in the 4v2 Seattle. Just a clean defense from them, all left up to Havok in the 1v4. The pinch is there, and Mack and Pred combined for all 4 kills to finally get Seattle on the board.
Yeah, that's what you want to see right out of your SMGs. Mack and Pred, we know they're going to be all up and aggressive when it comes down to Siege. And it was an interesting situation, right? Because I think there was like 3 Minnesota players who were all established in Palace, and their entire objective was like, hey, let's get the first blood on Pred. The fact that he's able to stay alive for as long as he does, and as you said, contribute to that 4 kills is impressive. Surge do get on the board, and the numbers only continue to look better from the rookie. 5-1 for Pred, as Seattle will look to take a much slower approach heading into this round.
Yeah, right here they know that they're playing against Havok and Standy. You gotta slow this game down and potentially play for one of their mistakes. But this time Minnesota, they're not biting. Everyone just playing back. Standy trying to get some better positioning towards A, but accuracy, great shots to at least find that first blood. Now a minute to work with Seattle in the 4v3. Oh my.
Oh, and Lamar's just making it that much easier for the team. Taking Minnesota to school. Teacher has arrived. Classes in session. Bomb does go down. Got a little bit dicey there for Mack, as he's able to stay alive. Actually, he's taking some bullets as well. And Havok is able to strike for Minnesota's first kill of the round. Can he make it 2? Not gonna happen. Simp there to greet him with the sniper. Priestahh now left in a 1v3, and he gets picked apart as well. The big guns out for Simp, as he and accuracy now combined for all 4.
Just a perfect read from Seattle on their attacking round. Slowed the game down. Let's play for a pick, and luckily they catch Standy being aggressive through A, give themselves a man advantage and an accuracy with the beamer. Able to find that kill onto attach as well towards that A side, get the bomb down. In the 4v2, you just play your man advantage, play your buddy system, and you should be able to close that one out. Seattle tied up at 2.
And a nice offensive victory as well for Seattle, something that they have struggled on mightily in Siege, and that was one of the keys to victory. Simp still with the sniper out, but again, it's accuracy who replies with the first blood. Back-to-back rounds in which accuracy has managed to cause some early issues from Minnesota, and Sniper is still going to be taking a look toward the top side of your map. Meanwhile, does Røkkr all kinds of cozy the bottom side of the palace, Jay?
Yeah, into 4v3. Once again, they find themselves in a man disadvantage. So about playing for your information, playing with what Seattle are going to give you on the map. Now time is starting to tick. 45 seconds. Standy at least finds one, makes it a 3v3. You see Mack at least getting better position towards this B bomb just in case the rotation comes in. But Standy with the reposition at least finds that kill onto Pred. Now into 3v2. All left up to Mack and Simp.
Standy's done the job. He's got his team the numbers. He's also got his team in a great position.
No way he reads this. There's no way he reads this.
Oh, attaches in the back. I didn't even realize that you could be back here. Neither does Mack. And now he's the last one alive. Well, best of luck. You got one player off in Narnia. There's 25 seconds left, and you have no idea. Okay, maybe you do. Your reaction and awareness is much better than mine, Mack. But 20 seconds attached eventually will make his way into the fight. And as we said, as time continues to tick away, it's just never going to happen. Jay, I didn't actually know that Desert Siege went back that far.
I'm telling you, this is attached right there.
It's miles away.
I completely agree with you. There's some parts of the map that I have never touched before, and definitely sitting all the way in the back of your spawn is not something that I would definitely do, but attach, he reads it beautifully, puts himself in that position, gives the information to his team, and you saw how it caused struggles for Mack, because once he finds that kill into Standy, his main focus is, I know attach is behind me. I know he has to at least potentially put himself in this play to find this kill, but attached with the reposition towards B steps eventually closes that one out in Minnesota, now up 3-2.
Yeah, I would love to see, like, it's like a heat map or whatever it's called, like on Desert Siege. There's just gonna be one single
cold
dot
blue
on that side of the map. All blue except for one little dot. That one coming in from attach. 3 rounds to 2, still favoring Minnesota. Well, not gonna be great as Pred somehow is already in the face of Minnesota. Catches attach off guard and well, quite literally catches me off guard as well. But Standy again with the impact. Mack turns and burns for 1. Now quickly leaves it to a 1v2. Simp, he's got that sniper out and he's got a bomb site still to defend. Not a lot of time to work with, but the pistol is out. It is firing, eventually dealt with, and what a crazy round, Jay. My goodness, I couldn't even keep up with it myself.
Minnesota holds strong, even after getting first blooded. Pred was super aggressive towards that train side, finds that kill into attach, and if you're attached, you're just biting your lip right there, getting that hit marker with the sniper. Doesn't get that first blood for his team, but when you have a Standy, puts himself towards top plat, finds that first kill towards train, eventually finds the second, and then stuns the player on the site as well. So it gives them that advantage in the man, and eventually for Simp in the 1v2, even though he finds that first kill, great shots from Havok to at least have him weak to get the trade easy for Priestahh. Minnesota now up 4-2.
It's a big impact plays from Standy these last 2 rounds to give Røkkr the current edge. Swing round inbound, and Havok another positive. If you're Røkkr, you've got the first blood. You've eliminated Simp. We'll see what they can do with that information. It is currency indeed, and right now Mack is swimming in a whole lot of cash. However, Standy is there. Can he make another impactful play? Pred is there to drop him 2v1. All up to the Iceman.
Non-stop trades all over that B side, but now it's accuracy. Mr. Clutch into 1v2. Gonna hit the long route all the way around trains, and I'm pretty sure he's able to at least spot attach. Running him through lower trenches side. So it's just gonna take his time, wrap himself all the way around. Gun. Attach just put himself behind that wall though, so it's not gonna be an easy one for him. But eventually Attach gives us a positioning, so now in a 1v1. Accuracy v Priestahh. 20 seconds to go.
Priestahh, he sprung to his right. He does. 15 seconds left. Just has to play the time. Great work there out of Priestahh to hold off what could have been the 1v2 from accuracy. We call him the most clutch player in the league, and the stats will back that one up. Røkkr had to be careful to make sure they didn't allow for something too crazy to happen, but Jay, they hold on, and now that is 3 rounds straight for Minnesota.
Yeah, that was just great work for Minnesota to have a player in a position every single time an engagement was going on the map for that trade. Because once Mack at least finds that kill, makes it a 3v3 on bomb, you already have a player there for the trade. And then when Pred slips through, another player shoots in the back, finds that trade as well. They always put themselves in the man advantage and just kept it the entire time. And now put them up 5-2. And now finally, Havok's position at that B site is going to have to be repositioned as he gets stiffed out. But Attach cannot win this battle versus accuracy in this first blood. Already Seattle in the man advantage.
Accuracy with at least his 3rd first blood of the game. And speaking of the game, by the way, Seattle, we got to get something done, right? They are looking at an uphill battle, down 2 rounds to 5. Granted, they've got the advantage as Priestahh now brings it ever closer. But what could be an 0-2 start to this series? Seattle have got to get their heads on straight. We'll see if this round can help contribute to it. Priestahh tries to stay on his spree, takes one down, but Seattle, after what was a 3-round stretch, eventually get one back on the board and see if that can lead to a few more in a row as well, Jay.
Just all comes off of that first blood onto Attach. They know that Attach is the player on Minnesota who's watching that A site. Once they take care of him, they can easily put this bomb down and eventually plays the trades there. And it's all on accuracy. Once again, another first blood onto Attach. Pretty sure that's 3 or 4 first bloods so far from him into this game. But Seattle stay alive a little longer. Now for Minnesota on the attack. They have been doing so well. It's just being super aggressive in towards bottom palace, making Seattle back out of this. But this time the game plan for them is going to be a little different. You have 2 players committed towards that flank.
Yeah, you got your SMGs for Surge trying to get all up and aggressive. Sib falls. Aggression met with really ruthless aggression. Shout out to Cena for that one. Havok able to answer for the first. Seattle down a man as they look to bring it back. Attach. Brett thought he had him dead to rights, and that does not happen. Accuracy and Mack left in the 2v4. Bomb is down. Accuracy's position is known, and this round does not look likely for Seattle. They are going to have to dig deep to bring this one back.
2v4, make it a 1v4, and just 4 up, 4 down. A clean round from Minnesota to secure the search and destroy, to now put them up 2-0 in this series. And if I'm Pred in that situation, you could see the play that he was trying to develop there. Trigger discipline, at least spot 2 players, make the job a little bit easier for him. But Attach gets great timing on that turnaround to find that kill onto Pred. And then at that point, you know the play that's coming in from Surge. They have 2 players committing towards the flank, 2 players staying stationary towards their base. Minnesota take control of their spawn. They watch both sides, and they're able to close it out in a dominant 6-3 victory on the search and destroy. Now to put them up 2-0 in the series. Seattle, they got to show me something, man. This is our Major 3 champions, and they're about to be 1-3 in stage 4 if they don't win this next control.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, Seattle, they got first blood 6 out of, or I think they went 6-3 in first blood, yet they lose.
They lose
6-3 in the Desert Siege. Just crazy stuff. I feel like this series just started, Jay. Like, I literally feel like we just introed the series. We're talking about Bocage, and now you blink your eyes and you miss it. Seattle down 0-2 with the Tuscan control up next. I mean, it feels like there's a time to reach that panic mode, and it feels like it could be right now for Seattle. They're going to have like a halftime huddle. Actually, going to have to give the guys a speech, maybe even the coaching staff as well. Somebody has got to get these guys back on track, or they could be looking at their 3rd straight loss, and maybe their 3rd straight loss being in a sweep fashion. Folks, do not go anywhere. This series is only going to continue. We'll see if it can go further than this, but when we come back after the break, we are headed toward Tuscan for some control.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to what has been a very interesting start to this series. Seattle Surge versus Minnesota Røkkr, a lot on the line, and right now it is Røkkr out in the lead with a 2-0 start. Sorry, Jay, I had a little long pause there. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, good.
This series is like flying by. I don't know what's going on. I think I had to like compose myself. I'm like, wait, are we about to be in our third map? Yeah, we absolutely are. But give me like some positives. Give me some good news about Seattle, man, because how are they going to do this? How are they going to?
You can see it right there. You can see it right there. Seattle are #1 on their offensive win on this map. Specifically, they're at 41%. They're almost like 50-50 when you look at this team. They're the best team on this map. And look at the Pred man. The Pred man is at a 1.26 so far in this series. He's obviously been answering the call. And then the opposite side, it's none other than Havok, the Speed Demon at a 1.3. Both of these guys have a stellar map #1. Looking at both of them to really continue that wrath here, but players that I need to see step up has to be Mack on the side of Seattle Surge, because statistically on this map, he's sitting at a 1.14. I know in this series, he's probably currently at like a 0.7 something. He needs to have himself a performance here and show why Seattle is the #1 team on attacking.
They absolutely have got to do that. Røkkr, we talked about, confidence also because of their aggression. It continues to work out for them. Havok and Pred, our 2 KD leaders, met quite early. Havok finds one onto Sib, and now he's found himself in a nice little position inside of the church. We'll see if Røkkr can continue to do at least a little bit of damage over at that A zone. As Jay alluded to it, Mack not having a great start to this series. We'll see if he can try to turn it around on the opposite side. A nice gunfight victory there for Priestahh is going to net that first zone captured, while Accuracy looks to make a play on the flank.
Yeah, Accuracy's going to be the man to at least put some pressure on, but he gets taken down. So now the second tick of progression is going to be complete at A. Minnesota have a 3-life lead, and they do have a lot of map control currently, as the pressure is going to be in towards the back. The one player to watch it is going to be Accuracy, but it's time for Pred to strike. Wraps his way all the way through P5, finds the second kill onto Standy, and he knows that the third is in grasp. But eventually that player is going to rotate out. A is going to be captured, and we're all tied at 23 in lives.
Yep, another minute gets added onto the clock, and I don't know, Jay, it's like you feel like you have plenty of time to work with, but just on Tuscan, really for any team outside of Seattle on offense, it feels like even maybe a minute and 45, 2 minutes may not even be enough to capture that B zone, but we'll see. The Røkkr can try and do. Havok off to a nice start. Standing detached. That's going to be 3 down. Last player alive is going to be Accuracy. The farthest pushed up player going to be challenged, going to be met with some aggression. As we said, the word of the day for the Røkkr is that very one, a 2-for-2 trade, as Havok tries to put the numbers in their favor. Priestahh will at least keep this push alive and really try to at least keep himself up toward green. And by doing that, he allows for Røkkr to have an instant second attack.
Yeah, Priestahh did a great job of at least keeping himself alive, like I said, in towards top green, to allow his teammates to get into the play, but trades go back and forth. Even though Minnesota currently have top plat control, Pred is going to equalize that. Finds both for those kills, and now Seattle, they hold the storm for the time being. 45 seconds to work with. Minnesota are up by 1 lives, make it all tied up as Pred. Jesus, that guy is not missing. Another 2 spree. Puts himself on 5 in a row. Could potentially earn himself a glide bomb.
Yeah, I think at this point, given the map positioning right now for Surge, I think that's your focus, right? You want to try to get this guy a glide. Don't want to give anything away, but with 25 seconds left, as we said, with the map positioning that you do, Pred will look to slow things down for the moment, and that will benefit him. Patience pays off. 1 more for the glide, which could be a huge positive. Looking ahead for Seattle, final bullet connects. Glide bomb earned. At least 1 player for Røkkr manages to sneak through, that being Havok. 7 seconds on the clock. Tries to stall. Minnesota out of respawns, and you can kiss this round goodbye. Defense held there from Seattle, and Pred continues on his spree. He's got the glide to work with now.
Yeah, that was just all Seattle holding strong on their defensive setup, continuously keeping map control in their favor. Constantly having bodies over towards that P5 is exactly how you want to play it. You have Mack and Pred gonna be super aggressive on that side of the map. Eventually, some kills are gonna start getting chained. As Pred is on an H3, earns himself a glide bomb, and now we get to watch the #1 team on attacking side on this map. Let's see how they can execute to start us off.
Yeah, it's 24% for the rest of the league on attacks on Tuscan. For Seattle, it is 42%. And this guy is a major reason why. Comes through with 2 big ones and gives Seattle some much needed life, as they will be in a great position to capture A off the rip. Only 9 seconds has escaped from that clock. And thankfully for Minnesota, they will be able to stall out the push for the moment, but not that much in the end. As we said, 9 seconds expire, and Pred continues to hit beams, Jay.
That guy does not miss. His reaction time is insane with this MP40 in hand. But like you said, A is going to be captured. A whole 2 minutes to work with. You already see Pred not going to stop the aggression. Finds that first. Fortunately, cannot find the second, but leads accuracy to that trade. And now that's going to be 3 down in the feed. Last player up, or at least in a position, is going to be Priestahh. But with Attach finding that nade kill, Attach finding the second, it's going to be 3 down. Last farthest player pushed up is going to be Simp towards top plat. We saw Priestahh do it last time for Minnesota. All his job right now is to just stay alive. Try to pick up as many kills as you can.
Yeah, so close for Seattle to getting that first tick, but Minnesota managed to hold on for the moment. And looks like Surge quickly going to go ahead and add some aggression as they find 2 players instantly in through the field position. Player number 7 and Havok most likely going to give those comms out, but Accuracy and Mack working quite well in tandem together. That's going to be a few, but Havok quickly in reply takes those 2 players down. Seattle, because of that flank, do advance in terms of map positioning. We'll see if Røkkr can hold once more.
Røkkr so far doing a great job. They just have to withstand the pressure. Coming in from Seattle towards top plat. Attached with another nade kill, starts it all off, followed by Standy's kill onto Accuracy. Now 2 players from Seattle are at least trying to get this first tick done, but Attach and Havok combined for both of those 2 kills, and they hold strong. Now a minute to work with. Down by 1 life are going to be Minnesota. Is now Seattle just going to take their time. 2-2 split. 2 players from the back, 2 players from P5, and Simp finds that opening.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, especially depending on if Pred can find this kill or not. He falls, and that leaves the 2 players out to dry in the back. Accuracy is at least able to find 1 for his troubles. We'll see what he can do with this positioning. Well, he's actually able to find the second. So Røkkr, they leave Standy in that 1v1, thinking that he's got that one for sure. It doesn't manage to be the case. Accuracy does fall in the meantime. So does Mack. Feels like Seattle are working off of limited numbers throughout this round. They've had some great opportunities, but they've really yet to have all 4 players ready and firing to go. 25 seconds on the clock. Simp in a great spot. He's going to be joined alongside by Pred. We'll see what they can do as Simp starts things off with a pick.
They find that opening kill. Now it's all about containing the map control. Pred eventually finds the second. But do they read Attach in towards top P5? I'm pretty sure he gets some bad timing there. So Accuracy is able to find that kill. So now they have top plat control. They have back spawn control. And Minnesota only have 5 lives remaining. This is such a crucial moment in this game. No more respawns. Seattle are going to be able to complete this first tick. But if you're Minnesota, you cannot allow them to win this round.
Can't allow for them to do that. Attach decides to jump on through. He falls. 2 players left. Now make it 1. Priestahh, last player alive. The second tick is going to be captured for Seattle. Finds the first pick, and honestly, yeah, just needs to throw his body at this. Die intentionally to make sure that Seattle does not find that 3rd one. But Jay, I mean, what, man? It's just impressive stuff from the Surge. They put on display exactly why they have that record. The reason why the disparity in the percentages for attacks on Tuscan are exactly the way that they are. 2 to their name and 2 up now in this control, my friend.
It was just a good split from them. 2 in the front side, 2 from the back, and then eventually they find those kills towards the back end, and then I'm pretty sure Attach gets some really bad timing in towards P5. Turns around at the wrong time to give that 3rd kill onto Accuracy, and then at that point, Minnesota didn't have any lives to play with. Seattle did exactly what they needed to do. First think about the kills, and then worry about the ticks. Now Seattle find themselves up 2-0. Simp also earns himself a glide bomb, so now they have 2 of them things to work with. This is looking scary for Minnesota.
Yeah, man, the rookies showing their worth. Rest of the team doing what they have to, while the young guns do the jobs on the spree. Right now, Standy, the sole man inside of the objective, he has not had a great game. Only 4 kills in the entirety of that 2nd round. Meanwhile, Attach sitting at 20 and 10. Gonna need some consistency from Røkkr, as they will allow for everybody to leave their positions at A, and it could work out quite nicely. Havok explodes for 2, but the last player who was in the point again was Standy, and he falls. Røkkr, back to the drawing board they go, as Seattle look to punish him for that early aggression at B.
Yeah, they have to go back towards A, but you see the map control right now. The Seattle have 2 players already contesting this A point. At least get the trades on point. Accuracy is going to be the last player up, and now with 40 seconds to work with Minnesota, you have to try to at least complete that A segment. But you have to think in the back of your mind, there's 2 glide bombs that you have to dodge. It's all about maneuvering your way around this map, and Standy's doing just so. He finds that first kill onto the player in towards top church, eventually sets up the pins onto Accuracy. So now the second tick is going to be in. But if I'm Seattle, I'm investing everything right here. I'm trying to close it out right now.
We'll see if they do that. We'll see if they take your advice. Zone looks good to be captured. Accuracy on 6 HP eventually falls. A zone is going to belong to Minnesota. Another minute on the clock. And as you said, we are on glide bomb watch right now. When is it going to come in from Seattle, especially if the weapons aren't going to be able to do the job? Havok trying to sneak his way through. Be the thorn to the side. He's found 1. He's found 2 off the spawn. A great and a sizable dent found there from Cult Havok. As Røkkr look to build up their forces, get everybody in tandem together, build up the cavalry. And as we said, Jay, those streaks could come in at any moment.
Yeah, those streaks are going to play a massive role, just in case Seattle do lose these initial gunfights. But Sib and Pred combined for at least the trays. Priestahh finds 2. So now with 40 seconds left, Attach and Priestahh, your job is to at least keep your positioning. But Mack with some great shots takes down Attach. Now this is basically going to be the last push coming in from Minnesota. They have clack control. You have a couple players push out aggressively towards the back. And Havok does find that first kill. But as long as Seattle keep these kills traded, they should be okay.
Yeah, Standy's found himself in a great position. Attach is able to lock down 2. As we said for Røkkr, keep those lives afloat. Don't fall in unfortunate positions. It appears that they have 2 players in the point. Glide bomb going to be invested from Sib. And does not take anybody down. Does not take anybody down. And Røkkr, they've at least got somebody on the point. They end up falling with a nice nade off a spawn from Attach. Is still going to keep this one alive. A current 4v5. As we said, Pred does have that glide bomb. But if he drops, they no longer have the ability to utilize that streak. He tries to get out of dodge. Eventually crumbles. 3v5. Trades still favoring Røkkr ultimately, but Simp comes away with 2. A 2v3, 0.8 on the clock. And we come to a standstill. Mack over the top rope comes in for 1. Accuracy will fall as well, and Røkkr managed to hold on, take away this offense, and keep themselves alive in Tuscan control.
And now this gets a little bit more scarier for Seattle, because even though they're the #1 team on attacking, we know how great that defensive side is. They got 1 glide bomb to get invested, even though I'm pretty sure they didn't earn that tick of progression towards B to complete themselves there. So Seattle still put themselves in the tick advantage by at least completing those 2 segments over towards that B point. But this becomes a lot more winnable if you're Minnesota. You just have to hold strong on defense and withstand that glide bomb once again.
Maybe even earn your own glide bomb.
Yeah.
Again, much easier said than done, obviously, but Røkkr taking a more methodical approach to this defense. As Pred wins a nice 1v1, same thing for Sib, but really it's just clearing house if you're Seattle. Same thing for Røkkr. You don't want to throw away any unnecessary lives. They've yet to get a really good look at this one. Priestahh already in the spawn. He eventually is going to drop, and as we said, that A zone really ultimately dry for accuracy. He really doesn't run into too many players. So that zone captured, 2 minutes on the clock. A glide bomb to work with if you're Seattle. But Røkkr, can they hold?
Can they hold is the question. But Sid with some great shot at least finds that kill onto Priestahh towards the back. Eventually he gets traded out, and now Seattle back to square one, fighting for that map control, fighting for V5 control. You have to keep in mind of the positioning of Havok. So he's going to be their roaming slayer. Pred does take care of him, so they have the man advantage. You also have 1 player committing towards the pinch as well. Accuracy wins a huge 1-on-1. So now it's all on Minnesota. As long as they do not go forward that. They should be okay. Havok and Standy find two. Now they know the pressure is going to come in from the back. Accuracy, the last player up. They take care of him, and they hold strong on the first push from Surge.
Yeah, and it feels like, Jay, you're almost seeing Røkkr mid-round, like figuring out the timings of the way that Seattle like to play their pushes, right? They love to try to make those pinches from field and the backside of the spawns. And obviously through Plat, your primary 2 points of contention if you are on the attacking side. But Røkkr starting to adapt, starting to figure things out.
They kill.
The nice kill comes in from Mack. So Seattle gains some map control. P5 start to make their way through. 2 strong through the field. 1 hits the deck. Sib still alive. Having a great game, by the way, at 31 and 16. Obviously had that glide bomb invested earlier. Lays prone and gets handled. Good work again from Røkkr. Holding steady. 45 to go.
Yeah, Minnesota holding strong. Pretty sure though, if Seattle, even if they lose this round right here, they do secure that defense going into this round number 5, but they're gonna just try to close this out here. Mack wins a huge one-on-one in towards P5. The trade comes in towards TJHaly. Now the double stack is gonna be here. What can Priestahh and Attach do? Priestahh, unfortunately, not able to win that gunfight onto Simp. Now it's Mack's turn to be aggressive, but unfortunately, he gets traded, and Standy with the team nade takes down 2 of his own teammates, but at least there's no more players from Surge on this side of the map. 20 seconds to work with. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Accuracy. Last push coming in right now.
Standy clears the board, and while it is unfortunate, it does allow for Seattle to have a little bit of an entry. Accuracy decides to storm his way in. Not the greatest of timings for Seattle, but we'll see if it does pan out in their favor. Mack decides to hop inside of the objective. The farthest pushed up player for Surge will fall, and Minnesota down 0-2, bring us back to a round 5.
Minnesota doing what they need to do on defense, and if I'm Pred, it was a wise choice from him not to invest that glide bomb here. Because now Minnesota have to win another offensive round versus a fairly strong defensive team with the glide bomb to work with. If I'm Minnesota, your game plan has to be to strictly plan for your kills right off the rip. You know that Seattle likes to contest this 8-point down to the very end, but it's all about slaying right off the rip to at least start you off so you don't have to worry about that glide bomb later on.
Did Minnesota make the 0-2 comeback? Take down the Tuscan Titans. When we talk about just control in general, 11-2, and their last 13 are Seattle, as the SMGs for Røkkr try to handle business early. As we said, they've been playing with great pace so far throughout this series. They're going to try to do it again. Somewhat of an off map so far for Standy. We'll look to see if he can try to turn things around. As you see Røkkr firmly established and a decent amount of Seattle's base.
Okay.
They've got free time to roam, as that time is going to be paused for the moment. They continue to win their fights. Attach and Havok, the first players here.
They're just doing it in the slang right now. Havok finds another kill onto Accuracy with the AR in hand. But now you see when his teammate loses that gunfire, let's just back up. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, up by 3 lives. Very crucial moment for Minnesota, as Pred is going to be the first one to attack. He finds that not being a good idea. Unfortunately, another team name comes in from Minnesota. We're taking our own lives away now.
They are indeed. Can't allow for that to happen. And it just felt like somewhat of an unorganized push there for Røkkr. A few players, maybe not aware of the timings, jump out and sacrifice their lives. So 0 for 1, at least in the attacks with that A zone captured. As we said, Seattle eager to bring this one back. They've relied on control so much throughout this season. And can they do it again just to get us to a game number 4? Well, they're 1 minute and 30 away from at least starting the journey. As Røkkr, a lot of white arrows positioned around this B zone. Things slow down for a moment. Spread, another fantastic game for him. It's gonna get met with some early plays out of Havok. Plan gonna be thwarted, and he also takes down Standy through the box. Time continues to tick away. 1 minute left now, Jay.
Yeah, right now, Minnesota, they're kind of tunnel visioning, all trying to flood through P5, but Seattle, they have held strong every single time. Someone has to at least try to commit towards this flank, so you can try to open up this point. As long as Seattle keeping these kills stagnant, as long as they keep on trading, this is exactly how you want to do it. Great shots from Attach onto Pred. But still, a great hold from Seattle. 45 to work with, and they got the glide bomb. Minnesota have to put something together now.
That's right, they do have the glide bomb still. Seattle, a lot to work with. Time in their favor, streaks in their favor, positioning in their favor. And Røkkr pull off something special. It is not going to be easy, as we said, with that streak still looming. Here comes the play. Priestahh out of the picture, but Standy, a great headshot there on the Pred. Unfortunate part for Standy is that all of his teammates are gone, and well, so is he. 10 seconds left, and it looks like Seattle are gonna bring out the glide bomb just to secure, just to make sure. Dot the I's, cross the T's. It looks like they have done the job that they had to, and despite what looked like an 0-2 comeback brewing for Røkkr, Seattle hold them off in the round 5 and finally get a map on the board. It took a little while, Jay, but this series is far from over.
Series is far from over indeed, my friend, especially from Simp. He had one hell of a performance on that control. Pretty sure it goes like 46 and 22. The guy was a man on a miss. You saw it right there at the end. Minnesota were trying to set up that play to at least attack it from the backside. They find that opening kill onto the player in steps, but then Simp, he was the player in church, knows that where the push is coming in, sets up that repinch onto both of those players, finds both of those kills, and that eventually is what closes out the map for Surge. He had 34 non-traded kills. That's insane. On the opposite side, Attach had 30, but a 45 and 22 performance out of Simp earns himself the glide bomb. Even though he doesn't get a kill with it, he had himself one hell of a performance from start to finish of this map.
Yeah, and over 9,000 damage out of the rookies as well. Impressive stuff for Surge to rally around. And as we said, man, I mean, we expected them to win the Tuscan control. It's just a matter of getting off to a slow start. As we said, losing those Bocage hardpoints, it continues to be a thing for them. At times, losing those search destroys has continually put them in a hole, but it's the same story. Right now, it's going to come down to this Berlin hardpoint. Bocage and Berlin have been in the set now 3 times in a row. In their last 2 series, they've dropped not just the Bocage, but this Berlin in this Game 4 slot. Do you think they have what it takes, Jay? Do you think what you saw in that last respawn, do you think they have what it takes to send us to a Game 5 Seattle?
I think they definitely have what it takes. Seattle, at least statistically in the beginning of the year, this is one of their stronger maps. So far throughout Stage 4, hasn't been treating them too nice so far. But just the way that they've been looking, at least in this respawn, guns are hot. Like, you had Pred put up 46 kills in that map, number 1. 36 kills in this map, number 3. And then Simp, he finally comes alive for this team in a respawn. Almost goes double positive. Actually does go double positive on that map. To secure that round and to secure that map and then keep his team in this series. But it's all going to come down to this Berlin hardpoint. If they can finally close this one out. Seattle are number 2 in break percentage, but for Minnesota, they are 11th on rotation win percentage, but 1st in hold percentage. At least one crazy stat that really stood out to me, though, shout out to my guy Chance. He told me that from Stage 2, Stage 3, and Pro-Am, Seattle were the best team at that P1 hardpoint. So far in Stage 4, they're the 2nd worst at that hill. So that really tells me the story. If you're Seattle, you need to make sure that you're early set up for that P1. If you're Minnesota, it's all about winning that early rotation and holding down your hard points.
Yeah, right. And as we said, like Minnesota, when it comes down to rotating, we'll see how that goes. But as you said, those P1s, you got to circle them. If you are the Seattle Surge, the stats are out there. And while they don't always tell the story, it has clearly been an issue as of late for Seattle. Also, can we close the blinds? Pred can clearly not see a thing. I don't know how he's dropping these digits when he's got the sun staring straight at him.
Oh, he's got the glare on his screen, probably the glare in his game when he was just playing a little bit of Tuscan. But at least now he's going into a Berlin where it's fairly dark.
Jay, this guy might drop 60 if they finally close the blinds.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
I don't know how you can see.
There's no way.
I don't know. This is terrible. The guy's
different.
Yeah, he is, man. If you got this sun glare in your eyes and you're still putting up almost 40 kills in every single respawn, you are disgusting.
You absolutely are. We'll see if Seattle do eventually decide to do that. But I don't know. Like I said, he is from Australia. I don't know if the Australian sun maybe is just what you're used to. Who knows? Maybe this way his setup was built up at home. I have no idea what the case is. All I know is that Pred does have the spotlight on him. We'll see what he can do. And possibly sending his team to a game at number 5, but Berlin HPJ. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a crazy one. Obviously, we talk about this series a lot on the line, really for a different a few different reasons, right? Seattle, if they're able to walk away with this series, they officially clinch their spot for champs. If you're aLy, it's also cinch. You can say really whatever you want, but Seattle would have their position locked in if they do walk away with this W. On the other side for Minnesota, Jay, the story is there, right? They win this series. They have got Paris next. You like them to win that game as well. It could be a 2-0 week for Røkkr, and potentially, right, if LAG lose a game, if Florida lose their next game, that would skyrocket Minnesota from the 10th seed into the 8th seed. And on top of that as well, we've been discussing Røkkr a lot lately. We want to see them with those 2 lives on land, considering the issues that they have had in that environment lately.
Yeah, those CDL points are so damn close. And you got to keep in mind, like, we're talking about Florida, we're talking about Minnesota, but we still got NYSL, who are so far throughout this stage undefeated, 4-0, looking for the flawless 5-0 if they can find that victory over the LA Thieves. And that's where it gets even more scary if you're Røkkr or if you're Florida, because now you see that form of NYSL throughout stage 4. They can transition that going into the major. It gets even more scary. So if you're Minnesota, winners bracket has to be a must. You have to try to close this series out, so then next series you at least play against that Paris Legion roster. That could potentially be an easy one for you guys. And you see Pred, he's a little hot. Even with the water bottle. I was thinking a sweat rag. No, full-on water bottle.
It's literally the sun.
Full-on water bottle to the forehead.
The guy is literally got a water bottle on his forehead, on his neck, just trying to stay calm, cool, and collected, and send his team to a game 5. As you said, buddy, at least we're headed to Berlin, where it, the sun has already gone down. The sun has gone down. Yeah, there is a lot of fire going on as well. That is my description of Berlin HP, or rather Berlin Hardpoint indeed. But here we go. Seattle Surge, take a look at the KDs. How about the numbers? Mack, not a great series so far, but for Sib and Pred, this is the definition of talent. On the opposite side, rather, for Minnesota, not as drastic when it comes down to the KD. Standy, obviously had a great performance so far throughout this one. Did not have a great game number 3 on Tuscan Control, but here we go. Will it be a game 5, or can Røkkr close Seattle out in just 4? It is time to find out. And as you said, Jay, P1, we circled it for the Surge. So far, holding strong.
Holding strong indeed. They do start off with the better side, though, because they do find every single kill in the feed. That's exactly how you want to start this map off if you are the Surge trying to force the game 5. 27 uncontested seconds. Now with 20 left on the clock, you still have Minnesota. Gonna keep the pedal to the metal with the aggression on P1. You do not want to allow a team to get a full 50 or 60 on this P1. Priestahh and Attached do find 2, all on accuracy. Eventually he falls, but what a great start to this hard point if you're Seattle, to get 40 uncontested seconds. And now off the rotation, you already have bodies here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we have Røkkr contesting for 10 seconds. That's fine. But when you've got basically the entire lobby over there, it is only going to benefit Seattle. You take them down, well, that's fine. But Surge have got those early rotations set up and ready to go. Havok, unfortunately, does take his own teammate down with the nade. So the Tuscan issues already showing themselves on Berlin as well. Despite what looked like a interesting strategy from the Røkkr, they've been able to hold regardless of it. So we'll give them the props that they deserve. Late to get toward the library, but right now they are reading Seattle like a book. Great work up to this point. Is Priestahh off to a 4-1 beginning. We'll see if a glide bomb can be in his future, as he is sliding and gliding everywhere. Now the main AR finds himself outside the library. He's jumping through walls, eventually falls. A tightly contested game as Standy makes his play on the flank.
Yeah, that was like wall, jump off the sky. A whole lot of stuff just went down on Priesth's screen. Eventually before he does get taken down, but now it's all about this P3, all about this rotation, and Minnesota are going to have the man advantage here. They were able to flip those spawns, and now this is where it can get scary if you're Seattle. You have to try to execute a break. They are second overall in break percentage on this map. As you see Pred taking his time in towards fire, but Havok is causing them so many problems towards the middle of the map. Pred eventually has to wrap back and pay attention to him.
Great work from Pred, trying to go for the distraction. Mack realizes that the hill is vacant for the moment. At least whoever was looking at his position, he falls, but Sid picks up right from where he leaves off. Røkkr still at the time. You managed to get a toe in for the moment. Havok with his shoulder, Sid gets the info. Surge, they've got the sun in their favor. 20 very valuable seconds to fight for here in fire, but another teammate comes through that opens up the point for Røkkr. They don't even realize it yet, Jay. Dash checks both ways before crossing, realizes we've got the spawns. Let's grab these final few seconds. And now it is a race over toward trades.
Yeah, right there, Seattle. I thought they did a great job of at least flipping those spawns right before the next hill, but they allowed Priestahh to sneak his way on through, past that warehouse, right past Pred's pre-aim of the information he was trying to pick up. And now the break is in. Minnesota do have train control. Priestahh still in a great position to at least not allow him to get time, but they take care of him. And now that's going to be all 4 down. Seattle hold the storm right off of the rip, and now we'll be able to take this lead, because look how far Minnesota is spawning away from this hill.
Yeah, Minnesota are going to have to do some magic to try to break inside of this hill. And in fact, how about we step aside and see how those comms are standing? Let's go to Enlisted now with the Røkkr.
Still open steps, still open steps.
Listen, they could be through ticket.
That's not him, that's not him, that's not him.
It's Fred. One could be P1, one could be P1. I could be trying to get out.
Yeah, he's third. He's low library.
Yeah, I'm holding low library.
Two on, both one shot on. P1 guys, we gotta get P1. We have to get P1 here.
Going old, they're both one shot.
They're trying to play P1 already.
Yeah,
I want to hold.
Listen, I'm knocking back fire.
He's already on me. Play shot P2, play shot P2.
Push right, Mack, he's stone one shot.
I'm taking the right route.
Top third, one shot top third. Pred, one shot top third.
One goes stone?
Yeah, Mack was stone. I don't know where he went.
I can kill time.
Yeah, he's P1 somewhere.
Hey, one's on fire. Mack is on fire.
You got top 3? Yeah, top 3. Mack,
nice, you should have.
I'm hitting up dark.
I spawn P1.
I don't see any. Lamar's out.
I'll help. He's top 3 again, Pred.
Lamar's out.
Other shot. Top 3 again.
Top 3, got me.
Slow down.
They're gonna be low P2 and check.
One of outer.
They
could hit left routes.
Alright, yeah, I'm naming time.
Lamar's out.
I can help you right. I can
He's top fire on him. Pred. He's front fire.
I'll see from fire.
We need to lock this down.
I'm hitting
too. Pred. We're good.
And Minnesota, the biggest thing that I took away from that listening was you heard the focus on that P1 hard point. Havok said, we got to get P1, and that's exactly what they've been doing so far well. They've been controlling the spawns, not allowing Seattle Surge to get a majority this time off of that P5 hard point. But now this cannot come back to bite you. You have to win your gunfights off the rotation. Pred at least finds that kill onto Havok while taking his own teammate down. But now it's on Sib. What can he get done? He eventually breaks it in on his own. Mack finds a second, but Havok, he's there. And now with only one player left in that point from Minnesota, Seattle are going to have the bodies to break it once again.
There indeed. Pred, who was on that 10 spree, does have a glide bomb to work with. He is jumping at everybody. The Kangaroo Kid. Howdy. Seattle jump right back into P1. As we said, the hill that when they have held it, seem to see a ton of success, and they are back to the strategy once more. 145 to 83, and Røkkr cannot seem to find a lane.
And Pred, I'm pretty sure he starts off this game like 1-7 and has had a complete turnaround to this hard point. Eventually earns himself a glide bomb as well, and that could be so crucial towards the later half of this game. Great P1 hold once again from Seattle to now give himself a comfortable cushion at 80 points. Now it's all about this rotation. Minnesota have to answer by changing this P2 to this P3. They are going to be here set up early. Someone eventually has to get in this time.
So you can really get in there first. But what, you got 4 players all around library and nobody wants to reveal their position. Standy decides to go ahead and will make some bit of water cooler conversation. He'll look to break the ice.
Wow.
And he'll have to pay for it. Take a look at that feed. 4 straight. Seattle break in perfectly. The patience pays off once more for Surge. They break at P1, and Jay, they just broke at P2, doubling Røkkr's score.
Yeah, this is a scary situation now for Minnesota, because Sib, he was the player that goes all the way on that route, all the way through P1, and wins a huge, crucial one-on-one to secure the spawns for his team. But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed now. Minnesota getting this final couple of seconds towards this P2. They have the number advantage off the rotation, but you see all the bodies of Seattle all focused on street side. They're keeping the kills traded. You also have a player farthest pushed up, but Attach does win that gunfight onto Pred, and you see the spawns. The spawns automatically flip. Now Seattle have to try to hold this from the front.
Røkkr, they've got the formula to do it. They've got the spawns in the back. They got to remain composed. They got to remain consistent. Priestahh, he jumps on through. The feed continues to favor Seattle, and despite the chess-like move out of Minnesota, it does not pay off in the end. Double century mark reached for Seattle, and despite the cleverness out of Røkkr, Pred is pulling out a clever strategy himself. Hello, Havok. How do you do, my friend? 21-12 out of Pred. He continues to dominate, and so does Sib. They can do no wrong, it seems, Jay. 30 points away from the dub. And I'll be honest with you, brother, this one feels all but over already.
Yeah, this one's chalk. The way that Seattle are playing, man, they're out-rotating their opponents. They're getting the kills when they need to. And now they also have a glide bomb to break any hardpoint that they want, besides probably P1. But now we find ourselves towards this P4. Minnesota basically have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out. It's a 14-point game from Seattle Surge to close this one. The glide bomb is going to get invested. All the information going to his team, and they find that kill onto Standy. Now it's all about the pressure. They know where everyone else is. Mack finds the second kill. Priestahh eventually does find a trade, but now multiple players attacking in towards warehouse are able to flip those spawns. Now Minnesota all the way across the map at fire.
Yeah, and that was just a beautifully played streak as well from Seattle. Obviously, they're in the driver's seat, but he calls in the glide bomb, does Pred with his teammates. Just in the perfect place to go in for that break. 7 points away from the dub. And if you're Røkkr, and what, you're trying to lick the wounds right now. It has been back-to-back slow games out of Standy in the control. Did not have a great performance. Now sits at 9-21 as they will watch this game come to a close and watch the screen at the end of the game favor the Seattle side as the reverse sweep still remains possible. Surge clutch up on Tuscan control and they dominate their way to a Berlin hardpoint victory. And on top of it too, Jay, it was a showcase and a half out of both Pred and Simp.
They just focused on one thing and one thing specifically, and it was all about that P1. They start off with the better side. They get 35 uncontested seconds there. But then when we went into the listening with Minnesota, Havok, his point of focus was all about that P1 to make sure that they keep those spawns in their favor so they can at least get themselves back into this game. But when you allow Seattle to get 20 to 30 seconds off of that P5, and then when every single gunfight off the rotation, they were able to blow this game wide open. Minnesota could not stop the bleeding. They found themselves early on the rotation towards P2, but Seattle, they found every single kill in the feed, get some good time there, and then also flip the spawns. It just was not working out in their favor. They couldn't win a rotation to save their lives, and Seattle, they capitalized on it. Now we are going to a game 5. We were wondering where this Seattle Surge was, and they're finally showing us why they are our Major 3 champions.
They are indeed, my friend. They have woken up in these last 2 games, and specifically Simp and Pred have. They dropped bombs on the Tuscan control. They dropped bombs here on Berlin. In these last 2 games specifically, Simp sits at a 1.97 and Pred sits at a 1.38. Just dominant performances in these last 2 respawns to give Seattle the momentum now coming into Tuscan, my friend. It is going to be a wild ride toward the photo finish. As we said, the stakes are high for both of these teams when it comes to points, when it comes just to getting in a winner's bracket position for the next major in New York. Folks, you do not want to miss it. Our final map of the day, Tuscan S&D, is up right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Hi, friends, and welcome back to the final series of the day. It is also our last week of online play in this CDL season in Vanguard. It is wild, and both of these teams are giving it their all. Minnesota started things off 2-0. Surge have replied back and now are looking for that reverse sweep. Fred still has the sun in his eyes, and he's got that water bottle on his forehead, Jay. And I tell you what, buddy, I'm sweating too. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If Fred is doing that, playing with sun in his eyes, water bottle straight to the forehead to cool himself down, I might have to take a page out of his playbook because the guy is going absolutely crazy in this series. 1.32 overall, but his rookie duo in Civ is having a little bit better performance at a 1.4. Both of the rookies are really stepping up right now for Seattle Surge, but Tuscan Search and Destroy is where this battle will end for both of these teams. You see the records right there for Seattle Surge, 7-5 compared to 2-8 on the side of Minnesota. Biggest thing for me though is that Minnesota, even though they have a really bad record on this map, ever since forming this roster, they are 2-2.
Alrighty, my friend, you've set the stage well. And as we said, Røkkr, a W here puts them in a great spot to get winners bracket as they've got Paris in their next series. On the other side for Seattle, a W here would clinch their spot for champs and allow for themselves to have a very interesting date with Atlanta FaZe tomorrow. Early in toward this Tuscan, and it is Røkkr answering well. It is a nade over the top, and it is a fast-paced play out of Havok to give this team the edge. However, Mack eager to reply. Slow series up to this point, but finds a very timely pick. Gives Seattle more manageable numbers.
Yeah, two plays that I really want to see step up in this map number 5 are going to be Standy and Mack, both sitting at 0.7 so far in this series. But big-time players make big-time plays, and there's no bigger plays than a Game 5. In the 2v3, Mack and Sib left up to try to clutch this up for their team. Rotation all the way towards B-bomb, and I think Minnesota have read this beautifully. The duo of Standy and Priestahh already wrapping back, should be able to catch this player off-site.
Oh, they should, but how about the cover fire coming in from Sib? Mack's gonna be able to lay this bomb down unscathed. Also gets out of dodge. And it's Standy with a beamer, a fadeaway beamer. Now leaves Sib at a 1v2. The young Iceman gonna try to go off himself. However, Priestahh quickly on the defuse. Surely not gonna be able to challenge this. Not gonna get here in time. Spots Priestahh laughing his way to a round victory. Solid round from Minnesota on the retake, despite some very clever plays coming in from the young Surge duo.
Yeah, right there. I thought Mack, once he finds that second kill, at least makes it a little bit easier for Sib. Try to clutch up this 2v1 bombs planted for your side. All you have to do is eventually get that guy off of the site. But attach, being the player watching over Priestahh as he's defused that bomb. Just put enough bullets down to allow his teammates to complete that defuse. So Minnesota go up 1-0. And now in their attack, they're not slowing down. Super aggressive through this A site. Minnesota are going to be able to take map control. Seattle do not fight for mid. So now it's on Mack to give the information to his team.
Yeah, Mack quickly giving the spotlight.
Oh my, so many tacticals.
Takes that sunlight away from Fred and puts it on himself. A lot of tacticals, a lot of utility tossed on out, and Mack is going to need some reinforcements because, boy, is he low in HP. Regens, re-chowls, and says goodnight to Standy. The first pick granted for Seattle. That did not mean a whole lot in Game 2 on Desert Siege. We'll see if it does this time around. Eager to level the score up at 1-1. All 7 players poised, slow down, and Havok does get that plan off.
So now to 3v4. Havok, unfortunately, does not move from that bomb site. Sib, with great shots, able to make it a 4v2. Now, Priestahh, the player that's going to be playing towards top fire. Eventually, his position gets sniffed out. And now Mack is instantly going to hop that defuse. Someone has to check bomb.
They have to indeed. Mack holds it. He holds strong. And despite all of the kills you saw in the feed, Minnesota found all of the kills that they had to. But it's Mack who does grab the defuse and locks up the round. My word. We've got everybody eager to hop on the defuse, it would seem, Jay. We are level now at 1.
All ninja diffuses so far to start this game off. A lot of pressure for both of these teams. Obviously, Seattle are trying to get this win and secure their spot at champs. Minnesota trying to get this win so they can potentially make it to champs. As Accuracy finds another first blood onto Priestahh. Already in the man advantage. Seattle just going to take this bomb over towards that B site. And it's all going to fall into the hands of Standy. Playing for the information for his team. Attached does spot the player in Accuracy. Now it's going to be all out push through P5. What can Standy do? Oh, he has an SMG hog. Nothing.
At least give some information, Jay, okay? Thieves gives his team some information. Thankfully, Havok's at least able to find one. Seattle do eventually trade it on out. So with that, okay, there he goes. He just plays it patient, and now he's by himself. All right. Let's find an AR off the ground, so hold on a moment. Says a prayer, tosses the nade. Yells his NBA player of choice, and Accuracy at least is able to stay alive for the moment. It is all on to the stand man. Aggression starting to be felt from Seattle. Misses some shots and ultimately loses it. It started with Standy and it ends with Standy. Seattle take him down, and now they've got the advantage in the game.
Yeah, right there. The information is great and all, but when you're seeing 3 players sprint at top plat with that MP40 in hand, you can't even contest that gunfight because you know majority of the time you're not going to be able to pick up that kill. But Accuracy and Mack play that round beautifully. Accuracy was one shot by that nade, but they did not slow down. It was like, let's just be aggressive on him. Let's push him out 2v1. He can't gun both of us. And it works out in their favor. First blood leads to success this time around for the Surge to now go up 2-1.
How about that? It's refreshing to see. First bloods leading to round victories. Seattle back-to-back. And Røkkr, an interesting approach. So they've got Standy sitting over toward the field with bomb in hand. Oh, it's Havok and Attach who look to make a lot of noise in P5. So with that kill, it does leave Seattle somewhat unsettled. They've got a solid spread throughout the map, and that passiveness, that patience is going to work out perfectly in their favor. How about the setup from Røkkr? And now, based off the man count advantage, and as we said, based off of that passive play, they've got a lot of flexibility on what site they want to go to.
Yeah, and they get the information of where Accuracy is. They also get the information, even though Pred does get the kill onto Havok, on where he is on the map as well. So now in the 3v2, bomb going to get planted towards A. And Surge, they're just going to take right control of middle map. Bomb does not get planted. Now it's a 2v2.
It does not. It gets a little bit dicey. Pred, no, the 1v2. Spots Attach for the first. Knows the other player is on the plant, but Attach holds true. The automaton manages to take down the Aussie off of the top rope in what looked to be a very scary situation, Jay. I mean, what? If Røkkr does not get that plant down, we're thinking Accuracy might have made the play. I mean, if Pred wins that 1v1, that very well could be a round for Seattle. But Minnesota hold true. And once again, we are tied.
And that was just a great play from Minnesota. They find that first blood onto Simp on site. And then, like you said, Standy playing that position towards back vines. Eventually catches Mack being aggressive through field side. Puts it into 4v2 to now tie us up at 2 apiece. And Seattle just going to take control right of that A bomb. But this time, Minnesota, they do have mid control. They're ready for this push.
Nades, information is currency in Pred. Well, boy,
I don't know if they're ready for this.
He has got a lot to work with. As you said, Røkkr not prepared, maybe not ready for it. Attach gets out of dodge, but does he know that somebody is hot on his heels? He's got an Australian Shepherd ready to take him down. Not for one, but for two. How about 3 out of Pred. Truly a predator. My word, like a snake in the grass. Spitting that venomous Vegemite all over the Røkkr, and they never stood a chance. Røkkr put in a box, and Seattle grabbed their 3rd round.
I thought Minnesota were perfectly set up for the A push when they took mid-map control, but Pred, he sneaks his way in through bottom church, gets great timing onto Attach. I'm thinking that the entire time Attach is like, someone is behind me, someone is behind me, someone turn around, but no one gets that information, and Pred finds 3 to close out the round for Surge to now go up 3-2. Minnesota need an answer, and they match aggression with aggression. Now a 4v4 bomb has been planted, all on Seattle to retake.
Can this series just never end? Can we just get rid of round 11 and just keep going? What a battle that these two teams have been on so far. Mack does manage just to escape for a moment. Bomb did get planted early for Røkkr, so objective is going to be on to them. And how about the plays from Havok? Gets the bomb down, finds the 2 kills. does sacrifice his life in the end, but this is going to be a round for Minnesota. Written on the wall, Simp tries to hit the shot, but Røkkr are able to bring it back after what was a highlight reel on the opposite end. They deliver and they bring it back.
3-3 now. And it all comes down to just the play that Minnesota wanted to attack right there. Forcefully just put that bomb down immediately at A. Then you have Priestahh committing towards the flank. He spots Mack, but then Havok repositions himself a little bit better this time on that site. Finds that two-piece. So eventually open up the round. Eventually secure it for Minnesota to now be at 3-3. Such a back and forth game 5. Who's going to be able to pull away with this?
That really is the question right now. Just can anybody get like a 2-round advantage? That'd be great. Nice toss from Standy, but it's Simp who makes him pay. Picture perfect placement on the crosshair, and Pred will also find a pick himself. The Young Guns bringing this round back for Seattle. And how about the position that Pred finds himself in? How about the positions? Pred can do no wrong. And Seattle fired up again. How about that timing?
There's no way in hell you can read these plays if you're Minnesota. Pred just got a kill in towards Top Church, and he's already in P5.
Oh my!
What a shot from Simp to at least even up the numbers, make it a 3v3. But if I'm Minnesota, my main focus right now is where is Pred on the map, because that guy is playmaking out of his mind so far in this game 5.
He is indeed. And honestly, you got to be aware of Simp as well. It's like the classic duo, a great sniper along with the player who is just always there in your face with the aggression. But maybe it's Mack's turn. Maybe it's his opportunity to get nice and dicey, get up in the face of the opponents. Is Røkkr not officially settled on what they want to do as of yet? They've got that bomb sitting in P5 with a decent display etched across Tuscan. Nothing settled as of yet. Minnesota playing their cards very, very close.
Yeah, Minnesota get that first blood onto Pred. Finally, they find him and they take care of him. It's not a man advantage, all on accuracy. Unfortunately, not able to win at least one of those gunfights. Now puts them in the 4v2. Bomb is going to get planted. Simp with the sniper pistol in hand. He's trying to at least get one. Jumps right out of top radio, finds the first kill. And I thought, let me tell you, if he would have hit that right there, I would have been jaw to the ground. But now Mack in the 1v2, 30 seconds to work with.
And Priestahh, he's going to look to send himself out wide, go for a late flank, just try to stay up, put some more pressure onto Mack. Melt, some shots are out. Attach gives away his position. 20 seconds left, still doable. And oh my word, Mack weakened up Priestahh a fair amount, but P-Dog holds down the AR, clutches out the 1v1. And these two Titans continue to battle, Jay. Back and forth, back and forth.
These mind games right now between both of these teams are insane. Right there, Seattle, they're thinking we're not going to give up a free A-bomb plant and have to 4v4 retake again. But Minnesota plays perfectly into their game plan. They played nice and slow for a neutral setup. They find that first blood and then eventually find the second onto accuracy. And then just play the trades. Now at 4 apiece. These are the crucial moments.
This is also where the game starts to slow down as well. I mean, at least you'd like to think. Obviously, when we see the first blood coming from Havok, it's not with the weapon, but it is with the nades. I'll take that every day of the week as Røkkr do answer with the first blood. But as we said, in situations like these, knowing the value of each life, the game starts to take a little bit of a different pace. Bomb planted instantly, so Røkkr gonna have to make the retake. They do have numbers. Attach. Oh, I feel like he had a pick there.
Oof. Great play from Standy to read that late flank coming in from Pred. Now it's all on to Simp in the 1v4. He gets taken down. And Minnesota, after finding that first blood onto accuracy towards top fire, they knew even if the bomb is planted, Pred is somewhere trying to set up a flank. And Standy reads it, finds that kill, forces it to a 4v2. And then a collapse on A-bomb to now put Minnesota at game point. 1 round away from securing this win and potentially earning themselves that winner's bracket if they can find the victory in their next series as well. Crucial moments right now for both of these teams.
Yeah, this could be the game, more specifically the round that both of these teams, more specifically Minnesota, look back at either with the smile or with the frown, recognizing that that was the one that got us in the winner's bracket, that got us the opportunity to get that top 8 position to move into champs. Comes down to this moment. Seattle, can they get us to around 11? As they will be dressed nicely and prepared for this defense, eager to get us to overtime. And once more, the pace of the round slows down.
Full map control right now for Surge, but Standy bestows the shoulder towards that field side to get some information on what these players' setup is going to be. A lot of shots going down, but no one is dropping. 45 seconds to work with. Pred's going to be the main attraction. So he's going to hold down this top P5. Havok and Attach trying to be the duo to work their way through. And Priestahh, he finds that first blood onto Simp.
A huge first blood there for Priestahh. Is it going to be the B attack? It looks like it is, but they do have some mid control. Do they look to apply some forces here? No, Priestahh's just here for information. Accuracy's able to answer. Now brings it to a 3v3. Pred called upon to go big. He stays alive only for a moment. Standing with the pistol, drops him in the end. A 2 versus 3. The Iceman brings it level and manages to stay alive for the moment. He stays alive for the moment. They're going to hop on the plant. They've got to hop on the plant. Havok punches in the digits and Attach, covers out for his teammate. The plant is in, and it's all on to Mack. A 1v2 to keep the game alive. Pistol prepared. Where do Røkkr look to place themselves? Mack has got to get a move on, recognizing that they could be anywhere. Any corner, you gotta catch them all, you gotta look everywhere, and Mack will fall. Minnesota deny the reverse sweep from Seattle Surge and will hold on in what was a crazy and wild Game 5. Sensational is the word that comes to mind, Jay. Røkkr take down the defending Major 3 champs in a win that we said they had to get, considering winner's bracket and considering what could be a massive movement in the points this week.
What a final round from Minnesota. They get that first blood, even though it turns into a 3v3. They find that kill onto Pred, and then once it turns into a 3v2, Accuracy gets that player off site, and there's only like 15 seconds to work with. So you see Havok, he drops all strategy. He drops his positioning. He knows, I have to plant this bomb in order for us to win this round. Great setup from Minnesota to have that player watching over him and Attach watching top radio. But if I'm Seattle, you know that they have to plant this bomb to win this round. You know that Attach at least puts himself in a position to watch top radio. If you're that player in Mack, you have to at least slide and try to get him off of that site. Accuracy doesn't even have to try to get into the play at that point, but once Accuracy gets taken down, you allow Havok to have full health. You allow him to reposition, and then eventually where Attach was on the map, he works his way all the way around the backside towards top radio, and that's where they play the buddy system. I just felt like Seattle, they were in a position to win that round as long as Mack just put the pedal to the metal of getting that guy off site. He doesn't do that. Eventually, it turns into a 2v1, and then Minnesota played it beautifully on the reposition to double challenge him towards that top plat area, and then eventually secured this series win. A very important win for them. Now, right. That puts them back at the 9th spot currently in CDL points, right back above Florida, who just got a win today. And now if you're Seattle, fortunately, you do not clinch that champ spot just yet. But now the biggest focus for me is that they're 1-3 so far throughout stage 4. They still have the potential to make it in towards winner's bracket with a 2-3 record, but that's never an easy task to get done.
Yeah, especially when you have Atlanta FaZe. You have a date with Atlanta FaZe tomorrow in regards to that series. I know Atlanta FaZe lose today, but hey, like we said, you can never bank on a W versus those guys. I mean, what a wild series. As we said, a must-win for Minnesota and arguably a must-win for Seattle. It is Røkkr's day, however, and they managed to clutch up. And the word, like we said, that comes to mind really in that situation is chemistry when they are in that 2v2. Let's bring in the desk, guys. What a wild way to close out the day. As we said, a lot on the line, but Røkkr come out and they win it in a Game 5, round 10, Vel.
Yeah, Røkkr went in there and came out alive, man. But at the end of the day, when their backs are against the wall, this is the comeback team. This is what we expect from the Minnesota Røkkr. And when it comes to the points, you can't count them out just yet. And Ali, looking at this series right here, okay, this went down the wire. And Minnesota, 9th place, 130, and a big win over Seattle. Exactly what the doctor prescribed.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like Seattle Surge, like, yes, this would have been a huge match for them to win to get the clinch in for playoffs. But Minnesota Røkkr, this was just a little bit more important for them and the likes of that they were 10 points behind the Florida Mutineers after that win today, and they are still out of that top 8 bubble. So now getting those 10 points, making that only a 5-point differential is going to be huge for the Minnesota Røkkr moving forward and moving forward towards champs.
Oh my God, look at these points right now. From 7th place all the way down to, what, a 10th? Even take a look at Toronto
It's gonna be
Ultra.
so wild.
Yo, Ant, check this out. Let's take a look at who the Minnesota Røkkr have to play next. Paris Legion.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like that's going to be a W. And for them, like a 3-2 record, find themselves in a winner's bracket. They can make some waves. When we talk about Minnesota Røkkr and how they're going to find success with this roster, it is going to be through the search and destroys. I was hammering it home earlier in the pre-show today because that is where this team needs to find success. And they did it in this series. I love the plays that we were seeing out of them. Despite some of the rounds, Pred was going crazy. Pop TVs is getting behind them with dead silence. Like, they're still able to be resilient and clutch up in the very end. So for Røkkr, this is a pretty good showing. This is a great series, honestly. Aside from that Berlin hardpoint, this is a good showing on Minnesota Røkkr.
This was one that they definitely needed. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a game field victory spotlight with the one and only Attach, the leader of this team. Let's get that man on the screen.
Attach, congratulations. I mean, huge win. You guys are known.
Be quiet.
There you go.
Not you, Ali. I apologize. My teammates, they go crazy.
You're fine. It was a huge win. Congratulations across the board. My biggest question for you guys right now is your respawn. And that seems to be where a little bit of some inconsistencies fall. Your control win percentage on offense this stage is like 14%. Is that something you guys are looking for honing in on moving forward?
Yeah, we kind of have to just get it back because we were really good at control last stage and it kind of fell off this stage. So we got to rethink what we're doing again and get on the same page so we can start winning those. But I do got to say, I told my teammates before this match, I said, guys, last weekend we played London. It was my dad's birthday and all he wanted was a win and we lost. And then I was like, all right, it's all good though. We have another chance. It's my mom's birthday today, so happy birthday to my mom. Everyone,
happy birthday, Mama Attach.
Wait, by the way,
but I said, guys, we have to win on one of their birthdays. We cannot lose on both. And that was the motivation for today. So it felt good.
I want to show some love. I'm sorry so much, nameless. Yo, Mama Attach came up to me and Ali during Major 2 and introduced herself. Yo, your mom is amazing. But hey, by the way, congrats on the big win. Go ahead.
Yeah, congrats. Attach, a great performance. I wanted to ask you about Search and Destroy. When we saw you guys at the Major, you lost your 2 best Search and Destroys. And then since then, it seems like you guys entered a slump in that game mode. But in this series, that wasn't the story. You guys clutched up. It's fantastic performance across both of them. What was the difference, or what did you guys focus on to improve?
Honestly, going into these matches in this week, I became the IGL and the play caller for Search and Destroy. Beforehand, we were kind of letting everyone do it and everyone make in and make the play calls they want. But I really just want my teammates, because they're so talented and smart, to just focus on their game plays. I want to put them in the best positions they could be in, and then I know their gun skill and their clutch ability will let it handle the rest. So I'm just trying to make some good play calls and set the team up for success.
Yeah, you're hype right now. I love the energy. Hey, yo, so the next watch party for the Minnesota Røkkr will be at a beer hall. I'm jealous. I wish I was there, by the way. What do you guys say to the fans for the next time you guys play Paris, which is, by the way, a bounty match, $10,000 worth?
I mean, the Røkkr supporters, they're crazy. I know they're always having a great time, but I mean, we got to give them a reason to cheer for. And this match is huge to them all. It's not only for $10,000, it's for a spot for us in winners bracket and those 10 CDL points to get the champs. So we need to win this, and we gotta go out there and do our thing.
Yo, Tash, we love you here on the desk, man. Congrats on the big win.
Appreciate you.
Big win, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Happy birthday, Mama Attach.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mama Attach.
And happy related to Papa Attach. You guys say that as well.
Papa Attach, happy birthday to you too. Sorry you didn't get the win. Hopefully it happens next time. But by the way, Attach boasted 96 kills, 90 deaths, and a 1.07 in that series. You know what else he posted? A big dub, because the Scump play of the game is going to be the end of that first hard point where Minnesota set the tone.
You know, the Bocage was probably one of the biggest wins in this series because Seattle used to be so dominant on it, right? And we saw it when it came down to the wire. I believe it was Havok that got the three-piece to finally break this bottom hill, and that is what cinched it for the Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, it was just a wild ending. I mean, they literally willed their way towards a victory here on this map. You saw the spawns flip like back and forth twice at the very end there. They were actually spawning in the back initially. They get flipped up by Surge, and then Surge is spawning in the back, and then Minnesota Røkkr re-break off the back of that big three-piece out of Havok. And then it's just mixy back and forth. Standy goes around tools. He gets a kill, and they're able to get inside and close it out for the very end. It's just a clutch game overall in the very end. Everybody made some big plays on the side of Røkkr.
By far the most exciting game that I've seen today. Outside of that second series episode, oh, look at the hype from Attach right there. I'm loving it. The guys are hyped. They're bringing the energy, and they're definitely going to need it. We know about their record at this stage, but the question is, can Minnesota Røkkr end out the year strong? Hey, we're going to find out very soon. Ali, they have Paris next. Looking forward to the next major. I'm feeling confident about Minnesota, but what are your thoughts about the first matchup of the day?
I think it was great. Atlanta FaZe versus London Royal Ravens, two red teams going at it. London has really proved themselves, I feel like, in this stage. I definitely feel reminiscent of stage one when they had Gizmo originally in the roster, but I think the biggest W has to be on this Gavutu, right? This is a map that Atlanta FaZe is very comfortable on, and I specifically saw the moment on P4 where London Royal Ravens did something that other teams just can't seem to do against the Atlanta FaZe, and that is not get flipped out heading into P5. That is Atlanta FaZe's special on this map. And London Royal Ravens, they clutched it up in the end. This is a big kill by Afro and ended up taking the series.
Yeah, that was just a massive play right there. A little bit of a blunder on the side of Atlanta FaZe that London capitalized on, and it was that kill that really got Afro going, because clutching up at the very end there, the steam that he had in that search and destroy, I mean, he was a man on a mission. He was in tools making plays that entire time. Atlanta FaZe were struggling on the offense. We saw what Afro was able to do, like the untradeable, like literally would go out, get a kill, and get out with his life and regroup with his squad. I think he put up, what, 15-4 when it was all said and done. Just an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, and then a must-win series for the next series of the day, it was Paris Legion and also the Florida Mutineers, and it was Florida that desperately needed the points, but they went against the Grim Reapers today. This wasn't the Paris Legion that we knew before as they brought it today, and Ali, we went down a wire with this series. It looked like Paris were gonna run away with it.
It really did. And you know what? I feel like everybody got so much more into this match than we were expecting. And Paris Legion actually looked really gross in respawn. I mean, that Tuscan 250 to 177, the Tuscan control was a hot 3-0, and the Berlin, they still kept it close. A couple of mistakes and clutches on the likes of Florida's end, though, 228 to 250. But I will say, Florida closing out that Desert Siege in a 6-4 fashion after being 0-7 and also struggling in their game 5s. That was the ice that they needed moving forward to try and break into top 8.
Listen, with Major Maniac, it's never chalked. I mean, he had some really big moments throughout this series, but yeah, it's still sloppy on the side of Florida Mutineers. Like, first Paris, you just got to make it happen. You got to crush them, right? So I don't think that they're going to be too excited walking away from that one, especially in the control, man. They got smoked there. The sub duo on the side of Paris Legion was having their way with them. Johnny and Jimbo, big game out of them. But yeah, Florida Mutineers, they do what they need to do, right? Like, they get that victory. Minnesota got that victory. All the bubble teams are turning up, which is going to make New York be very interesting.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We have 2 more days of regular play days, and then we have Major 4 and then Champs, and nothing in between that right now is no time is better now to win it all out. These teams in the bubble, they're fighting for their absolute lives. Shout out to London, shout out to Florida, and most importantly, shout out to the Minnesota Røkkr for all having big wins today. But tomorrow, things are going to get even better, and the hype is real, just like what you saw with Gizmo at the beginning right there. Tomorrow, we're going to see these teams really battle it out. New York, Minnesota, London, Paris, Florida, all these teams really gunning to really make a statement at the end of the year. And the question is, can they? We'll find out tomorrow, same place, same time. We love you guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for some more Call of Duty action.